we're fine. Sorry. I was like, time to stand up, and then my controller was still plugged in, so catastrophe. But we're fine. We're good. It's cool. Oh, boy.
Actually, give me 1 second to close a couple doors.
Oh, okay. Well, hello, everybody. Whoops.
Oh, cool, we're live.
Yeah, we're sorry. The hour passed. We are live. Let me just real quick find the find the link to. There it is. Okay. Sorry, it takes a second. Now let me.
Takes a village.
Let me just let me just tweet this real quick. Yeah, I didn't have a fucking funny caption in me, so we're just getting this. Hopefully this is fine. Okay. Hey everybody. Happy Halloween. We're gonna be playing some Zelda, some Tears of the Kingdom. In fact, you know what? Let's just go to the nearest hole to the depths already. I don't know why I didn't start there.
Let's just jump in.
Let's just jump into it. There we go. Thanks
so I
for.
think we should make a costume, right? Like we should be dressed up as the thing.
Oh wait, hold on.
It is Halloween.
Just a sec. Sorry. Last time I did this, Blue was on the call for like 7 minutes and nobody knew. Can everyone hear
Oh my God.
more than just me? I see somebody shouting, "Mic muted."
Mic muted. Someone also seems to know the three of us that are on here.
That's a good sign. All right,
Now
well,
we wait.
fam, you know what to do.
They hear Blue.
If we're sounding good, put those
a little
spuds in
quiet.
chat.
I will say, Blue, you're a little quiet on my end too, which makes me think maybe you just need to be a little closer to your microphone.
Oh no! What?
No. Oh. All right, let's see what's going on. Oh, pardon me. Excuse me, lads. Ow. Cool, that was fun. Anyway, we've no time for these trifles. We have to go to hell. Except maybe we could talk to Kilton a little bit first. Just a smidge.
Cool.
Hello,
Doing
sir.
all the requisite back-end stuff. I keep telling YouTube, like, hey, you gotta make this, like, subscribers-only mode and slow mode things like defaults you can set so I don't have to go in every single time I start a stream. And YouTube is like, that is very good feedback. I promise you I am relaying it. And I'm like, okay, cool. And that's as far as it ever goes.
Yep. All right, hold on. We're just talking to Kilton. Or Colton? Colton, sorry. So the aim of the game is we are trying to get as many cool outfits as possible, but we're going to be doing it in the depths. This is our last stop before we jump into hell.
I know we're getting the outfits, but I just feel like we should also put on a fun outfit.
Oh,
because it
we
is
will.
Halloween.
We will. Colton just has a lot to fucking say today. Let's
He's
trade.
got bubble gems to find.
Yes. All right. This is already off to a good start. We're getting the Moblin mask.
Who is the fundraiser for? It's for UNICEF.
It's for
So sort of
UNICEF. Yes.
broadly good, helping out with a bunch of different things.
Great go-to charity operating in 190 plus countries and territories.
Yeah.
And we are doing the same thing we did for the mega stream, where specific donation quantities can inflict me with 5-minute penalties.
It is all listed in the sidebar.
Good. We're just gonna trade away all our bubble gems. The closer we get to getting the fancy outfit, the happier I'll be. And then we're jumping down the hole.
Yeah. For the sake of everyone, the amounts are listed where, you said? The sidebar?
In the little, so if you pull up the if you go to like the little, you see the donate now and it says like the show more, there's a whole write-up where I say like we're raising money for UNICEF.
I just need to refresh YouTube.
You
There
might
it
just
is.
need to refresh it, 'cause we can only add it after the stream. Yeah, after the stream starts. So we got various nerfs. $100 donation is no light up pants. Really, it means any pants.
But the only light up armor I presently have are the pants, so
His
that can be
pants,
pretty
yeah.
devastating.
I'll adjust it once we get to that point of the run. $200 is no bright bloom seeds for 5 minutes, and then $300 is no paraglider, and an invitation to do your worst.
Yes. Okay, we're all coltoned out. Let's go. Oh, also let's put on a fun outfit.
Yes, please, please.
All right.
That's all I want.
Well,
I'm here.
this is really the only like full costume I presently have, unless we wanted to do what is? Let's see, that's Of the Wild. Wow, yeah, I don't have a complete outfit even once. Cool. Oh, I do have the glide, but that's fine. For now, we're going for Halloween as... Oh, what am I doing? I have the Master Sword now. There we go. Hold on, let's fuse something fun to it.
Everyone's screaming to hell.
Guys, look, we'll get to hell when we get there, okay?
Don't make me turn this car around.
Yeah, exactly.
We have hell at home.
Ooh, do I have a go-to bagel and breakfast place in Philly? I have so many.
Oh my gosh, we have $1,000 donation.
Holy
anonymous.
crap.
Thank you so much, Red. That is no paraglider for 5 minutes.
Oh,
You're gonna need to find another way to get down to them depths.
Okay, let's see. Let's.
You just gotta jump. You just
I
gotta.
mean-
Well, you have the glide armor. If you put all. Oh, did
I
you
don't
upgrade
have
yet,
it
though?
fully upgraded to that point.
You know, if you upgrade your armor sets, you can actually get a bonus.
Oh,
value to,
what?
do certain things depending
That's
on the armor
that's
set.
so wild. Tell me more about glide armor. All right, hold
Yeah,
on, hold on. There might be something we can do here.
Got a question in chat about best breakfast places in Philly. I like Spread Bagelry for bagels, although I've been told that Kismet's very good as well. Also, the Bake Shop on 20th Street, fantastic muffins. They said that they were going to take the carrot cake muffin away from there, and every day I go in and try and make sure that that muffin is still there because it is truly one of my favorite things in the city.
Okay, I've never made a fan glider before.
And also, just as the way that we're doing the donations is that if you donate above a threshold, we round down to the nearest one. So if you donate $110,
Hey,
We're
no,
gonna-
that's
we're
not
gonna
what we're
call
doing. We're specifically doing specific amounts. That is the whole point.
no, I mean I guess to say like if someone donates $1,000, you don't get all of them.
Oh.
Is what we're saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
But also, like,
Yeah.
the $1,000 donation doing that is kind of a special case for being $1,000.
Okay. Otherwise, donate the specific amounts. Okay. Cool. I don't want anyone to feel like they've been robbed of the ability to make the nerf happen, but we do have to make this playable for Red.
Okay. That could have gone worse. Hold on.
Oh no.
You're getting
Yep.
there.
It's okay. We're learning, okay? I can't use the paraglider, and the only thing I need to do is jump down the hole. You did this to me. All right. Let's just
If you put the steering stick on the front one, you should just be able to fall down because when you crash in vehicles, you get flung off the vehicle, but you don't take fall damage.
that's kind of what I'm hoping for, yeah.
Don't ask me about Bionicle. Noir's not
Oh, God.
here, and I don't know anything.
Well, bad news. I dropped it.
Noir did just, as I said that, message me on Facebook Messenger and say that you were doing the Pinnacle
no.
of Hyrule Engineering. So maybe Noir is here, and if so, he can talk to you about Bionicle in the chat. and
Oh
then
god, why didn't that work? Nope.
I don't know.
Oh, I had a fairy this whole time. You know, I
what were
probably
you
should have
worrying about?
fallen the rest of the way down.
Well, at least you had a fairy.
Yep. At least I had a fairy.
We're in it, boys. We made it.
All right. What's the? Yeah. Okay. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Okay. How much food did I?
what did you
UNICEF
guys
are we
go
giving
as
our
for
donations to the every branch. That's part of what makes them so effective is because they pool resources globally.
Mm-hmm.
Red Cross is all split up by individual countries, which has its own benefits. But the reason we like UNICEF is that we can just throw money at it, and it goes where it's needed.
There are several places it's currently needed. UNICEF is doing its best, and we like to support them. So.
We've got one hell of an outfit here.
Yeah, well,
It's like we're the perfect hourglass figure, except instead of the hourglass converging on the waist, it's like wide in the ears and wide in the calves, and then narrow in the like thighs to shoulders.
we've got the, yeah, I guess that's not quite the Midna silhouette.
Question in chat: favorite Halloween movies?
Like the franchise Halloween, or just like,
I think just like a Halloween-esque movie, you know, like something spooky you would watch on Halloween.
I'm gonna make this my new default answer, The Batman.
yeah.
It's a Halloween movie. It's a good-ass Halloween movie.
Yes, I remember this discussion well.
It was too new last year to count as a Halloween movie because it had just come out, but now we can really take advantage.
Yeah, it's not a movie, but Over the Garden Wall has become my go-to, just Halloween experience.
I think my take most likely to get me just canceled on the internet is that I don't really like Over the Garden Wall.
Yeah, that's fine. I won't inflict it on you, it's just really good.
All right, Red.
No, I mean, I completely
paraglider.
recognize
thank
that I'm
God.
the crazy one here because everyone I know has loved it, and it just did not click with me, and that's completely fine. Sometimes it's just not for you.
Oh my god, I've missed having Tulin's ability. Traversal has become so much easier.
Who was I watching where someone called it Tulin's bust? So stupid.
No, come on, guys.
God, was it Linkus? I don't know. I was watching something about speedrun tech, and they just said it so casually. I'm like, what?
Speedrunners, man, it's a language of their own.
Yeah.
So, exploring the depths is a little challenging because we don't have the full... Well, I guess we do have... No, yeah, we have the full overworld map. So, this actually makes things a lot easier because every major location on the overworld has a mine in the underworld, and the mine has an armor set. So, that's one of the ways that we can navigate if we don't know what else to do. But also, I think just getting, you know, assorted light roots and such will be a big help. Also, while I can't warp out of the depths, and in fact I'm making it so that I can't warp out of, warp between light roots either, there are places in the depths where you can ascend back to the surface, and because I didn't stock up on food before this, I'm gonna take advantage of those when I find them. We'll go straight back to hell, I promise, but like, I'm not breaking my own rules, I just need food sometimes.
And then chat, whenever Red does ascend to the surface, make sure that as soon as she's about to go back down, drop a $300 donation to make it so she can paraglide.
Yeah, please. I love it. It's enrichment for me. Actually, I probably gotta be careful with my bright blooms, because I can't get more of them in the depths. Ugh.
Oh,
I haven't done this before, is the thing. I've wanted to do this since the beginning, because I noticed there were these, like...
no pants.
Oh god. Okay.
No pants?
Oh, this is immediately more harrowing. Hold on, do I have anything that glows as a weapon? Somehow that doesn't help.
Can you,
Aha!
fuck. I was gonna say, can you fuse a bright bloom to your sword?
You know, I'm not sure if that's a thing you can do.
Oh, fire.
Yeah.
That works okay.
You know what? I don't think this will let me go where I want to go. That's okay. We'll just sidle on over. We'll just scooch on by. Just gotta squeeze by you. I'm in a weird fucking state today.
It's Halloween!
Yeah!
You guys end up making costumes, or have you remained unenthused about the holiday?
I'm enthused about the holiday. I just don't have a reason to dress up this year.
You don't need a reason. It's the holiday. That's the reason to dress up.
Cyan and I are going to a Halloween party, Halloween board game night at a friend's place.
Ooh.
And we're gonna need to figure out costumes. We had an idea, and I forgot what it was, but we'll make it happen.
Whoops. That's not... Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Honestly, all things considered, that worked out pretty well. Oh, right. I'm out of slots. That's fine. But yeah, so this is a challenge in the depths that I've wanted to do, because the depths are laid out in such a way that you don't need to warp to like get around it and survive. There are these, like I mentioned, there are ascend pillars, and the first time I saw those, I was like, oh, that's fun. Those don't need to exist. There is no way that a player would get down into the depths without the ability to warp out again. But world building wise, it makes sense that these needed to exist for the Zonai to have been down here and like been able to get back out again. And it made me kind of wonder how navigable the depths really were if you just didn't leave.
I really wish that Nintendo put some kind of a master mode in this one. That would have added a lot of interesting gameplay wrinkles. Because like the master mode in Breath of the Wild is fine. It's a challenge in a way, but it's basically only a combat challenge. I would have really liked to see something, and I'm sure modders will figure this out eventually, but other kinds of gameplay constraints, not just like, oh, the enemies hit you harder, but like my idea was that I'd love for there to be essentially like travel medallion warping only, where you have to make use of the vehicles and actually get around rather than just warping back and forth everywhere. Because I think that'd be really fun. They gave you all the tools to make vehicles to get around, but then it's still faster to just warp places, which like makes sense, but it's like, what if? Same reason I wish that there was a timer in Breath of the Wild, like a certain amount of blood moons, and then Ganon just like explodes out and starts shooting people.
Oh yeah, I remember when we were still speculating about what Tears of the Kingdom would look like. That was one of your theories, because we'd just been playing Pathless, and you thought it was really cool.
Yeah.
I am kind of glad that this game doesn't have a ticking clock, although that would have been pretty fun. I think it's that, like... Oh, I don't know. Obviously, I think, like, Majora's Mask is the go-to, like, before Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom came out, it was, like, people's go-to best Zelda game. And I think a lot of that is because of the sort of ticking clock, time loop, existential horror vibe. But I'm glad that they don't put that in the open world setting where the whole thing is like how cool it is that you can just kind of explore and take your time.
Yeah, no, for sure. I guess the point is like I wish there was a separate mode, because like the purity of the first playthrough where you don't have a timer, you don't have those kinds of constraints, you can warp everywhere, is definitely like the best option for a first time playthrough. But for subsequent playthroughs as a way to enrich it, and you can do like challenge runs where it's just you like Red, what you're doing, you just say I won't teleport.
Yep.
But I wish that there was like the intentional design of the game saying we have crafted an experience for you that's gonna be harder in these specific ways, so that the onus wasn't on like us to come up with the challenges. Watching too much speedrunning stuff. Too many point pro challenge runs. Like Nintendo should have come up with these.
Yeah, I think it's fine to leave that in the domain of the speedrunners only. Where the hell is this light road hiding? Is it up? I think it's up. I'm gonna see if I can remember where an armor set is. I don't remember where any of the specific armor sets are, but I should be able to, like, infer their locations from the overworld map. Also, hold on. In this file, did we go see all the great skeletons? I feel like we might have.
I think we did. I think that was a thing that we were doing. Just
Was that the tourism
stuff.
run?
We did the Hebrew one. We did the Gerudo one. Let's see. Did we do the... Yeah, and we did the Elden one. Okay, great. We got all those.
God, those things are huge.
They're
The
so
skeletons are
big. They're so scary. I'm so glad they put more giant skeletons in. They saw how much we liked the last game with all of them, and they were like, yeah, we can do more of those.
Everyone loves a giant skeleton.
Yeah.
It's our God-given right.
Okay.
Or catastrophically huge bones.
All right. Now we are running into... This is the one corner of the map where the navigation gets tricky, because there are rivers in the overworld, and in the depths, rivers become chasm walls that you can't...
Red, you can put the pants back on.
I can put pants back on. Yes, okay. All right, you know what? Let's go back. Let's look at the map. Let's figure out where we want to go. Because we're currently in the Hyrule Field depths. Gerudo Desert has stuff under it. In fact, we've already been there. The Gerudo Desert area, that's where you get this mine. We've definitely already got the armor set from there, I think. Let's see.
People in chat want to know your opinions on Castlevania Nocturne, a thing we talked about. I think you guys talked about pretty extensively on an After Show.
This is true.
Yeah,
yes.
you gotta watch the latest After Show, available exclusively to our patrons and all tiers of Patreon. But Red, you want to start or should I? Because I've got a few thoughts.
You can. I'm still trying to figure out where exactly to go next. There are a couple pockets of places we can't go here without leaving.
I have absolutely no familiarity with the prior lore of these games and what like is supposed to happen in the original Castlevania canon, so I'm going in blind. And I know a couple people are like, "Oh, they're changing things. It's weird." I'm like, who knows, man? The original Castlevania series was my first foray into it. I never played any of the old games, so if there's anything that's changed from the games, I don't know what the hell it is. We talked about like the Just Belmont slander, where poor Just and his two companions canonically horribly die.
Yeah, the tragedy
in this version of the show. But I like what they're doing historically. The character work isn't as compelling yet as what it was in the original series, because the Cypher, Trevor, and Alucard dynamic was just absolutely perfect as a mutual Lancers team up. But I like the world building they're doing. Since the setting they've chosen has a little more like popular awareness that they can tap into, compared to like, this is somewhere in Romania. People know that it exists, and the only thing most people know about it is Dracula's from there. Whereas, like, if we talk about the French Revolution, like, everyone has a broad preconception of what that setting is like, and what the whole, like, third estate, aristocracy, slavery, colonialism, that is just, like, immediately accessible to tap into for world building. That makes the setting a lot more interesting when you start throwing vampires in the mix. Whereas basically the original series was just like vampire stuff first, and then vaguely filling in stuff in the actual like historical setting background as is needed. This is able to do a lot more interesting kind of push and pull with settings that people are more familiar with, just because it's the French Revolution. Everyone knows something about the French Revolution.
Yeah.
So I like it. I like what they're doing. I'm excited to see more.
I
Does
think
thing from Les Mis, like, is there a world where one of these characters starts singing "I Dreamed a Dream" at me, or am I unclear on that one?
There is a character whose entire job is to sing beautiful operatic arias in the background while everyone else is doing the plot.
And it's
Okay, so I'm not that far off.
gorgeously tragic.
It's beautiful, yeah. All right,
One of our patrons was like, "Yeah, like my friend voices Edward in that show." I'm like, "Holy shit! Tell your friend they're incredible."
Yeah. I think that Nocturne, it's a bit of a balancing act, because there are some things that the historical setting is integrated better than it was in the original run. But caveat, I think that, oh god, how many of these fucking things are there? Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Sorry, lots of things are happening. The caveat is that the individual characters, it's less thematically integrated than they were in the first one, where everything was built on the backbone of Dracula's grief. And Nocturne does not have a villain like Dracula. It doesn't have as good of a, situation. The main villain is not good. I will say it. I think that Erzsébet sucks. She has no personality. It's very, like, shonen power scaling. Not in a good and fun way, exactly. Just in a way. How to explain?
Magical transformation.
Yeah. It's... So the thing is, Erzsébet has this, like, right-hand lady who is a much cooler bad guy than she is, with way more personality and, like, fun vibes. Erzsébet herself is very lackluster. Which is not great, because she's the entire point. She gets hyped up so badly. Oh, no, hold on. What the? Oh, I see. So I'm just so here's the thing that I forgot to do before this. I forgot to get a picture of a treasure chest so that I could set my sensor to it.
Yes.
Which isn't good, which means I need to find one of these things and see if they have a treasure chest and just use that. Anyway, so there's a lot in Nocturne that feels very like shonen anime power scaling, up to and including a power-up that the protagonist gets at one point, which is fine. I honestly liked that scene just because the effectiveness of the animation made it work. But as I was watching it, I was like, this makes no sense. And the show knows it. They actually say, like, huh, how'd you get your magic back? And he's like, oh, I don't know, I just really didn't want to die, I guess. And they even, like, point out that it's not consistent, because he's like, yeah, it's a shame it didn't work that way for you, who also lost your magic in identical circumstances and never got it back. Guess it's because I'm younger and sexier.
Slander this show perpetrates.
It's a little wild, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that worked great. Pardon me, sir.
Yeah, the magic's a little wonky.
Just a skosh.
One thing that someone commented earlier is like I was jump scared by the Catholicism in the Romania setting, which is like very much out of place because Romania much more Orthodox, and also like the Ottomans would have been there, and the first Castlevania series just categorically does not acknowledge that the Ottomans exist, even though like part of the whole historical conflict of like Vlad Tepes was that like I'm pretty sure like his whole deal was he was fighting the Ottomans.
Ooh.
And they just like fuck it doesn't matter. But the stuff they pull for the kind of cultural associations going into the first Castlevania is very like Hunchback of Notre Dame. Like the bad guy is basically just Romanian Judge Claude Frollo, and a lot of the cultural stuff they kind of pull in for the first season, especially where there's the whole thing with the Icky Church people, is like very like out of time, like 1600s Inquisition era. Like the Malleus Maleficarum hadn't even been written yet at the time of the show happens, I'm pretty sure. But they smush a bunch of different cultural influences in there and just don't engage with anything that's actually meaningfully Romanian. So even the original Castlevania is fundamentally kind of French in how it frames its world building, because all the stuff they're doing is like, this is basically the Hunchback of Notre Dame, right?
Yeah, it's fine. There we go.
Son of the Dragon, Dracula alternatively fought against and for the Ottomans.
Oh, that wacky Dracula.
Yeah, everything should be Orthodox in Romania at this point. I'm not Catholic.
Woohoo!
Anyway. I'll make a detailed diatribe about this eventually,
It's
but
inevitable,
I'm gonna need to wait for more Nocturne before I have something to chew on.
Yeah, it very much ends on a tune in for season 2.
And it's very similar to with like My Adventures with Superman is such a goddamn good show, but we recognize like we should wait before we do anything on this because there's gonna be a lot more to talk about.
Yeah, definitely. Nah, that's not good to. What should I fuse this to? Nah, none of these.
They do not say what is a man a miserable little pile of secrets.
That's the problem. They don't have Dracula yet because he kind of loosely retired last time. All right, well. It's fine. That's we don't really need that Stone Talus heart. They're a dime a dozen. Well, we'll just get another one. Oh, I'm going fully the wrong direction. Now I remember what's going on. So
probably when they bring in Soma Cruz from the year 2035.
God damn it.
That's the game I played most recently, and so it's in my head. I think it's
yeah.
Aria Sara, I want to say. I don't know. All those
I
games
think
sound
that's
the same.
correct, yeah.
I like the Castlevanias a lot. I think they're very fun to play. We got a $100 donation, which I believe is a thing.
Is that no pants?
Yep.
Okay.
Take them pants off.
All right.
I am still alive. I just have other things to do while we're on this stream, so Indigo is typing in the background.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen Castlevania Nocturne yet, so I figured I'd let them just talk about it.
Oh, hold on. I'm using fully the wrong sword.
More thoughts on the after show available to patrons.
Yeah. Come on, bud. Come get me. Come get me. Ha-cha! Aha, you fool. You've only made me stronger. Okay. There's got to be a light root around here somewhere. I can smell it. Oh. Is that one? yeah, that's not so bad. Let's go get that one.
Julius Belmont is canonically a millennial. Yeah, I guess. Because if it's 2035, then...
Oh, scary thought.
Just is not Aria of Sorrow. That's Soma Cruz.
Yeah, Just is from one of the
Just is,
smaller
like, way back.
games.
Yeah.
Julius Belmont. Who's Julius Belmont? Who the fuck is this?
That's the thing with Belmonts. There's always so many of
Oh,
them.
he's one of the bosses in Aria of Sorrow.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay,
Fight some of the
that's where I got the
Belmonts.
wires crossed. Okay.
Honestly, considering that like the Castlevania shows have their bread and butter is like pretty men, it's kind of bold of them to take Juste Belmont, who is canonically an anime white-haired pretty boy, and be like, he's a crusty old man and he's sad because his polycule got murdered.
Red, who was it where you tweeted the gif of like Alucard about to fucking eat Trevor in season 1?
Oh, yeah.
And said, I love how the designers were like, how sexy should this be? And the answer to every scene was yes. And one of the creators liked it. Was it Sam Dietz? Who was it?
I wish I could remember, but it was one of those things where I was like, because, you know, back when Twitter was a functional website, it would like alert you when somebody with like a large number of followers or somebody who was verified like interacted with one of your
Wait,
posts.
does it not do that anymore?
No, not really.
Elon!
Not reliably anyway. It's like, oh, somebody who paid $8 a month for a check mark is now in my notifications inexplicably. So I got a little ping and I was like, oh, I wonder who this guy is, and I looked and it was something like production designer on Cast, and I was like, oh shit. So anyway, the epic highs and lows. Was that located correctly? I think maybe oh, nope, I put it on a tree. Put it on a tree. False alarm, folks. Nope. Come on, you slippery bastard. There you are. I see you, villain. Anyway. So in terms of where I'm broadly headed, if we look on up here, and we keep going this way, we'll be able to kind of jog around this, and then we'll end up in the inversion of the Faron region, and like Lanayru. There's definitely got to be mines down there. Also, if we talk to these bargainer statues, we can get more outfits from them.
You can.
Some
Bargain
things
for drip.
some things only unlock if you talk to a lot of them, so we might not be able to get all of them in one go. But
it alternates between the Dark Link outfit and the Depths outfit.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we get all 3 Dark Links and then the Depths, or does it go back and forth?
I think it goes back and
find
forth. I remember wanting the full Depths outfit, so I went looking for it. But that Gloom Resist got really useful in the late game.
Yeah. Particular late game boss. There's actually, speaking of, there's a new video by 8-Bit Music Theory about the music of the ending of Tears of the Kingdom, the whole like triple boss sequence, and then the one thing after the triple boss sequence, and it's very cool to hear all the different musical motifs that are put in here and how they modulate the intensity for a very long stretch of game. It's a long ending sequence.
It is, yeah.
Good video by 8-Bit Music Theory.
Good movie.
As always, honestly.
Am I not using up bright blooms? I don't know what's going on there. I feel like I've been at 70 for like 3 whole bright blooms.
I just saw you pick one up, so I guess you can get some bright blooms maybe from those frogs.
Yeah, you know what? That makes sense because they eat them. All right, cool. Mystery solved. Oh.
John Dunn asks, why is the sword turning into a hammer? The way the Master Sword works is that when you fuse items to it, it keeps its shape, but when you take it out of its sheath, it gets a little glowy effect of whatever it is that you'd fused to it. Mm-hmm. So it shows you what it is that you have without making the Master Sword look too stupid for too long.
Yeah. And I have a shard of the Light Dragon Spike fused to it because that gives it healing properties. And down in the depths without food, that is very useful for me. Oh god, where am I? What's happening? There we go. Okay, cool, we're good. Honestly, getting all the light roots is fun. Oh, what's up?
was gonna say I can look up where the other glow outfit is if you
Ooh,
wanna
that might be a good idea.
find that.
That would be a good
Yeah,
first goal.
Guy in the chair.
Okay, how we looking, boss? All right, this is pretty good. Pretty chill, pretty cash. Let's see. I like how they're pretty good at making sure that everything in the depths has a silhouette that makes it clear whether it's trees or like zonai structures. Because zonai structures always mean like goodies and craftables and stuff like that, armor sets. And there's an awful lot of trees down here, so the design language of this game is good. Am I still heading in the right direction? Yeah, we're fine. Oh, but we should check out that Bargainer statue, actually. Alright.
Get some pants, some outfits.
Okay. So the helm is in the Karakara mine down in Gerudo.
Oh!
And the top is in the Daphnis Canyon mine, just north of the Great Plateau. Yeah,
Hold
just
on.
a little ways north of the Great Plateau, north of the Sunken Coliseum.
Ah, I see where it would be. Oh, wow. I think we've discovered both of these places, but I didn't have the treasure chest sensor, so I couldn't get them.
Oh no!
Ugh. All right, we're gonna get this Bargainer statue, then we're gonna jog left and get the green mark, and then we're gonna have a great time. It's gonna be fantastic. Yeah, I knew there was a problem. This is why it was so frustrating to me that they were like arbitrarily gating the sensor behind doing a dungeon first, because I didn't want to like do a dungeon without there being, you know, fanfare, and I didn't want to have a dungeon done before we did the, you know, summer mega stream. So I was kind of like, well, I want to prep, but I can't get the sensor that would let me find all the shit. So what do? But we're good now that we've killed Colgera, probably the best boss fight in the game. We're all sorted. I feel a little bad.
Any of the underground Colgera boss fights left?
Oh yeah, those are all unlocked now because we've done the one on the
good.
surface. I didn't know, but like if you went to the there are underground coliseums for the game boss fights, and if you go there before you've beaten it in the overworld, it's not there.
Yeah.
This was throwing me for a loop because I remembered when I was doing my first depth exploration, I found this big arena that was very clearly like a big dungeon, or not a dungeon, but like it was very clearly meant for a boss fight, and the only thing in it was this big marbled rock, and I was like, what can I do with it? I tried breaking it. Weirdly, I didn't have Yunobo with me. Otherwise, I would have been like, oh, I'll just throw him at that. But I think I like set bombs and stuff, and it just didn't do anything, and I kept waiting for it to like come alive and do something, and eventually I left with like a note that I'd come back later to try and figure out what it was, and then I could never find it again. And I think it's because those rocks despawn, and I was just running into marbled gomas.
Poking with a stick, like, come on, fight me.
Okay. Now, where is that Bargainer statue? I'm sensing a
You can put the
presence.
pants back on.
Aha! Excellent. Haha, you fool. Link's thighs are a no-fly zone today. Okay, let's go. Where are we going? I like how most of the Bargainer statues are just, like, buried or small, and then there's the one under the Forgotten Temple, which is, like, fuck you.
Huge.
It's big
It's
and jacked.
so big.
It's so big, it kind of unsettles me to look at, you know?
Yeah, no, it does.
Yeah. What the hell is this guy?
It's one of the few things in this game that trip the megalophobia.
Oh, yeah. Good job, Tulin. Kick his ass.
Thank you for the concern for me in the chat. I'm good. I'm just doing other work in the background.
Yeah,
Indigo's good. She's just doing real work today.
moral support.
It's fun. It's like my background noise is also like the background noise I put on when I work sometimes is just interactable. It's like the new frontier of
Yeah. We're
Working.
ASMRing.
You guys don't need to resurrect me. I'm completely fine. I'm not dead, not in the walls. Everything's great. Pay no attention to the Halloween vibes.
You who stand before me, make an offering. Offer pose to me, spirits that sought to return to the afterlife. Not this. Contrary to popular belief, this is not actually hell. They all say the same thing. Can my brethren, hold on a second, let me just... sewing machine noises. We've combined our power to create the tunic of the depths. Oh, I have enough money for it. Hell yeah, I'll get that. Oh, I almost have enough for both. Oh wait, no, I do have enough for both.
Do you mean you have enough dead people for it?
Yeah, exactly. We've made this man so haunted. I'll take as many as you got. Oh yeah, and then everything else is just like a copy of something I've already gotten. Perfect.
Just imagining, like, Link pulls out a little jar with Poe spirits and he's, here you go. Oh, fuck, he drops it, it shatters, and all the Poes
they
just
all
away.
fly away. Woo! Okay. They just slurp. Okay, cool. I don't know if Poes respawn in the depths.
I'm tempted to say yes. Because otherwise there would be a hard limit. They'd probably respawn with blood moons.
Yeah,
what are you
maybe.
asking about respawning?
Pose.
Good talk. Okay.
That's a power move. Like, I don't know if you intended it this way, but like the power move of like ask for a clarification and then not address the clarification given.
I don't know. I
That's
don't know anything else
powerful.
about Pose. I'm not a lost wandering spirit yet. I have gained no insights. I love these little mini frogs, guys. I hate the big ones, but the little dudes, they're
Oh
fun.
yeah, we should find some of the big... I mean, I'm sure we will find some of the big ones.
We should find some of the big ones is the hubristic way of saying we will find some of the big ones.
Yeah. Okay, okay. So we're currently heading in the direction of the green mark on the map because that is where one of the parts of the glow armor set should be. Oh, speaking of the big ones. All right.
Got one?
How we're gonna do this? Let's see.
Fight him.
I mean, obviously.
Run right up and get whoop up in his mouth.
Just get all up in his business. All right, let's armor set this up.
Yeah.
No, at present, I actually have successfully upgraded the climbing gear to be equivalent armor to the rest of my armor. So all we need is a suitable hat. And this one is
One of the most
acceptable.
silly things that can happen in this game is when, like, one of your novelty armor sets is stronger than your actual useful armor sets.
Yeah.
It's like you upgrade something for the boost. It's like, oh, I wanted to upgrade the like the Desert Vo armor so that I have heat resistance. But then somehow suddenly this is actually my strongest armor set that I have in the game.
And now I've just got to slut it up anytime there's a hard combat because the best armor is the one that has a whole ass nip exposed. I do like how much asymmetrical armor there is in this game to show off Link's cool new arm. Y'all are about to see my pro strat for fighting Froxes.
Dive bomb.
Oh my god! You know, somehow that was more verticality than I expected him to get. That's okay.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's okay. We've got the tree in the way. Alright, which of these bows? Yeah, why not? I've got two after all.
Well, why shouldn't I have it?
Hey, hey! Get down there right this instant, young man! Face me, coward. There we go. Okay. I do like the horror strings that play every time you fight this thing. They know this thing is designed to ambush you. Oh, that was quick. Can we one cycle? Yeah! Is that what that word means? I don't know.
One cycle.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
We beat one Colgera and suddenly we get all confident. And while we're here, let's just get that big old zonite deposit.
Matt says, I'm old enough that I saw my first frogs, thought it was a Dodongo, and started throwing bombs down its throat. Granted, that is one of the strategies
that
for
does
fighting
work.
frogs. They consciously designed it that way, I'm sure.
Yeah, in fact, when it does the big, like, vacuum maneuver and starts sucking you in, you can just throw a bomb and it'll just go straight down the gullet.
Yeah.
I just prefer to beat them this way because it lets me stay the fuck away from them. We didn't see it because we managed to beat it beforehand, but if it had shaken us off, basically as it wakes up it gets more wiggly, and then at some point it basically launches you skyward. And if you have the paraglider and it hits you at an okay angle, which usually works if you're on the tail, it'll just launch you straight up where you can shoot it in the eye again and start the cycle over. Which I like because it minimizes the amount of dodging I need to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like how there's one obsidian frox at the bottom of a chasm specifically to basically make the player shit themselves.
That's the one that's just north of Zora's, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I fell down that one. And then I did not go back.
Yeah. I think I remember there were a few points in your journey that were fun for me to watch from the distance, because there was the part where you were like, yeah, we went down a well in West Necluda and now we're in hell, and I was like, oh yeah, that happens. What the hell is making that noise?
Adaltalis.
No, there's something else happening.
Oh. Dragon? Up
Definitely
top?
not. It was making like an engine stalling noise.
Oh. Maybe there's a Yiga hot rod shop somewhere around this
Oh
neighborhood.
yeah, we should go harass the Yiga down here.
It'll be fun.
Could be fun.
We're not even fighting them, we're just bullying them.
Yeah. But that's what makes it fun. It's kind of one of those, like, oh, the hero is truly a terrifying force of nature, and we're just like, bro, I'm just vibing. But that's why I love getting the Yiga set and the... Did we get? I don't remember. I think we did. Yeah, we have the Yiga Earthquake maneuver. We got all of their secrets and the lightning helm at this point. Like, we are the highest ranking Yiga member. Which is the funniest possible way that this could play out. Like, I'm a huge fan of, like, jovial enemies, you know, where, like, oh, you know, we go-kart with Bowser on weekends, stuff like that.
It's very funny that your greatest enemy in Mario is just also a go-kart driver.
Oh boy. Oh boy, let me up, thank you. Okay, that's not where I wanted to be. Whoop! Hey, it's very rude of you, sir. Just because I killed those guys doesn't mean you gotta be mean about it. Alright, Tulin, good effort.
I don't know, dissonance with the Yiga is that the way they act in the game is very, like, silly, goofy, jovial as mentioned, but in the lore, the way that other people talk about them, the Yiga are horrifying.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, there was the Dorian quest where the guy's like, yeah, I had, like, a wife and child and I tried to get out. And the Yiga fucking killed my wife.
Yep.
So, you know, that happened.
Alright, this is dumb. We're just gonna climb a tree again. Yeah, I feel like that is kind of the problem. Like, Master Koga is such a goober, but the Yiga are objectively a force for evil in this world. I think the only
like
thing...
the banana guys, like, kill people's spouses to keep them in line?
Yeah.
The banana guys?
But I am fond of the sort of, like, friendly rivalry situation where it's like, yeah, this guy's a Saturday morning cartoon villain, but, like, he's not a bad guy, you know? Just because you are a bad guy doesn't mean you are a bad guy, you know?
Yeah.
Alright. What am I doing? I have... Hold on. Nope. Here we go. As I was saying. Maybe one more for good measure.
Yeah, why not?
As a treat. Oh, come on, let me up. There we go.
Big damage.
Woo! Not sure the physics engine was supposed to do that, but I'm not complaining.
I wish I could drive a battle talus.
Ooh.
Like, Like I wish
Just
there was a
fuse a
mechanic
steering
to like
stick to its
just like
skull
take
and-
the reins, so to speak.
Yeah.
You know.
Where'd that treasure chest go? Did it get Yote?
Pull up the one of the runes, and then it'll like show interactable objects.
I think it's directing me to a camp, and not the presumed treasure chest that was on top of the battle talus. Well, maybe they don't all have one. I wasn't really paying that much attention.
What are we not paying attention to?
The battle talus that just exploded. I think normally they have treasure chests on them, but I don't know where it went.
Ah.
Floor's lava, floor's lava, floor's lava. Yeah, okay, we're good. Whew. Alright, back on track. We're going to... Yeah. It'd be easier if we could warp,
I
but...
like fell asleep. Indigo is gonna take a lap. I gotta replace my desk chair. It's been real. I basically work in like a armchair I bought from Wayfair in like 2016, and I
Ooh.
gotta upgrade this thing.
Yeah, probably smart. So
I got the
like
most
sitting on-
like $50 office chair from like an Office Depot or whatever. The first year that I had a like an off-campus apartment in college, and I had that up until like last year when Cyan and I moved into our house, and I was like, yeah, you know, chair's fine. Like I can get a new one, because like it's been like 5 years at this point, maybe 4, I think. And then I sat in the new chair. I'm like, oh yeah, no, this is comfy. Wait, let me compare it. And I sat back in the old chair, and I was like, oh god, this almost hurts. Like all this time, I was just like, yeah, this is a normal chair. And then I'm like, oh, this is what a comfortable chair is supposed to feel like.
I can never go
I'm
back.
not like leaning forward at an awkward angle the whole time to account for the way that the backrest of the, yeah. I like to think that I'm not the kind of person who's like, oh god, no, I could never. But after going from the one chair to the other, I like sat down like, oh, I almost hurt in this.
Yeah.
How? Maybe that's why my back sucks so bad.
Yeah, I run into the problem of I like sit crouched up like a little gremlin the entire time too. So the like range of chairs that would work for me to edit at, which is basically what I do all day every day, is like an incredibly narrow field. Then within that, I am obsessed with getting my apartment to look as close to Sherlock Holmes' study as possible. So there's a very limited amount of chairs that both function for someone who needs arms on a chair, but also a wide enough chair that they can curl up on it and looks nice. So
that
Indigo's
maximalism.
constantly on the hunt.
Let's start using up some of these weapons that are just one hit away from getting busted, that I hold on to just on principle. It's like, oh, I can't pick up anything or fuse it to a stone talus. I have 3 weapons that are one hit away from exploding, and I just can't get rid of them.
Can't believe it fuses Didrail's horn backwards on your spear.
Yeah, well, because it reads it as a sledge, so it assumes I want to hammer
Yeah.
stuff with it. In fact. I mean, to be fair, it is a very good sledge. Nope, nope. I pretend I do not see it. Leave me alone. Tulin, get him!
Get him, Tulum, sick him. As much as I miss Rivali's Gale, I do like that you could just sort of sick these guys on some of the enemies in the game and be like, I don't
Oh,
want to
yeah.
fight this one, I'll just see how far these guys can get.
The
Yeah, just
funniest
running
thing
in
in the
circles,
world.
watching the champions go nuts.
Okay, so when you do a boss fight with Master Koga and you have all the sages around, it is the funniest thing in the world because you knock him out of his spoiler alert. He at one point basically gets to pilot like a mech. You knock him out of the pilot seat, and they just wail on him. They just all pile in. It's like that one JoJo gif.
I was gonna say it's the JoJo gif.
All right, where is it? I can smell it. I sense your presence. Aha! I have found you.
Ahaha, you can't hide from me no longer.
I like that if you open it from the front, it uses the Zonai arm, and it's implied to be some kind of mystical process. But you can like also just kick it in the hinges, and it works just as well.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, so people were like, "What do you mean the miner's top is the sluttiest thing in the game?" Look at it. Look at that, and tell me that's a thing you'd wear in polite company. All right, where are we going?
I'm not saying
Yeah.
it's not slutty. I just think we're ignoring the existence of some of the more like halter top situations. You know,
I guess.
the
mean-
no back frost set is up there.
Yeah, well, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, like, that's the basic choice for sluttiest armor set in the game. Like, the backless
Yeah,
beer
Yeah, but
dress
it's also
with the
not
nail
wrong.
polish, I guess.
There are no sleeves and no side of... Hold on, Red, can you take the shield off for a second? I want to see if this shirt actually has a back to it.
Sure. Oh, let me get rid of the weapons, too. Just to... And the bow. God, there's so much stuff. Huh. Results inconclusive? Is it like a ripped crop top?
Huh.
Huh.
Yeah, no, so this is by far the sluttiest thing in the game. He's wearing
See?
a little shred of fabric, and then
Okay, but then there's the
everything
desert
else is
bow
just
set, which is
chains.
just like no shirt, only one sleeve. I feel like
Yeah.
we're ignoring that one too.
This is the
yeah,
this is the Princess Leia, or no, fuck. Well, I mean, it is also kind of Princess Leia, but this is the Padme that just bears my midriff set, you know, where it's like, oh no, I've been artfully slashed directly across the midsection in a way that doesn't grievously injure me, but does make me look cooler.
There's something like sluttier about wearing sleeves that aren't sleeves than just like not wearing a shirt.
I think it's in the same way that like naked but wearing socks is more naked than just full naked, you know? It kind of implies like an intentionality or like something happened here.
Reminds
Whoops.
me of the,
Excuse me, fellas. Wrong turn. My bad.
Reminds me of the video where Bernadette Banner is explaining, like, did the Victorians actually have, like, an ankle thing? Like, was it specifically ankles they were all about? And she's like, well, no, it's kind of like the intentional uncovering of any, like, given part of the body had the same effect, and the ankle was just kind of, like, the most easily accessible, because it was just, the fashion was that your skirts go to the floor. So just, like, hiking up your skirt, like, 3 inches to show the ankle was like, oh, look at me. As opposed to, like, Victorians actually having, like, sinful thoughts about ankles in particular. Similar thing with Link's shirt here.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think. Oh, nice one, Tulin. Alright. Now, the mining helmet is kind of a ways, I think. And if I'm correct, we sort of need to go down and around anyway. So we're just gonna do that.
Neat.
I feel like there's got to be a light route over here, but it might be on the other side of this canyon wall, so we're not going to get it anytime soon. I finished Pluto yesterday. I also started Pluto yesterday. I spent 8 hours yesterday watching Pluto. It's real good. I think that everybody should watch it. We're not going to twist anybody's arm or anything. It's just, I think it's very interesting.
Cool.
Because, Red, you were telling me that the whole thing of, like, trying to adapt Astro Boy is a very complicated process because it is so specific to itself. It was basically, like, it's the forefather of the whole, like, manga medium, so...
Yeah,
a lot
Astro
of-
Boy is what made manga a genre, basically. Tezuka, the man who created it, is called the godfather of manga. And it's fucking completely justified. That is well deserved. The man was almost pathological in how much he drew manga and how much he liked it. But Astro Boy is, from a modern perspective, a very odd framing for the story, because Tezuka was extremely inspired by Disney, like Mickey Mouse. So Astro has this, like, or I guess, or Adam, depending on if you watch it in dub or sub. He's got these hair spikes, basically, that do the Mickey Mouse ear thing. They, you know, they're kind of on top of his head, and they don't really move according to physics. It's just
Fun.
whichever direction he's facing. One of them is spiked up and to the left, up and to the right, and the other one's down and to the left, I think. So it's got this very cute style, but then it's like the saddest shit you've ever read. Literally, the first key plot point of the timeline of Astro Boy, which also doesn't have exactly a consistent canon, because it was serialized, and then whenever it was collected, he was like, I can fix the plot here, or like redraw this chapter to make it better. So it's like, oh, is this the timeline where he travels to the future and kind of gets a time loop paradox thing and dies, or is this the one where he ends up in space and is adopted by aliens? And it's like, what do you mean? But it has this very cute style, but then like the first thing that happens in the story is that a child dies, and his grieving father makes a robot copy of the child, and then goes insane when he realizes the robot copy will never replace the original, so he sells the robot copy to a circus. So that's where it fucking starts, and then from there it's like, and now he's a superhero. Everything's fine. So adapting Astro Boy is kind of an interesting challenge, because there was an anime adaptation that came out pretty soon after the manga came out, and it very much similar to the manga, has a very similar tone. Also, I think it's from the era of black and white anime, which is interesting. But there was an animated Astro Boy movie that came out several years ago that Indigo has had the displeasure of watching and judging the entire franchise based on how bad it sucks.
It's extremely neutral. I did a full write-up review of it on Movie Struck because it was selected by my patrons, and so this is not any shade to my patrons. They're all wonderful people. But yeah, no, I didn't like the movie. I think it was incredibly boring. It felt like the most by the books numbers. Like every joke felt like it was procedurally generated to exist in that movie. It had the red-blue battle thing.
Mm-hmm.
Kid was a robot, and the robot was more human than expected. And he found a group of teens that he could hang with. And it was just,
No,
it was
you are correct.
incredibly boring.
The movie is incredibly by the numbers and trying to play it safe, and any of the wackier stuff about Astro Boy, they make fun of because they don't feel confident in making them work, which is already off to a bad start. And then they did, so there have been like, oh, we can't quite one cycle this, I think. Oh, no, we did it. We're good. So there was a movie, a different animated movie, this one 2D animated, called Metropolis, that came out in like 2003 or 2004 or something. And it is not exactly an adaptation of Astro Boy, in that it is allegedly an adaptation of a different manga that Tezuka worked on called Metropolis, except it has absolutely nothing in common with the plot of that, and the main character, the main robot character of Metropolis basically has Astro Boy's backstory, but it plays out a lot worse for her than it does for him.
It's not based on the movie Metropolis,
It
is
is,
it? Because
well, the thing is not exactly, but also maybe just a little bit. It's got similar vibes of like, oh, this robot girl, things are not going well for this robot girl, because she herself is struggling with humanity and such like.
I don't know if that's the read I would take on Metropolis.
Well, I
The
haven't
girl
watched
in
the
that
original
movie is
Metropolis, I'm
pretty
sorry.
Giddy to be doing crime.
Yeah, so the thing is, it is an incredibly faithful adaptation of Tezuka's visual style. All of the character models are very purposefully rendered based on his extremely stylized kind of Disney-esque. Everyone's got like real big noses and like rubber hose proportions and stuff like that. But it's also incredibly fluidly animated, so you'll see these designs from angles they were never intended to be seen from. And it's really interesting, and the movie is incredible. But I wouldn't exactly call it a faithful adaptation of anything Tezuka made. It feels more like somebody looked at the body of his work and was like, what can I make from this? And the situation with Pluto is kind of similar. Pluto was a manga before it was an anime. There is an arc in the Astro Boy manga that I believe is called something like The Greatest Robot in the World, or like Strongest Robot or something. And it's basically, as is fairly common for the Monster of the Week format in Astro Boy, a scientist creates an extremely powerful robot becomes a problem, Astro has to deal with it. In this case, the robot is a horned robot named Pluto, and he goes around and starts killing the 7 most powerful robots in the world. There are like 7 robots that are just higher tech and fancier than everybody else, and he's going around and murdering them to show how cool he is. It's fairly standard stuff, and then he and Astro have a big robot fight, and then he explodes. And then someone was like, I can make this a horror manga, basically. So the Pluto manga, and I say somebody, I don't remember the name, but the person doing it is kind of considered to be like the best manga creator currently working. So like that's the level. It's just not a person whose other work I've read. And basically they just did that story, but from the perspective of a character who exists for 7 pages in the original run, a robot detective who is one of the 7 strongest robots in the world. He investigates briefly, and then he gets killed by Pluto. So like that's the level of thing we're working on here. And they make it really, really good. They don't change the plot. Nobody who's supposed to die survives. They don't like... they don't change it around, but everyone gets more backstory. So it's like, oh yeah, this is that photon-powered pacifist robot with all the orphans who gets fucking exploded. And then you get like 3 episodes to get really attached to the pacifist robot, and you're like, well, I hope maybe he isn't gonna explode. And then you're never gonna believe this. He does in fact explode. Anyway, it's really good. And I think in terms of an adaptation, it's fascinating because the visual style of this is incredibly, like... It's still stylized, it is still an anime, but it's a lot more realistic and a lot more fluid. They put a lot of work into, making sure that everyone's hair moves like hair, everyone's expressions are very subtle and stuff like that. And it almost, I think, works better with the stuff that Tezuka was, like, exploring in Astro Boy, of these themes of, like, existentialism and, like, robot civil rights movement and stuff like that. And seeing that in kind of a goofy-ass rubber hose, animation style, there's some cognitive dissonance that kind of needs to be overcome. And then you look at it with this, and it's like, this almost works better, This feels like it's doing the story in a more emotionally impactful way than the original, which feels a little bit blasphemous, because, again, godfather of manga, etc., but, like, it's really good. I think the only complaint I would have, it's not even a complaint, it's just that as a result of the way the medium works, they kind of take their sweet fucking time getting anywhere in a few of the episodes. I don't know. They're building it up for, like, pathos and stuff, where it's like, this is one of the 7 strongest robots in the world, so he's gonna explode, but you need to be invested when that happens. So, like, we get a whole half episode that's like, here's how this robot weapon of war wants to not be a weapon of war anymore and wants to learn to play beautiful classical music. And then you get real invested in that, and then he explodes, and you're like, no! I was invested in the classical music! Anyway, it's good. People should watch it. None of the Astro Boy things were good. Oh, I'll fight you on that one, commenter. It just founded an entire genre. It influenced, like, 3 generations of artists at this point. How good could it possibly be? It's so easy to dunk on things that are old because they don't, share our enlightened sensibilities. And I like doing that sometimes, but mostly from the perspective of what can we learn from what's different now? Like, what's clearer with the benefit of hindsight? And in the case of this, it's like almost nothing. Some parts of it age weird if you look at it really closely, but there's a reason it was that influential, It did a ton to shape the medium and the genre and stuff like that. Anyway, nobody else on this call cares about this, so somebody please...
just have no context for it.
Yeah,
I guess because... Indigo, sorry, you were going to say something.
I was just going to say, I think it's very interesting, but I have no exposure to Astro Boy outside of the one bad movie, so I don't have a lot to add to it. I respect it as a work. I'm sure it was very influential in a lot of things that I really liked, but I've just never felt the impulse to go through it and try and parse that.
It's interesting. I've read through several swaths of the manga, and again, the canonicity of anything gets a little bit weird. But like it was deeply influential, and in this case, somebody looked at that and was like, I want to write this story again. I want to do it justice. I want to change nothing. I just want to explore implications that were sort of glossed over in the original. And they pulled it off, and it was awesome. And so many things have been inspired by it. It's like, it's a rare science fiction or cyberpunk story that doesn't at least reference Astro Boy in some way. Anyway, but yes, context, stuff like that. Oh yes, it very much inspired Mega Man.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I had a kind of similar, Dad puts on a movie. I'm like, this movie's old. I don't want to watch it. And it's like, well, for a young child, like yeah, getting them to watch a black and white movie is a bit of a lurch, but as we get older and develop more of a media literacy, watching back through older stuff is a really interesting experience. And it's not to say like, oh, no one's made a good movie since Citizen Kane. Like, absolutely not. That's ridiculous. And there are a lot of thoughts out there, the way people talk about older media, that it's like, yes, we nailed it once, and then like no video game has actually been good since Ocarina of Time. Like, get out of here. But understanding the ways, like Red, what you were saying, in which genres evolve, and seeing like the fingerprints of an entire art form present in a couple foundational works is really, really cool. And even seeing then like what the lineage is, going back from like Astro Boy to Disney, where there's all the stuff that's kind of swirling around together, and then eventually it like splinters off into different genres. Like we get Western animation in the Disney vein, and we get anime in kind of like the Astro Boy style. Not that I'm saying Astro Boy is the father of anime, but like
You should
like
be.
the manga
It is
style.
correct.
Well, I mean, then fine. But to say that, like, understanding how genres split out, how art forms evolve, and learning, like, oh, this is something that basically pioneered the concept of blank. Like, let's say some, Steamboat Willie pioneered squash and stretch animation. That's not actually true, but I'm pulling an example out of my ass. Like,
Right.
recognizing how various pieces of media have done things that were later on innovated and improved and perfected by later artists, but seeing the first big steps of like, we have this idea, we're going to try it, and maybe it won't work and maybe it will. And there are even some places to go to, like, this is an old piece of media that tried this thing and completely fell on its face, and that's interesting too. It's a different kind of, like, bad movie night. We watch it for the edification. Like, we watch an old cartoon and it's like, okay, what isn't working here? Is it that the way they structure the story, it's too episodic, they don't actually have any time for overarching narrative? Like, okay, cool, we can dig into that. So I'm not going anywhere in particular with this train of thought, but like the old media thing, it's a really hard sell to get people on because it's so distant, it's so old. People want to watch stuff that's new and shiny, or read stuff, or what have you. But it is a really interesting process to go through and read or watch or listen to, in the case of music, stuff from before our understandings of the genres that we like came into being. And I think that's really cool.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that this is something that I think is selectively interesting for people who are, creators in specific spaces or genres. Like, I mean, Indigo, you will watch older movies than I would ever conceive of watching because you get a lot more.
I'm ride or die for the movie Wings, which was 1927. Yeah,
Right.
I love an old movie.
No pants.
No pants.
No pants. No pants.
No pants. No pants.
No, like I agree. Like, there's a lot of value in watching an old thing, but I do think like movies in particular, you tend to get like the space is just so much more recent than a lot of like literature or music is. Like, that's, you've got hundreds of years going back, and movies you have 100 years or so going back to like really explore. Which can make it in some ways one of the more accessible forms of old media to get into, but you still get the same thing with like people who are like, oh, well, it's silent, I don't want to watch that, or I don't really get what all this kind of like goofy expressive acting is about. And I think there's a lot of value to going back and examining it, both from an academic, I want to see the standpoint, and also because a lot of it holds up pretty well, and there's still a lot of fun stuff out there that was just made in ye olden times.
Yeah.
I mean, like, Metropolis is a great example of, like, one of the most iconic pieces of science fiction media ever made. It's a silent film from, way back when, and, yeah, it's just fantastic. Like, there's still so much in it that really holds up. There's a lot of incredible visuals, incredible motion, and you can see why and how it had such an influence on a lot of the subsequent science fiction, and particularly, like, robots on screen. And sometimes it's fun to go watch some of the old kaiju flicks just because the suits are made of rubber and they're very funny, and that's entertaining too. There's a lot of value in both versions of going back to older media.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to step out for a sec to go grab Cyan, but I'll be back in like 20-25 minutes.
Cool. Hop back on the call whenever. But yeah, I think that there's something very interesting about if you are, you know, not even necessarily a creator, but like if you're an artist or an analyst, I guess, or like a critic for a specific space, and you are just interested in how it works, then looking into the older parts of a story, the things that shaped a genre can be just unbelievably rewarding. Without even needing to like explain why. It's like, oh god, oh Jesus, sorry, we're way too close to the ceiling. That's very, very unsettling. And I'd love it if our two choices weren't fall or bump into the ceiling, but we're good. Anyway, so when I rise to the defense of Astro Boy so stringently, it's because I think that it shaped the space of all right, Annie, fucking time now. Of manga and anime, comics and animation, Monster of the Week format, storytelling. It's, you know, it's incredibly influential. And it's interesting seeing how many people have tried to adapt it, because it really is hard to make sense of in just the most basic way. It's like, why did this work? Why did this creator, you know, elect to use a style that had such a cute, fun, you know, why was he so influenced by early, you know, cutesy Disney when he was telling these deeply, you know, profound stories about the nature of humanity and, like, you know, robot civil rights movement was like the name of the game. It showed up in almost everything he did. And anyway, I think it's interesting. And then you get something like Pluto where I'm like, oh, this might convince people that the story has always been good, actually, because this is basically just like, you know, a fanfic expansion of and like genre blend of what was already there.
Yeah, it's adaptation can be a really powerful tool for like giving the necessary context to a modern audience to understand an older piece of media. In a way that sometimes, you know, obviously it's very easy to overstep your hand on that and to be like, I know how to expand this story and make it more profound and introduce this theme, and like that's a school of adaptation that I don't personally love. But there's also a way to do it where you basically update the visuals, for lack of a better word. You put a shiny coat on it so that people find it more accessible and more interesting, because, you know, as much as we might be huge nerds for like, well, this was the originator of a genre and it's super cool to go back to it, and like I have a lot of love and nostalgia for like the black and white movie and like the look of it and the little kind of like out of focus lo-fi appearance. That's not going to be a huge draw for the majority of consumers. So I think that like adaptation can be a very powerful tool to get eyes on something that was influential without removing the things that made it influential, but it takes a very balanced hand to accomplish that.
Yeah, which is why I think that the movie version that you watched is such a horrible travesty, because it is so deeply embarrassed by absolutely everything that it is allegedly trying to adapt, and it ends up producing absolutely no interest in the original, because it's like, oh, haha, I got machine guns in my butt, and it's like, wow, that's so wacky and weird. I wonder if the creator of the manga thought it was funny too. Anyway,
yeah, I mean, like, part of it is that movie was definitely geared for children and not like meant to be in any way a deep adaptation of any of the heavier themes of something. And again, I've read no other Astro Boy media, so I don't know how overtly it is like intended for kids versus intended to like explore the themes that it's setting up in a more mature way. And sometimes that is a problem that I run into with media, where it's like, I can recognize that I'm not the target audience for this, so as much as I find this one particular thing like fridge horrifying, or like I might think that this is something that can be really explored, this is just not what this media is interested in. So I don't want to defend the Astro Boy movie because it is just kind of bad, but like I do understand that, like, watching, I'm like, oh, I'm not the target audience for this, and I can see how if I watched this when I was 10, I might be really into it because it's working on 10-year-old levels, but that does not make it a good adaptation of the source media. Again, I have not read anything else Astro Boy, so I cannot speak to what it is intended to be.
You are correct that it is deeply not a good adaptation of the source material. The main thing that they fuck up is Astro's personality, which is kind of the important thing. Anyway, I could be mad about that all day long, but I think that part of what is so interesting to me about this is that you have the difference between, like, Metropolis, which is an adaptation that seems to deeply understand what the source material was going for and is using that medium to tell a story that is in line with it but isn't exactly anything that was written, versus Pluto, which is a very faithful anime adaptation of a manga that was essentially a tribute to an arc in the original that could have been expanded on but wasn't in the original. And then you get shit like the thing you watched, which is just like, oh, Astro Boy, we could probably make money if we made an Astro Boy movie, right? Ugh.
Yeah, it's a weird space to operate in. Also, like, the single most reserved performance I've ever heard Nick Cage give in a movie. He usually goes to the nines no matter what he's in, and
Oh my
in that
God,
one, they're
who
like,
is he in
I
that
feel like they
movie?
almost told. He's the scientist.
He's Tenma?
He's Tenma.
God damn it.
Exactly, you'd never know. It's this. It took me a while. I'm like, it sounds like Cage, but it's not sounding like Cage, you know?
I wouldn't make him Tenma anyway. Tenma is supposed to be a reserved character, but he's also, like, the thing with Dr. Tenma is that he's a brilliant scientist and the world's worst dad. He sucks so bad, and I think the way they characterize him in Pluto is fantastic. But you wouldn't make Cage do that. Like, the thing with Tenma is that he's got this veneer of professionalism, and then he's also the world's worst father.
Yeah, it was not a performance that was working or adding to anything, and if anything, it made the movie feel even more flat, because I was like, it didn't feel like everyone on the movie also was not interested in being in it. Like, Cage is not the only person who had an uninteresting take on their character's voice. There was a lot of folks in that film who very much felt like they're like, I can read these lines as written, and then I can go home, because this is not going nowhere.
What is lava? Okay, we're good. But yeah, I think that what interests me about this is that it feels like a lot of people who try to adapt it run into the same problem of, like, what exactly is the deal with this? Like, how does it work? Why did they make it like that? Because, of course, when, you know, with that movie, almost any time there's an adaptation that is very clearly embarrassed to be what it is, it's usually because there's something about it that it doesn't get. Or it's like, I don't understand why they did it this way. You know, I don't understand why they would have told the story like this. I don't know why they made it. I don't know why they designed the robot to have these abilities in this way. So let's poke fun at it, you know, because God forbid we sincerely play something we don't understand. Anyway, it's interesting to me because I think I also have at times been like, I don't get why Tezuka did it this way. Part of the reason I liked Pluto so much is because I was like, this feels like the style and tone that would have made this whole thing work for me better. Rather than giving me constant tonal whiplash for, like, how, you know, you'll have, like, a heartbreaking end to a comic where a robot that was designed to be a weapon has completely self-destructed, and Astro's like, man, it sure does suck that robot was built with a destructo beam for a head. And I'm like, yeah, bro, that does suck. Would that we all had the ability to not be built with destructo beams for a head.
Dare to dream. Mm-hmm. Dare to dream.
Someday, I envision a world where robots with destructo beams for heads can live in peace without destructo beaming even one person. Like, I poke fun, but I love that shit. I think it's really fun, and there are parts of it where I'm like, this was, you know, really compelling, or this was really unsettling, or, you know, something like that. Anyway, it's interesting to me that other people seem to have the same kind of struggle with it, where they're not entirely sure how to make it work, you know, how to hit the part that made it work. Because with the Astro Boy movie that was so clearly like nobody wanted to be there, it was like, Astro Boy is a franchise that's been very successful. Slap that shit on this YA adventure movie. call it a day. It's like, okay, cool. And then this is like, okay, this person looked at the story and was like, this is what makes this compelling. Let's do that.
Yeah, I think, you know, some people are good at adapting other things and some people are not. This is the thing I've run into a lot with, like, sequel trilogy of Star Wars had prompted a lot of thought of this, but like, what makes a director good at doing adaptation versus what makes, or like in this case, adapting like the vibes and themes of a long story and adding to it, or in the Astro Boy Pluto case, adapting like just more of the direct way. But I think it's kind of this balancing act between the aesthetics and style that make something unique, and then the themes and story that it is interested in. Like an example of like one but not without the others, like J.J. Abrams is, for all of his flaws, very good at getting the style and appearances of media that he is interested in or working on and translating that to a different media. It's like the Star Trek and the Star Wars movies that he worked on, like they look like they should to be adaptations or continuations of the media that they are.
Yeah, that's true.
But the theme is not always there, right? Like that's what the sequel trilogy, like, yeah, no, we seem to misunderstand like what the Star Wars universe is like fundamentally interested in, or at the very least have not found a way to make what the original trilogy is interested in interesting further or expanded upon. It sounds like with Pluto there is an understanding both of the aesthetics and also the themes and the interests of the media, so that when it's expanded upon in this adaptation, it feels seamless and actually improves the original product rather than like just getting the aesthetics down and then letting the rest fall to the wayside.
Yeah, I feel like there's almost, because the thing you said about J.J. Abrams like being really good at nailing the aesthetic, I feel like that almost ties in with a thing I've noticed, especially in the sequel trilogy, which is being afraid to do anything too different from the already established stuff. And like, the thing is, the visual style of Pluto, when the trailer first came out, I was like, this looks nothing like Astro Boy. Everyone looks like a real fucking person. What's going on? But that's kind of what made it work, because if it didn't have this more serious style, it wouldn't have the impact it was trying to have. And the ability to be like, I'm doing an Astro Boy story and it's gonna look like this, what are you gonna do about it, is like, oh shit, okay, cool, respect. Whereas, you know, with the sequel Star Wars trilogy, it's like, these look like Star Wars, but, you know, they're not doing anything different. Like, part of what people liked about the original trilogy is that, like, every movie was, well, okay, every movie. Here's the thing. Like, Empire Strikes Back is very, very, very different from New Hope. And then Return of the Jedi is kind of a New Hope, but again, which is why most people are like, Empire is the best movie, and Return of the Jedi is, like, fine. And there's, I think, a level of confidence that a creator needs to have in their own understanding of the story to be able to be like, I'm going to take this and I'm going to do something new with it. And hopefully it works. And if they instead take the story and they're like, I'm going to do what worked last time until it stops working, is like, it feels a little bit less confident. More like the creator is like, I was given this assignment to work on and I don't really understand it, so I'm just going to copy what has worked previously in the hopes that it keeps working.
It gets into, because, like, you know, Star Wars, there's the original trilogy, but then also there are the prequels, and they all have a unified design aesthetic and, like, type of story that they're interested in. The very, like, operatic, over-the-top, twisty, and it's almost like a soap opera in space more than just being a straight-up opera. And it did feel like the sequel trilogy, part of what they got wrong is, well, part of it was the mystery boxes that set up and then didn't pay off, but also, like, in doing the same thing over again, they failed to see that what was interesting was not that the story was unique or different, but that it was this dramatic, twisty and turny thing with this sort of like soap opera-esque background to it, and then, you know, cool lightsaber fights and stuff on top of that. But like, it had been done before, and as regardless of how you feel about the prequels, people look back on those fondly in a way that they do not look back on the sequel trilogy, and I think it's a better example of understanding the property and then translating that to more of it than the sequels are.
I think that's a good example because the prequels were extremely dumb and poorly executed, but they were also very, very different from the original trilogy.
Yeah.
Like, they were created in such a way that it was like, hey, we're gonna tell the story of how the world got to look like that, and it cannot look like the story we've already told in this world. That's just not how this is gonna work. And there was confidence in that. I mean, it was George Lucas's creative vision, which is why it was dumb as all fuck, but like, it was still, you know, very much, he wasn't afraid that if he did something too different, people weren't gonna like it. Demonstrably so, considering what all three of those movies looked like.
But I think it does still capture the, like, those still feel like Star Wars movies in a way that the sequel trilogy didn't always feel like a Star Wars movie. I know people have like a lot of mixed opinions on The Last Jedi, and like personally, it's not my favorite movie. I like Rian Johnson as a director, but like it doesn't feel like you're watching a Star Wars movie when you watch that. They seem almost like ashamed of the aesthetic choices in a way that JJ was not. Again, lots of problems with the JJ movies as well, but like those ones feel to me like when I'm watching it aesthetically, at least it is a Star Wars film. And the prequels understood, I think, that aesthetic because again, it is George Lucas making them, so it was much easier to translate that when it's coming from the same person. But like, they feel like they fit in the universe, even if they are doing some drastically different storytelling in a way that the often same storied sequel trilogy did not.
Sorry, yeah, you're absolutely right. I was trying to do a physics experiment and it didn't work.
I could see the heavy concentration on this inflatable.
Yeah.
It's all good.
But yeah, I think that especially when someone is kind of like a legacy creator or adapting a story that they, you know, don't necessarily feel that they have the, oh wait, what am I doing? That they didn't create but like now are at the reins of, there's definitely a fear of like, what if I fuck this up and like I spoil the creative vision and everything goes wrong, which is an understandable thing to be worried about. But I think that that's why an understanding of how the thing worked in the first place is so important, because that is what lets you know what can I do that is different from what has already been done but still fits the general vibe, and like what would be completely beyond the pale and what bits do I need to commit to fit the tone of the universe, like stuff like that. It's a level of understanding that needs to, you know, that the creator needs to have to work. And so I see some adaptations where I'm like, that was a wild choice, but somehow it made sense. Makes me think that that person knows what they're doing to a certain extent. And then I'm like, that was an extremely safe choice, and they did it because they knew it had worked before. But the problem is that in the space of creativity, this worked before, so I'll do it 5 million more times does not pay the kind of dividends that people want it to.
Right. I do think too you run into like, we're talking about a major franchise that is one of the most profitable and biggest media properties in existence, and so there is a certain amount of fear of like, well, this has to keep making money, right? Like, we've sunk so much into this, let's just do the thing we already know they like, which I feel like you get a little bit more freed with that when you adapt a smaller property, which I think is why we get to see much more experimental adaptations of like anime a lot of the times, or like older media properties that are being revitalized, as opposed to like a sequel trilogy or a remake of an older existing franchise.
Yeah, definitely. I've also been seeing some conversation happening about this in the space of Star Trek. Obviously, because we brought up the J.J. Abrams movies, and like, I am a firm Star Trek Beyond defender. I think that the third movie is legitimately really good. It feels like a feature-length episode of the show, but like better and looks good, and the acting is good, and Kirk actually knows how to look like he's been punched. Like when the J.J. Abrams verse came out and the first movie came out, it really felt like it was simultaneously trying to like play it safe, but also be like, oh, you thought that this thing was going to happen because you know it has to happen because, oh, Kirk's got to be the captain, but just kidding, Spock's going to be the captain first. How weird and subversive of your expectations. But then everyone got into the position they needed to be. And then for the second one, they were like, well, we gotta do Wrath of Khan. Everyone's expecting it. Wrath of Khan is like the coolest movie ever that everybody loves, so we need to do it. And let's get the coolest actor that everybody loves, Benedict Cumberbatch. He's the hottest thing. It's like 2011, and he can do no wrong in anybody's eyes. And then for the third one, they were like, all right, this is the last one we're doing. We can actually get weird with it. Let's get weird with it. And then it was really good.
Yeah. I feel like the problem with the Star Trek movies for me is like I enjoy them quite a bit. I think that they're pretty fun, but like in no world where you are adapting Star Trek should you just be remaking a movie that already exists. Like it is a media property designed to allow you to explore the vast universe and make some shit up. And so to do Khan again, I know people like The Wrath of Khan, but also The Wrath of Khan is a movie that exists and is not that old in the grand scheme of movies. Like, you could just go watch it.
Yeah.
So I fall into the camp of, I think I'm with you on the defending the third one a little bit, just because they got to get a little weird with it, and it kind of ended up being kind of fun. Like, is it a perfect movie? No. But
of course not. There's no such thing as a perfect movie.
To see them mess around with the space? Yeah, absolutely.
I also think that, like, in the third movie, they were making up new things, because was it Jamestown or something, the name of that big just space station that really feels like someone on the production team was like, oh, I understand the utopic vision of the Federation. This is all cultures and like all peoples living together in a beautiful snow globe in space. I was like, great, this is exactly the kind of dumb shit they would have done in the original if they'd had the budget for it. This works perfectly. I love it. There's also just, they keep introducing new people and new stuff. It's a rare case where the twist of, like, the bad guy is Federation isn't the Federation is bad, it's the Federation's new pacifistic structure doesn't work for the old Warhawks that helped build that world. It's got the exact same... Oh, what's up?
I got a $200 donation.
Oh, no, wait, is that...
Is something.
I think that's no Bright Blooms. Great, okay.
Stop lighting up the dark.
I'm not using Bright Blooms. I just glow now. They glow now. I know there's a light route at the top of this cliff, but I don't know how much of an underhang I'm going to need to climb to get there.
Well, you'll find out.
I guess I will, yeah. Anyway, so I've been seeing that sort of like war between we got to subvert people's expectations, but not too much. We still got to give them what they're expecting. So like the second J.J. Abrams Star Trek movie is, I think, kind of the apotheosis of that, because it's like, oh boy, we're going to give you Khan, but instead of Kirk yelling Khan, Spock's going to yell it. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not trying to dunk on it too bad. It's just like, it really is indicative of that underlying fear of like, if I get too weird with it, then the people who like the way it used to be won't like it. But if I play it too safe, they're going to say that there was no point in the remake. So we have to mix it up a little bit, but not enough to actually change anything. So we swap the role of Kirk and Spock so that Kirk gets to sacrifice himself and Spock gets to have the fucking angry punch fight. Sure. Anyway.
I feel like this kind of gets to the reason I'm not super excited about the like Last Airbender live action show or anything, or like any of that. I'm like, oh, that was such a perfectly told story. Like, there's no reason that we need to adapt it. So I'm curious, just like visually, I think it looks fine. All the castings and stuff that come out, I'm like, yeah, I mean, that looks fine. I see it. It's in my sphere, but I just can't get excited about it, and it's because I can't conceptualize like what could you possibly be adding or expanding on in this to make an entire live action adaptation like worth it, you know? Like, what is the buy-in for me as someone who already liked the original story to see it again in this different format?
Yeah, I think I'm curious enough to see the answer to that question that I'm probably going to check it out. You know, I do like the original far too much to dismiss it. But I think that's a very legitimate concern, because it's like there was no part of the original where I thought, well, okay, that's not entirely true. I have said I think that it would have been better if they had a lot more time with Zuko as a good guy. It's like what the entire show was building towards, and then we only get half of one season with him on Team Good Guy. And you kind of get the impression that they were like, maybe thought they'd have a little bit more time with him, and they kind of had to speed run through everybody's like life-changing field trips. That felt like a writer's room in joke that made it into the final version, where like you could just picture them around the table like, all right, who still needs their life-changing field trip? And like, did we have any ideas with Toph? I mean, we could maybe have them bond over like family troubles, but it's not enough to devote an entire episode to. But Katara needs her life-changing field trip.
Yeah. Like, I think that there's still, like, that's a good point of, like, stuff that there is that they could add, but I still were a little worried. I'm like, but there's 2 other seasons before you get to Zuko as a good guy. Like, how much are you going to change the original story to facilitate that versus, like, as much as I like the world of Avatar, I'm like, yeah, you could add stuff with the Kyoshi warriors, you could explain more lore, but is that actually to the benefit of the story, or is that just like a neat thing that existed in like a guide or an addendum or one of the novels or the comics that's now considered in the canon of the main storyline, if that makes any sense? Like, I worry you could get almost too bogged down with, well, we have to add more to this in order to justify a live action version, and that could dilute the impact of the original story.
I agree.
I would love to see more of Zuko and the team. Like, if that was basically what they added, great, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, no complaints.
But I fear that the other 2 seasons are going to present something of an issue in adaptation of, well, they were already pretty tight and pretty jam-packed. Like, what can you add or change to those that will still be effective?
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of possibilities, but I'm not going to... Hello? Sorry, just a second. Okay. I think that there's a lot that they could do with it, and I trust that they aren't going to be so, like, married to the canon that they can't take any risks. I think that there's a lot that could be done, and that was kind of the concern. It's like, if they're too obsessed with recreating the magic of the first time around, they aren't going to take the kind of risks that produce good second installments of a franchise, you know?
Right.
And that's the exact kind of thing that I've seen people talking about with, like, new various... Although, the thing is, Star Trek is kind of an interesting case because for a while there, every show they were doing was kind of wildly different from the previous ones.
Yeah.
I think the closest that it came was, like, TNG, they were clearly sort of trying to follow the formula of whatever magic had worked for the original series. So they were like, okay, we've split Kirk into 2 characters. The captain role and the handsome Starfleet Lothario role are now 2 different guys. Starfleet Lothario is my dad's term for it. I want to give him appropriate credit. There's one of them in every show. It's very funny. They are never the most popular character. It's clear that the writers always assume they're gonna be. But TNG rapidly got weird with it when they figured out what they had with their cast. Because they were like, hey, we've got, like, a bunch of really good actors, or at least we've got like 2 really good actors and a bunch of actors that are learning pretty quick to catch up. So you can kind of see the tipping point when they realized what they had with Patrick Stewart. And they started giving him more shit to do, which was great. Because initially, clearly, the gimmick with him was supposed to be like, he doesn't like kids. And we've got this audience insert Wesley Crusher here that's supposed to be the breakout character. And that's going to be fun conflict. And then instead it was like, hey, you know this guy's fucking really, really good, right? Like, he's acting everyone else under the table except Brent Spiner, and we have Brent Spiner playing an emotionless character, so people don't notice how good of an actor he is most of the time.
We can't let them know he can act.
Yeah, and then they slowly start figuring it out. And they, you know, that's why everyone's like, the show grew the beard, and then it started getting good. And then a few seasons after it grew the beard, it started getting actually good. And then you got Voyager and DS9, which are both extremely different breaks from the formula, because that felt like the writer's room was like, hey, we have this great universe that we've built. Like, what are sides of it that we can explore? So with Voyager, it was like, what do we do if basically the whole thing is a bottle episode? They're stuck on the ship, and the ship is in, like, hostile territory, and they're just trying to get from point A to point B, and we can just throw obstacles at them. And then DS9 was like, what if instead of exploring space, the final frontier, they are on a space station proximate to an extremely complicated interplanetary conflict, like the kind that all the other shows just spend episodes on and then get to leave? Like, what does it look like if the crew can't leave, and they have to keep dealing with the consequences of that? I have not seen the newer things. I've heard stuff about Picard. I know they're doing Enterprise. I keep getting ads for Strange New Worlds. None of them have really made me want to watch, and I think it's exclusively because almost all of them are retreading slices of the timeline again. I think Strange New Worlds is the one about Pike and his crew before all the... Yeah. And I just don't find that particularly interesting. I saw the original series episode 2-parter Menagerie. I know what's up with Pike. Anyway.
I feel like of the newer ones, Lower Decks is the one I've seen the most of, and I feel like that's a fun one because it does kind of feel like the writing team on it is just a bunch of Trek fans who are getting to like play from with the sandbox of their favorite things. So even if it's not necessarily doing anything like startling and new, it's still kind of like it feels like a nice warm mug of cocoa to watch at times.
I agree.
In a way that you don't get with Trek too often.
Yeah.
If you were gonna watch one, I would suggest you Lower Decks because I do think like of the other two, like Picard has its good moments, Strange New World has its good moments, but that's the one that I think is the most Trekky, if that makes sense.
No, I agree. I've seen a few episodes of Lower Decks. The Pluto TV Trek channel was occasionally, when it was showing DS9, it would loop through DS9 and then it would start showing a few specials and then just like a chunk of like 5 Lower Decks episodes. So I saw those 5 episodes. I think it was the build up to a finale, 3 different times. And it was good. And I've heard stuff about like the most recent episodes of Lower Decks doing something pretty interesting in terms of like, oh, they're tying it back into the continuity of the episode that the entire show is named after. That's fun. So that all sounds very cool, and I think of the various shows they're currently doing, Lower Decks is probably the one that I like the most.
Yeah, I would say that's probably pretty accurate. It sounded like someone joined this call.
Oh, did they?
No thoughts on this subject.
Ah, hello! Yes, welcome back. We've gotten the entire...
Almost to the dot.
We've gotten the glow set, and I'm just kind of meandering around. I think that there's a big... I feel like the Gerudo Highlands turn into a big canyon over here.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to navigate. You can do it, but...
I'll give it a shot. There's almost certainly going to be some fun mines down there. They usually put them at the... Why is it auto-saving? Is there a Frox here that I didn't kill? I feel like I killed it. Well, I guess we'll find out. Anyway, yeah, we can break away from the Trek conversation, but we were having a more broad conversation about just the challenges of adaptation and how I've observed that there seems to be a vast disparity in quality between adaptations done by somebody who likes the original and understands what makes it work and is thus willing to like expand on it in interesting ways or take risks with the story rather than just retreading old ground, versus people who don't seem to quite understand the magic that made the original work and are thus confined to imitating what made the first thing, what they think made the first thing work. So like they can't take stylistic shifts, they can't do too much weird stuff in the character department, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if I have all that much, like, experience with looking at adaptations to be able to say. I feel like the answer is, like, watch any Dominic Noble video.
Yeah, well, yes. But we were also
yeah.
talking about things like
was gonna
sequels
say
and
my-
reboots and remakes, like Star Wars sequel trilogy. Yeah.
Yeah. Even looking at, like, new Disney Star Wars, there's such a difference between, like, the corporate Lucasfilms crap that came out of the sequel trilogy and then the very, like, specific, like, vision-driven stuff of your Andors, your Ahsokas, variable quality, your Season 1 Mandalorians, where it's an adaptation, it's fundamentally a work of adaptation, but some of them clearly had an idea or something they wanted to tackle, and some of them didn't. And I think we've talked about, like, Marvel works best when it's a filter on top of a different genre, or if the tone and the wrapping is Marvel and the genre is Marvel movie, it's boring and empty and stupid. But if it's like, this is a Marvel wrapper on top of a spy thriller, this is a Marvel wrapper on top of a space opera, this is a Marvel wrapper on top of high school little superhero runs around
Come of age,
teen
yeah.
drama kind of thing. Like those are fundamentally much more interesting and points to the creator having a specific vision beyond just we're making more of this now.
Yeah, I think that that's a big part of it. When you can tell that the creator had an idea and they wanted to explore it rather than just... The way I described it is it almost feels like some of these stories get assigned to a writer and they have to just do their best, where it's... I keep dunking on that one bad Astro Boy movie, because it's like, that was given to somebody who didn't want to make an Astro Boy story. And there are a lot of stories where it's like, this was given to somebody who doesn't understand... or at least doesn't understand what made the original work to the degree that they have ideas about it and want to do more with it. It's just kind of like, oh yeah, that's a thing that happened. Anyway,
Oh no, anyway.
yes. Let's see.
Anyway.
A surprise Cyan.
Ah,
Has she
you
appeared?
guys are very quiet.
Oh. We shouldn't be. Hold on.
You might be
It
distant...
might just be the proximity to the mic, like, yeah.
Yeah.
More than anything else.
Pull this a little more towards Cyan.
I don't talk loud.
And
Hello.
I'm all shouty.
Oh.
Ah!
I feel like I'm
Oh, we
not
were just
supposed to be
talking
here.
Where are you?
You'll see in a second. Yeah.
There, yeah. Help, I'm stuck on level geometry.
Yes.
Hold on, I'm gonna switch headphones.
Oh, okay.
They don't want to cooperate.
Darn.
Haha, you fools. Ugh.
Are we expecting to do this?
But like then in the same vein, like Andor is Star Wars, but like, or I guess Rogue One is like Star Wars but a war movie. Andor is like Star Wars but a war TV show.
Andor is Star Wars, but like
A million other things.
it's
I know.
it's got so much going on, but it's probably the only thing I've ever seen that seems to understand why revolutions happen. At least the
Yeah.
only thing in Star Wars. And it does it in a way that doesn't make
Oh
the...
no, I missed a donation.
Oh.
Earlier we had a $200, so let's start it now.
Oh, no,
bright
we
ones.
were keeping track
Oh,
of that
no,
one.
we got that.
Yeah.
Oh, we got that one? Okay.
Yeah, I've been doing no bright blooms.
Sorry, Red, though. Continue.
The thing is, there have been a few elements of recent Star Wars shows that have retroactively, I think, strengthened the writing in the original trilogy. Like, Owen and Beru got some development in Obi-Wan. It was probably the most consistently good part of Obi-Wan, or I guess Kenobi. And it retroactively made it sadder that they died. Because in the original, they were fully fridged and Luke was fine 10 minutes later. And now it's like, oh, those two were the kind of people who would adopt and care for the secret hidden child of their like friend turned absolute nightmare, and just raise him under his nose forever. I don't know. I thought it was fun.
Yeah. And then, I saw someone calling out. I mean, again, I haven't seen Andor. I haven't seen Ahsoka yet. I want to.
You should watch
But
it.
someone talking about like why Ahsoka feels much richer than it otherwise might, because when Dave Filoni approaches Star Wars, he's not just telling a Star Wars story. We can bully the Yiga. Excellent. He's telling it through the lens of like world mythology and biblical stories and a bunch of other stuff beyond just more Star Wars, which makes it so much more interesting than just like, oh, here's a show about a character from the Clone Wars cartoon. It's like, no, here's a show that is about the character from the Clone Wars cartoon, but is wrapped in so much other interesting stuff that makes the world feel big and complicated and interesting on its own, even if Ahsoka as a character is not like the single big draw for you, which is what I haven't seen Ahsoka. I just got like all of it spoiled by memes online, but it's cool. I like when people have ideas they bring to things beyond, I'm just gonna do another one of these.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
also want to put a quick apology to Indigo. I'm eating crackers again.
I'm not super cutting this. I don't care. I am doing other work while we're on the stream, so I feel like we're all fair game.
I have next to me a pile of like 5 different Smarties that I have not been opening because it's crinkly plastic and I want to be merciful, but I really want Smarties.
Open them. Just open them all at once and put them in a bowl.
Yeah.
Ooh, good idea. Oh god, what's happening?
Leo, no.
I gotta say, one of my favorite design elements in the depths are these fucked up gloom tree roots. I completely misinterpreted them the first time I saw them, and I feel like I'm probably not the only one. Because I first encountered them. I have no idea where I am or where the ground is. This is terrifying. Ah! Oh, this is worse. This is so much worse.
I think some people heard Cleo purring. Yes, that was Cleo purring.
She's excited that
I
I'm
don't
back.
know where Thiggy is. She disappeared at some point. She bit me a bunch this morning, and then I fed her, and I haven't seen her since.
Yeah, that tracks.
Oh, you just want cheese. I see.
Cleo does like cheese.
She usually doesn't like this kind of cheese. She likes like hard cheeses. Parmesan is her favorite.
Okay, we're good.
Anyway, adaptations are cool when people try. That's my takeaway.
I will say my ability to
Spicy.
recognize a good versus a bad adaptation has dramatically changed since becoming Dominic Noble's video editor and basically doing like 2 Lost in adaptations a month for the
Oh, yeah,
last,
that'll
like,
get ya.
year. I'm like, yes, I do understand why The Beach is not a fantastic
I
adaptation.
don't understand the thirst trap.
We were talking about Link's outfit earlier.
Ah.
And then we hard pivoted into Astro Boy.
Oh god.
Is that? Oh, I love that for you.
Gloomakuda.
I just want to go up. I want uppies. I do not want to be here.
Let me pet you. or
Tulin,
stop
please.
grounding.
Help! Ah! Oh, I'm not leveled for this area. I'm sorry, folks. I'm not. All right, fuck this.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Later, fuckos. Tulin, get him. All right, hug the wall. Hug the wall. Hug the wall.
Way there.
Yeah, look at us go. Yay.
Okay. Stop playing the combat music. I pretend I do not see it.
I do not see it. It does
Rivali.
not exist.
But Rivali's not good.
I love one of those memes where it's like, reject modernity, embrace tradition, and on one side is Tulin's Gust, and on the other side is Rivali's Gale.
Those are pretty funny.
Raleigh's Gale, 10 out of 10 every time. I know that it's just based on the game that it's in, but I like going up and not across. I feel like it was so much more useful to me.
God damn it, Link. Okay, well, now we're gonna drown. You happy?
Yeah, Red, what was your misunderstanding about the Gloom Tree roots? We didn't actually finish that.
Oh,
thought.
yeah. I first encountered them. Hold on, we're about to drown. I first encountered them. What? It gave me stamina when I fell into the water. That's
Oh, yeah,
wild.
Love
Oh,
that.
they added that, yeah.
That's incredible. Technology's amazing.
It sneakily stops some free, some speed running tech.
Ah.
which is
Probably
hilarious
why they added it.
consequence.
Hold on, I was getting stamina back walking on the wall over there. It's like just at the right angle. So
Gloom
basically, I kept finding them when I was specifically trying to find a way into the Great Deku Forest underground. Because I knew I couldn't get into it above ground. I figured that out. So I was just circling around, trying to find a way through the canyon wall, and all I was finding was these giant fucked up gloom roots. And Magenta was like watching me play, and she was like, "Oh, I think the Deku Tree might be more fucked up than we realized." And I was like, "No, he's gonna be fine." And then he basically was.
It's
So
sick day. It's fine.
yeah, so I
Just
just
to do a little encounter, and then he was all good.
I had just assumed that like the gloom roots were a sign that he was really, really, really fucked up. And then he wasn't. So
Nice.
yeah. But I'm not entirely sure what they do mean. I think it's just like a Ganon thing, because they are kind of all over the place.
Corrupting everything.
Because they don't go away after you cleanse the Deku Tree.
No, they don't. They are everywhere. cool. Now, how do I get out of the rest of this? I want to get up to there. Do I have enough components to
Uppies.
make a hot air balloon?
Uppies, please.
Please, I want uppies.
I'm begging.
Please, sir, could I have some uppies?
No, Rivali, you spurned Rivali, and this is your punishment.
Nah.
Only sideways-ies.
Alright, well...
I was always a Rivali stan, and now I am being punished for the actions of everyone else. If Rivali had one fan, it was me.
Yeah.
Rivali doesn't need a fan. He has wings.
Makes his own.
This did not have the effect I wanted it to have. Alright, fine. Keep your smelly fan. I was having some luck earlier with two of these guys and a...
Hoverboard?
Yeah, a little hovercraft.
Yeah.
It wasn't great, it didn't steer good at all, and I did hit a wall and then fall. I've seen people stack them at like a slight angle. Maybe
Someone
that's-
said the gloom roots lead to Ganondorf's lair beneath Hyrule Castle.
Oh yeah, I did know that. Because you can
I
actually
didn't.
like see that.
I know two things. Make crunch crunch noise and profit.
I'm here for Cromch. Alright, buddy. We're gonna improvise, adapt, and overcome this one, alright? It's gonna be great. Yes, yes! We'll meet again, Spider-Man! Alright, cool. Plan B. Why did I go down the hole and think this was a good idea?
For funsies.
I guess. I'm just gonna attach more rockets to my shield and call it a day. That never fails me.
So we have like all our Halloween candy set out, and I made the mistake a while back of opening it up too early. But now that it's all set out, and we live on a small street where like not a lot of trick-or-treaters come down, so I'm like, there's really nothing stopping me from eating all the Skittles, because then no one would know there were even Skittles to begin with.
So I'm gonna go after the stream and give out candy at my dad's house in the burbs, and he gives out full-size candy bars because this is his big holiday, and he likes to be the popular house in the neighborhood, which I think is very endearing.
That's pretty
But
cute.
it is incredibly difficult to resist the urge to eat a full-size, like just like 12 full-size Kit Kats every time I go give out candy there.
Alright. Fuck it. Here we go.
Other thing is there's something called the Teal Pumpkin Project, if you don't know about it, where you can, well, I mean, you can do it anyway, but you can register online, and they'll put your like house, apartment, whatever on the map, and then basically you're committing to having non-food items for people with allergies. So we did this last year, but then this year we're actually on the list, which should be fun.
Yeah.
There's actually a good amount all over the country now, which is
Yeah.
pretty awesome.
CVS is making it like a thing this year.
Yes,
which is neat.
they are sponsoring it.
I think my mom got big into that too, because she really liked the idea of being able to give people like fun little tchotchkes and stuff.
Yeah. I used to always like have Dum Dum Pops because they have almost no allergens in them. Sorry.
There was a nice part of town where I went to go trick-or-treating when I was younger, and one house famously gave out bottles of wine to the adults, which it didn't really click with me until much later how expensive that is to do.
Yeah,
Terribly.
man, that's like one bottle's gonna jeez.
Yeah, seriously. So my parents were like, "Oh, let's go over here to trick-or-treat." I'm like, "Okay, I mean, I guess the decorations are nicer." But it's
That is
also
such
like,
a funny
"Oh,
flex.
because you guys just want wine."
We did have an older woman in our neighborhood who would make like candied apples every year, but she would only make like 30, and you'd get like 200 to 300 kids in my neighborhood on like a good night. So you really had to like book it for her place at like 4 p.m. just to try and get them before the rest of the neighborhood got wise.
Huh. What's going on over here? Did I miss a Yiga Clan ambush?
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make more crinkles. I just want the Skittles.
The Skittles are just very crinkly.
Yeah, do what you're gonna do. It's Halloween.
Anne says, didn't get signed up for the Teal Pumpkin Project, but I bought Pokemon card packs to give to kids with food issues. A+. That's
Genius.
amazing.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that's what that is. Okay, the reason why there's, like, stuff down here is because there's an exit up there. Nah. There's still more exploring to do.
I think you need to really, like, turbocharge that balloon in order to fly up, because it would disappear before you can get all the way out.
Yeah, probably.
Which is no fun. I wish the balloons and planes just lasted longer.
Nathan says a Yiga
Yeah.
clan bush.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I love that.
Yes, me too. Actually, though, now that I've gotten all the glow armor, Blue, would you mind looking up the location of all the Twilight Princess armor sets?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. What the hell are the light roots around here?
The Kingdom Twilight set. Okay. Polygon says, it's a cool set, but it won't turn Link into a wolf.
Oh,
Disappointing.
Tragic. Okay. So... it is... first one is... just southwest of the... hold on. Wait, do we have to beat a King Gleeok?
Excuse me?
That could be right. Hold on.
I think it's just buy it, right? Also. Yeah,
Is that the one you're pointing to?
yeah. Chroma Corvid. Nice name. Thoughts on crows? They're crows, and I
I
like
love
birds.
crows.
Corvid, you're fishing for compliments.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to kill the King Gleeok in order to get the item drop. It's the one by the Typhlo Ruins.
Oh, I mean, I have that marked on my map. Do we need to kill that? Which one does that give us?
It's the cap.
Okay, what about the other two?
Yep, got it. Shooting of Twilight.
You don't want to start with that?
No! I didn't bring enough arrows to fight a King Gleeok. We'll need to find an Ascend Pillar to get out of here first.
So, you know the little, like, Curlicue peninsula on the far east edge of, like, Akala Lineru? It's
Yes.
underneath that.
Oh. Oh,
All right,
cool.
we
That's
were
actually
looking
already
for that,
marked
it
on the
was
map.
map.
Oh my god, getting there on foot is gonna be so fucking hard. Oh god. Alright, fine. That'll be plan B. That'll be next spot. We'll just, oh cool, I'm out of pins.
I think also that the nearest spot you drop into is the one with the frocks.
Oh, fun. Love it.
Nice.
And then the pants are... Okay, it's a little bit south of the Domizuin Shrine in the Akala Highlands. And then the Ancient Underground Fortress.
Ooh. Okay, so they're all kind of in the area of this extremely far away warp point.
Yeah.
For funsies.
Or you can build a jet and see how far that gets you.
With only 2 batteries, it won't get me that far. But the Ancient Underground Fortress is here. Well, Nothing ventured. We'll do our best, gang. The thing is, there are a few points where there are rivers. So we probably need to go almost straight north from here to get around this one. Alright. Okay, we're gonna figure this out. If absolute worst comes to worst, we can warp to the surface and travel overland. Not warp, sorry. We can ascend pillar to the surface and travel overland. I have principles, damn it. Rules. There's got to be a law. Whew. Alright. Floor is lava. Okay, we're good. Aha. Can't get me.
It's one of those days.
Gosh, streaming is so tiring.
Oh, I'm sorry. Everyone else need to pick me up?
I'm just kind of tuckered out
I kinda gotta
from
Can we stop
doing
for
nothing.
McDonald's?
You can DoorDash McDonald's.
Oh.
I almost
What?
DoorDash Popeyes like 20 minutes ago.
What are we talking? DoorDash McDonald's?
Yeah.
I was making a road trip joke and the joke got complicated.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Oh God, sorry. I did not hear that at all.
I was like, is this something you want? Like, for real?
No.
I would.
If you have to DoorDash, why McDonald's? Alright.
Because it's going to be the exact same if you go pick it up or if you DoorDash
Well, but at
it.
that point you're paying like $40 for delivery, so.
Now, those are the places where they do free delivery from sometimes.
Yeah. The premise of like delivery apps is like, hey guys, do you want food that's cold, soggy, and twice as expensive? Let me hit you with a proposition.
That's why you go to the places that are well reviewed specifically for the way they package their deliveries.
What?
Alright. It's coming together.
Sorry, you go to the place with what? You
Oh,
just completely cut out the
you
rest.
DoorDash the places that are specifically well reviewed for how well they package their food.
Yes.
Because there are ways to get around that, but it's kind of trial and error.
Sorry, I think our audio plug came out for a second. Our little headphone splitter.
Alright. Alright, we need more uppies. This is getting ridiculous.
Do you have a rocket?
Not as many as I'd like. No gotcha
Well, I was
pods
gonna
down
say
here.
You could do the rocket field.
I do love rocket shields. The problem is we're basically in the depths mirror of the Gerudo Highlands, which means we are in the almost the lowest part of the map.
Someone mentioned the EDS charity stream. As far as recommendations for support sites and groups, there's a lot on Facebook specifically where you can kind of join for your region. They have like a whole countrywide one, but the region ones tend to be a little more useful. So that would be my recommendation. As far as like in-person support groups, I don't know of that many, but it's also great to follow creators who talk a lot about their life with EDS because they often will be very educational.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good work, team. I think we all contributed equally on that.
Hello, Cleo baby. Hello.
Cleo's skulking around because she wants the last of my turkey.
Show me the baby.
You can send her a picture of the baby.
Yeah, hold on. It didn't work. My
Well,
phone did the
that's-
whole animation for taking a picture and then did not actually take the picture.
I've seen that happen before. Not sure why.
Yeah.
Alright. There we go. Oh, she's so baby today.
She is. Cleo's like, what,
Cleo's like four, yeah.
Almost 5?
All cats are babies.
Oh no, she's definitely a baby.
She's been assigned baby at birth.
Give
My
her
cat
a
tried to
little
commit
bounce,
murder
bounce,
last
bounce.
weekend.
On who?
Oh, on whom?
I had 2 friends from college staying at my apartment while I was having a Halloween party. They were in town for that and a couple other things. And I was not there that night because I was staying at my boyfriend so that they could have the bedroom. And the next morning I went to go feed Ziggy, and they were like, "Hey, you'll never guess who tried to murder us last night." Apparently, the boyfriend had woken up at some point in the night to like a tick, 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 tick sound. And when he went into the kitchen, he saw that the stove had one burner on and one just on ignite, like
Oh
putting
my
out gas.
god.
And it's like, well, you didn't leave it on, so surely, like, Ziggy must have jumped up onto the stove or something, or like
Holy
hit the
shit.
knobs or something. Yeah, but
Ziggy.
like, I'm like, oh great, she almost
She
murdered
actually
2 of my
almost
close
killed
friends.
somebody.
Yeah, great. I gotta get some childproof locks for my oven now.
Wow.
Yeah, so I've been pretty on edge the last couple of nights.
They're so precocious at that age. You know what? I'm gonna say it. I don't love the vast expanse of darkness I have to figure out how to traverse to get to the next bit I want to get to.
Thus is what makes this spooky and the Halloween.
It was somewhere between Reds and Mines, as I recall, but I'm not entirely sure where it came from.
Hmm?
Well, right now I just have Cleo standing on my lap as we both
Oop.
keep her pets.
No pants.
No pants.
No, my pants! This would be devastating if I had upgraded it enough to get the set bonus.
You know, if you take multiple items to the Great Fairies and let them give you a little smooch, you can actually get various bonuses.
Wow, that's so
oh yeah, only
crazy.
if you have 3 of the same armor set. Not every armor set has the same.
Not
bonuses,
everyone
you know.
has them. Yeah. It's
Man,
important.
that's just buck wild, you guys.
You should let the Great Fairy just smooch all of your armor, so that way you can just trial and error and see which ones will give it to you.
But
Oh,
honestly,
she'd
you might
like that,
as
wouldn't
well
she?
not bother with the pants. Oh, she's purring like.
I know that the easiest thing to do would be to just take the knobs off the stove. I did try to do that. I don't know that the knobs on my stove actually come off, or if I think they might be landlord specialed a little bit. But I ordered some plastic child safety locks for them, so I think it'll be okay.
So
If something
Cleo
horrible
does-
happens to me in the next 2 days, you know who did it.
So Ziggy does murder and Cleo does theft. I don't know if I've told the story about the party we had where she ate basically we had gone downstairs, and at one point she just left. And I turned to my sister, I'm like, where'd Cleo go? And she's like, oh, she went upstairs. So I go up the stairs and it's like, huh, she is not just upstairs, she's eating half of a barbecue chicken slider.
That was covered with aluminum foil. The plate of them were covered,
Yeah.
so Cleo would have like lifted up the foil, pulled out one of the sliders, and started munching on it.
She was fine.
Oh my gosh. I'm so proud of her. I'm sorry about the loss of the slider, but objectively that's... I don't think that cats should be persecuted for objectively funny crimes. Where the hell am I?
So, like, Your Honor, in Cleo's defense, it was pretty hilarious.
Paw on my mouth, thank you.
So, will the third cat be an arsonist?
Or what the
Hey.
other person suggested was tax fraud.
Oh, tax fraud. Yeah, yeah,
I'm pretty sure Ziggy's the arsonist.
Yeah, apparently.
yeah. Yeah.
Have I already gotten this one? I guess I must have. Oh, we can still get more uppies.
I haven't seen Ziggy in a bit. I don't actually know what she's up to right now.
Check your stories.
I think I just heard.
I have the last couple days have been a constant loop of Indigo being like, I haven't heard from Ziggy in a while. I'm gonna.
Better make sure she's not trying to fucking burn down my apartment again.
I've never seen her jump up on the counter before, so I think maybe it might have just been that there were people who she did not know in the apartment, and so she's like, well, I must feed myself then, surely.
Mother has left me
Self-defense
alone.
mode. Activate. I've seen Home Alone. I know how this works.
Yeah. But, all's well.
Nobody's dead.
well,
Everything's
well.
fine.
And
They
now we're not
turned it
able to
off,
keep
my
goldfish in the
apartment.
house.
Did not blow up.
We will
I'm
eat
gonna
it.
call that a win.
Christopher Robin Hood says, Red, how excited are you that Olynthe is coming back tomorrow?
That what's coming back?
Olynthe.
Oh, Olynthe! I'm super excited, but I think it's actually coming back a week from tomorrow?
I wouldn't know. I just took the comment at face value.
Yeah, when we were scheduling it, Joe was like, next one's gonna have to be on the 8th, but I don't know if he's announced otherwise.
Oh, you know what? I think I saw that. I think I saw that
Oh,
online.
you cowards. You cowards, let me up! Let me out! Oh, why? Why, game mechanics, you cruel mistress? Alright, fine. Whatever. Fine, I guess I'll stay in the depths.
But speaking of TTRPG actual plays, Rolling with Difficulty has a one-shot coming out on Friday.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so something will be back.
Alright, into the abyss, I guess. Yeah, I'm not the hugest fan of how this feels.
The open darkness.
Yeah, this is not my favorite situation, to be completely honest. To be totally.
You don't have the pants. Actually, as of right now, the pants are back.
Oh, huzzah! My emotional
I mean-
support pants.
If you ever wanted to go to space, this is like exactly what you'd see.
This is the opposite of what you would see, except that it is dark.
Paraglider and all.
Nope, you would definitely have a fictional flying Flappy Bird behind you.
Okay, same for
And a
that.
weirdly slutty shirt.
Everyone knows that astronauts
That
are.
is a child.
And ginormous Jinko jeans.
No. Link's weirdly slutty shirt.
Pretty sure that's still a
No,
child.
no, the 6 years passed between.
Link is
birth
like
and
20
okay.
in this movie.
Yeah.
Oh, so
no,
now
no
we
part
can
of that was
specialize
correct.
that.
Link is like 20. Yeah, Link can legally drink in the Gerudo Town bar.
Yeah,
So
he can.
he's a grown ass adult now. And he was asleep for 100 years just for extra, you know.
That's anime bullshit rules, though. We don't take that.
You know what? You're right. You're right. Sorry.
That's a cop out.
I have. Oh, I have a stamina thing.
Nice.
I might not die.
What's the one shot about? We're playing the Avatar Legends system. It's gonna be run by Noir. I don't want to give too much away, but we're gonna be in the Kyoshi era, hanging out, solving some crimes, bending some elements. It's gonna be a good time.
Yeah. Come on, just let me get to Light man. Just don't be weird about it.
Just let me have this.
Just let me have this. Toolin' buddy. Come on. We got this, okay? I think we're gonna make it. I think it's gonna be fine.
So was Link a child soldier pre-Calamity? 100%.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
As if King
Basically-
Rome would have a single qualm about child soldiering.
Yeah, Zelda was born. He's like, gotta pair her up with someone who will protect her. Let's find a child soldier.
Yeah. Okay. We made it. Yay. Ooh, not encouraging. Ooh, but actually I do think there are a couple mines around here that have...
I think you're
Oh
right.
god, that looks horrible.
Yeah, this is not my
Just
favorite.
purple. Deep and spindly.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, I think in front of us is actually a mine. I don't know if it has an armor set in it. Sometimes they just have, like, crystals, but...
You never know.
The difference between this Link and the other Link is that Knight is his job, whereas the other Links are just young child adventurers.
Mm-hmm.
Not within the bounds of the state. He's not an employee of the monarchy.
He's not state-sanctioned adventuring most of the time.
Yeah.
What if you need someone whose job is child soldier?
Previous Links are pirates. This Link is a privateer.
Alright, show me the big money. Great! It's a rock! Okay, where are we going next?
It's a good rock.
It's a pretty good rock.
I have one right
Oh,
here.
that is just a rock. Yeah.
Fun fact, always have rocks on hand.
Definitely. Normally the lowest parts of the map give you an ascend pillar. Why no ascend pillar for me? Actually,
God,
hold on.
even that cliff face is so tall, and then the ceiling is so much higher above it.
Yep. Don't like that.
Are we in... Where are we right now?
We're under the Gerudo
Oh,
Highlands.
we're under the Gerudo. I thought for a second, I was like, did we somehow get to Hebra?
This is
Yeah, that makes
almost
sense.
as high as it can get,
Yeah.
which means in the depth it's almost as low as it can get.
Dang.
Now, okay, so here's the trick. Ascend pillars look like weird little squares on the map.
Want me to search one for you?
No, I spotted one through a cliff face earlier, but if it ain't meant to be, it ain't meant to be. That's fine. Alright, we're just gonna build some kind of contraption. Go from there.
Game that could do with a late game hookshot. That would be really fun. Just like the Batman grapple from the Arkham games.
Those are always fun.
Or
Any
the,
game
the
that gives you a
grapple
grappling
from
gun
Just
is
Cause.
always fun.
Yeah. I weirdly fell in the rabbit hole of Batman Arkham content on YouTube. There's a games critic channel called White Light that I quite enjoy. He's very poetic when he talks about games. It's very soothing to listen to. He had a 3-hour video on Arkham City that I watched over the course of last week. And it's like, oh, I guess this was a good game. Dang, because I played Arkham Knight because I was very late to the party. And it was like, oh, this is fine. But the previous 2 games are quite good. So, I was learning about the grapple hook in that game and why Arkham City's traversal was so good. And how Arkham Knight was
shit.
like, we're going to give
Hold
you the
on.
Batmobile, which seems fun until you realize that's actually extremely boring compared to flying around on your Batman cape.
God damn it.
Oh, that's tragic. Recall.
Oh! Haha! Come back, you bitch. Still gonna be just a little bit high.
Jump on top of the stand and jump down.
I think once it's close enough, I can just ultra hand it. Ha! Come back, you bitch. Okay, great. What? Easy, easy.
Oh no!
Careful, Doctor. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! No!
Again?
No, we're fine. Everything's cool.
I don't believe
Everything's
you.
chill and normal.
I mean, it sounds like it's not, is the thing.
I just don't want to be lit on fire by it, but I don't have any other recourse. Okay, we're good. We're good. Everything's chill.
My character art for the one-shot has not been posted because I have not hit send on that tweet yet, but it will be coming later today. Also, Hello Future Me's character will be doing the same thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Frost Talus?
Yeah.
A Frost Bloom Talus?
I'm not equipped to deal with that today, I think.
Yeah.
A Bloom Talus.
You need, like, a rocket launcher and a flamethrower stitched together to
I mean,
take on one of those.
Really, just what I need is more arrows and bombs. Then I'd be fine. Alright, let's keep an eye out.
People are calling this an Aaron Hansen moment. from
What?
Game Grumps. Is this
Excuse?
Is
No
this
part
what
of
Aaron plays like? I don't actually watch Game Grumps' Zelda stuff.
Aaron plays by not watching the tutorial and then being confused and frustrated by the game mechanics for the rest of the game. It's very endearing. It often leads to, oh, I've got a great idea. No, fuck! But for the record, that idea went fine.
Yeah?
How about that? Look at that. We didn't even waste a single... Well, okay, we did waste one bundle of wood, but bundle of wood's...
It's fine.
They're a dime a dozen. It's fine. It's fine.
My
I think we can
experience
even...
with Game Grumps is mostly filtered through Game Grumps Animated and then Starbomb.
Which we've listened to like their entire discography.
We listened to a lot of Starbomb this last week.
Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Leo. No popcorn for you.
Not every food is for you.
But how beautiful a world would it be where every food was for her?
If it would be safe for her to eat, then sure.
Is popcorn not safe for cats?
Popcorn is fine if you take off the crispy bits. But this is kettle corn.
Ooh.
Can I have one?
Uh-huh. Of course I'm here. You can't hear the crunching?
Okay, I think I see what we're doing here.
We forgot about the part where he complains about the game not telling him the thing he actively ignored the explanation of.
Oh, yes.
Well, that's just comedy.
Yeah, I feel like some of the complaints about that are like, I don't understand why this internet funny man is trying to make me laugh.
Also, Edward, we can't actually keep goldfish in the house because Cleo will climb up your body to get to them.
Goldfish crackers.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know about the actual fish yet.
We
Should
don't.
probably eat the fish too if we had it. He loves salmon. Not the same thing, but like close enough.
I think she'd be eager for the learning experience to understand the difference between the two.
What else can we talk about?
Game design?
Game design?
Is it good game design?
Is it?
Pretty good game
We'll
design.
have to see.
Have we done favorite Thanksgiving food yet?
It's
No?
still Halloween.
Yeah.
We can't abandon the holiday we're on.
We can do favorite Halloween food. Is that a thing?
Favorite
Candy,
Halloween
my dude.
candy? My favorite Halloween candy is Butterfingers.
Oh, I love Butterfingers.
God, I'm so fucking stupid. Like, here you go, young child. Here is your Halloween food.
I've got a novel concept. Food in honor of the holiday for Halloween. Ah! Link, no, come on, we're good.
Oh, design docs here.
Ah,
Oh, hey,
hello!
Design Doc, what's up?
We've summoned them.
We're talking about favorite Halloween foods.
What a novel concept.
Ay, ay, ay.
Sweet tart ropes are amazing.
Are we generally more in camp chocolate candy or like fruity candy?
Generally chocolate,
a
but
mix.
there
Yeah.
are some good fruity candies.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah.
It's very easy to make bad, like, fruity candy. Not that it's, like, it's also easy to make bad chocolate candy, but, like, I think by volume, like, most of the chocolate candy I've had has been at least good. The floor is higher. Whereas, like, if something is bad chocolate, it still tastes like chocolate. Whereas if it's just a bad fruity candy, it'll usually just not taste like a fruit and just be, like, cloyingly sweet.
Yeah.
And I've had bad chocolate, but I feel like I've had much more bad candy than bad chocolate, which is not to say no one can enjoy candy, or even that someone could hold the opposite opinion to me. But
You can
like,
stop caveating, man.
No, never.
My favorite non-Halloween candy would be Take 5.
Huh.
It's like a little bar with like caramel and pretzels and stuff.
Oh, I love a whatchamacallit.
Mm-hmm. Whatchamacallits are good.
I know that this is a real thing, but I swear to God, that sounded like a shitpost.
This is some East Coast fuckery, isn't it?
I'm
It is
pretty
not
sure-
some East Coast fuckery. For a while, the only place I could get it was the Old Man Candy Store, where they sell a lot of like.
What?
It's down the shore. It's down the shore. There's a candy store that is definitely catering to the elderly because it has a lot of like very retro candies in it. And for a while, I could only get whatchamacallits there. But now now they're at Wawa, so it's fine.
Yeah.
There
I
were
was gonna say,
there
I'm
sure
pretty
were
sure
words
it's
in that
one
sentence.
At our grocery store.
What's the joke? I understand all of those words individually.
Uh-huh. I feel like the candy that I have the most like love-hate relationship with is Tootsie Pops because some of the flavors are so good, but some of those fruit flavors should not be in proximity to chocolate.
Holy shit, someone just commented that YouTube is classifying this in the little stream menu as Twilight Princess.
Yay!
So funny.
Well, now we have to get the armor set.
Yeah.
Gotta kill that Gleeok, Red.
I gotta get out of this hole first. I gotta go so fucking far to get that. Let's see. Okay, we're here. We need to be here. Oh god. On the plus side, it's kind of a straight shot at this point. Like, we're not gonna... There's not rivers in the way. We can squeeze through this little thing to get through
That's fair.
That's kind of the important thing. The more backtracking I have to do, the worse it's gonna be for me.
Flip the gap.
What you... no, you don't have battery for it. I was gonna say, you can make, like, a prop plane without actually using the wing. No, you can take, like, one of those little, like, the grates. And then put fans on it, and then it's really light and fast.
Yeah,
But
and I'll
the
construct a
batteries-
megaphone with some twine, a squirrel, and a megaphone.
Yeah, just draw the rest of the fucking owl.
Yeah.
But you don't have the battery for it anyway, so you
I
can't
do
fly
not. I
across
have
the
2
entire map.
batteries. I have enough to get 2 more pips, but I would need to have access to a battery depot, and I don't.
Yeah.
Isn't there one at that center under the Great Plateau?
Is there a battery depot in there?
No, I think the only 2 battery depots are the one on the Great Sky Isle and the one right outside of Lookout Landing.
Yeah, I think there might be more, but I haven't found them. Those are the only 2 I know about, at least.
How did Red get stuck in a hole?
Well, that is kind of the premise of the stream. But I got stuck in this hole because we were just trying to, innocently meander our way through the Gerudo Highlands, which in the depths is the most nightmarish lowland ever. But we've just managed to climb most of the way out. Although I
And
think...
if you want her to get more stuck in the depths, consider donating. All donations go to UNICEF and also make Red's life harder.
I think we are fairly close to essentially the Tanagar Canyon slopes that they are in the depths, because fun fact, the depths are a perfect inversion of the surface for the most part, so rivers become cliffs that reach all the way up to the ceiling so you can't get past them, and mountains become chasms, and vice versa. So Tanagar Canyon becomes a big mountain range that's kind of hard to get up.
Someone says, are riding dragons against the rules? No, we just have to find one.
Yeah, I don't think any of them go through this part of the map. The dragons do, in fact, have routes that they follow. I know there's a fucking light around here somewhere. I can smell it. I can
Battery
sense
depot
its
at every mine and Yiga hideout. Oh, really?
No, hold on. A battery depot would be a place that can convert into energy wells.
Oh, yeah. No, that makes sense.
And those places are not in those places. But there are things where you can buy more crystal charges and stuff. And I think that's what we're talking about.
Thank you to the various people who have donated, a couple anonymous donations, and Blue X Dalek. Thank you.
Yeah. Honestly, it's just such a relief to actually be going up for a change. Ah! I've changed my mind. I don't like this anymore. Street smarts! Okay, we're good.
You want to explain what the different tiers of donation are?
Yeah, so for $100, you can make Link get rid of his light-up Jinko jeans. For $200, you can force Red to not use any Bright Bloom seeds, which makes waddling through the depths a lot harder.
Yep.
And for $300, no paraglider. Which made it hilarious when Red was first getting into the beginning of the stream when she had to jump down without a paraglider.
Yeah, thanks,
She made
game.
a hoverbike, but then she fell off the hoverbike and fell down, but had a fairy, so didn't die.
But then I hadn't fallen all the way down, so I still needed to fall a few more ways without a fairy to catch me. In my defense, I have not yet died this stream. So,
No.
I was, ready to fucking drown in the absolute depths of the Gerudo Highland depths.
Never has a more hubristic thing been said.
In fact, you know what? I'm never gonna die. None of you guys are gonna get me this time.
In the game or in real life.
I'm a shining golden god, and everything I do is awesome.
I dare God to ruin this stream for me.
Anyway, someone asked where the donations were going.
It's UNICEF.
UNICEF.
By far the whole shining golden god thing reminded me. The absolute funniest thing in Dragon Ball Abridged is there's a bit in the Frieza fight where Frieza's like, "Oh, come on, if I'm really so bad, then may God strike me down where I stand." And then he gets struck by lightning, and he just goes, "Ha! Nice try, jackass! Next time, give it your A game!" Because in the original, he just got struck by lightning as like part of the special effects of his power up, and they were like, we can use this hilariously.
That's really funny.
It's so good.
Blue, have you explained your thing about your scripts?
My scripts.
How they're never wrong?
Oh yeah, at one point, Sign and I were watching a video of mine on the TV with the subtitles on, and I forgot what exactly led me to say this, but I basically said like, huh, that's weird. My subtitles are never wrong. I always make sure I go back to, like, if I say something differently as I'm recording from what's in the script, I always go back and change it in the script so that they match up, so that anyone who's listening with subtitles on doesn't get confused. A lot of effort goes into that. And so this morphed into me being like, oh yeah, my scripts are never wrong. Like, not only are my subtitles never wrong,
There's
my
never a
scripts,
typo.
there's never a typo. My scripts are perfect, so it did turn into kind of golden god mode, but for my videos.
Yeah. Where are you? Yay. Wow, this is a much easier way to get up Tanagar Canyon than I've ever done in the past.
Someone says, don't you lecture me with your $30 haircut. Is that a DBZ abridged line, or am I being called out?
I don't think you're being called out. It does sound familiar enough to potentially be GBZA, but I don't remember if it is.
It's really funny.
Let me know where you're getting a $30 haircut. I love those prices.
Yes,
Dude, this economy, yeah, seriously.
$30
That's a
haircut
quarter
sounds
pay from
enough
God.
like a Kaiba-ism to potentially be a late-stage Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged joke, but I don't remember.
That is really funny.
I mean, have you guys seen how much he trash talks in Duel Links?
It is from DBZ abridged? Okay, thank God.
Great, okay.
Yeah, they can't.
Android
fake-
13, okay.
Oh!
God, that's funny.
Android
It's in the
13.
actual show?
Yeah.
No!
Android 13. That's from a movie. There's like a whole Super Android 13. It's a movie. He's got a trucker head. It's a joke. Anyway. It's in the actual dub of Android 13. That's amazing. I want to know who says that to who. Who is being accused of having a $30 haircut?
Yeah.
Hmm. Treasure chest.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, what's up?
Blue?
Blue? Oh, they might have like a call or something. Anyway, tell me about that $30 haircut joke. I have to know. Android 13 says it to Trunks? Oh, God.
He
That's...
does have a $30 haircut.
There's fucking layers to that. Is that one of the movies where he has better hair? I feel like he's still got the bowl cut.
I feel like if it's not the bowl cut, like, what are we even doing, you know?
Hey, sometimes they let Trunks have long hair.
No, give him the bowl cut. It's so funny.
I mean, it's very funny. I do kind of like how clearly Trunks is Toriyama's absolute best attempt to draw like an anime pretty boy. Like, it's like we're gonna give him nice long hair and you know, big muscles like everyone else, but like he's like purple and sensitive sometimes. I don't know. It's some people's styles are just not built for it, but I really respect the hustle. God, Tanagar Canyon is long.
Hmm.
Perish. Haha. Oh yes, and the crop top jacket. How could I forget? Oh,
I mean, iconic, right?
Yeah.
That's fashion.
no, it's perfect. I have a copy of that jacket. Tragically, it is it's too small in the arms. I can wear it, but like I can't
Aw.
move my shoulders. Which is the
Tragic.
most like Dragon Ball problem I could possibly have. All right, we're gonna go get that light root real quick. Yeah, I'm not sure where Blue went. I'm sure he's
Yeah,
fine.
he just sort of disappeared.
Yeah. Is he still on the
Everything's
call? I can't see from here.
fine. Yeah, he's on the call.
Huh.
They're just gone for a bit. We'll be back.
They're
I'm
here
sure.
in spirit.
Surely. Maybe. Perhaps.
Perhaps. Unless.
If only.
Yeah. Ooh, let's see. Where are we?
She got
Oh, okay. I see. We got just a little bit turned around. We were on the Tanagar Canyon course, and now we are somewhere else. Be a little bit of a
see.
pain to get back up there, but not too bad. The fuck? Oh, that. Yeah. This one we can't get into from the depths. It's cut off from everywhere else.
Gotcha.
I'll just get some height. And go back to Tanagar Canyon thing. Alright. Yeah. And we do need to keep an eye out for an ascend pillar, because at some point I need to go get more arrows.
We're all just trying to get back up to the surface.
I'll live, it's fine. We could also harass some Yiga clan, but no, I'm
Could be
busy.
fun.
I'm on a mission.
Are we?
I'm on a mission. I'm on like 8 different
Yeah.
missions.
I feel like we could harass the Mika clan.
Yeah. But we gotta go so fucking far. Oh god, we gotta really go fucking far.
We're back. Sorry about that.
Hello!
Cleo threw up on the floor.
Oh!
Ah.
She just
Leo.
fully didn't chew her lunch.
Oh.
I also see we have a $300 donation. Is that already started?
Oh! What?
It's okay. I got it. All right. So no paraglider starting now.
Oh! Wow, they timed that really well. The whole time I was gliding over to the light route, I was like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it.
Oh,
Fortunately,
no.
there was a lake under me, so I might have been okay before I immediately drowned from no stams.
Well, thank you, Katharina W.
Yeah, there's a few ascend pillars out in the corners of the map. We can actually see them from the map when we have a light route in that area, so if we wanted to aim for one, I could try and find one. But right now,
That's your life. Live it.
well, you know what? Let's just take a quick gander. So, 'cause I know there's a few. Let's see.
3,000?
We're not gonna go
We
this
are
far.
past 3,000. Yeah, look at us go.
Damn.
Okay. I mean, she was down here basically the whole time. She just munched her food really fast. And clearly did not chew it.
Ziggy
This?
did that once when I first got her. She like wolfs down breakfast every day. Sometimes they just get a little hungry.
Yeah.
Joka has food poisoning?
Oh, no!
Yeah, that was
Aw, Joe,
why
Pat.
Olynthy got canceled last week.
Mm.
That's rough, buddy.
Yeah. I'm glad he's taking it easy. Alright, well, back to business. I'm not finding any ascend pillars where I need them, so. There was one south of Death Mountain. That makes sense. I'd rather not go somewhere that will set me on fire, if I can help it, but
Then you'll have bigger problems.
yeah.
You won't be worrying about not being able to warp anymore when you're on fire.
Yeah, hard to worry about anything but being on fire when you're on fire.
Old Scarf and Barf. Classic. Says Darkling. No, sorry, says Victoria. Starrat. Oh, no, yes, it was Darkling. No, sorry, the comment above was also
Great,
talking about
Dudley.
her, their cat Dusty pukes all the time.
Aw.
I conflated the two comments.
Gotcha.
Glad we sorted that out.
Okay. I knew this was going to be hard. The hardest part about navigating the depths is that whenever you, like, get off of any sort of high point, It's so much harder to get back up. It was pretty bold of them to give us the ascend ability and then be like, but it doesn't work on weirdly shaped or sloped surfaces like the depths are entirely composed of, so good luck!
Link, like, pulling out a little level every time he's about to jump through the roof somewhere.
Yeah. Like, oh, I don't know, maybe. Whew. That height, the distance. We got a question about what we think about Marvel's Spider-Man 2, and the answer is we haven't played it yet, right?
I haven't played it. I actually, on record, I prefer Spider-Man 3.
God damn it! You warned me you were gonna make that joke, and I still wasn't prepared.
Yeah. Granted, I warned you I was going to make
whatever
that
is.
joke to our friend Jacques Whipper.
Oh, yes, that's
who
right.
texted me, have you been playing Spider-Man 2? And I'm like, no. I've been finishing Assassin's Creed because I'm not a man of culture. All right, no more pants.
Ah!
Cleo just ran into a box. And you've got 1 minute of no paraglider.
Okay. That's okay, I'll probably be climbing for that entire minute.
Well, yeah, because you have no paraglider.
Yeah, I guess that does kind of limit my options.
But yeah, no, haven't
One
played
way
it
or
yet.
another.
I did watch the Cosmonaut video about it, so I've got a thin smattering of spoilers for the plot, but I shan't share.
All right, you can glide again.
Yay!
Corey says, wait, how do they know Jacques Whipper?
You met professionally.
I followed him on Instagram,
Professionally.
and he was like, hey, I like your stuff. And I'm like, hey, I like your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then we became friends professionally.
And then in real life.
And then in real life.
He's a very fun guy.
And tomorrow there is a bonus podcast episode that he's a guest on coming out.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, literally tomorrow, the Oops All History bonus podcast. He was on a podcast before last year, as well as on an episode of Movie Struck talking about Spider-Man No Way Home. That's Indigo's podcast. But yeah, no, Jacques is great. We're buds in real life.
I'm excited to listen through that one, because I was not at the Oops All History podcast, obviously.
Yes. In the same way that Blue was not at the Oops All Art one.
Yes.
Yeah.
The funniest thing
Once
about
again, in-
knowing Jacques is that when he does his like whip performances, he does these like song requests. Like people in the audience can shout out a song and then he'll like whip along with it with like lyrics that are about whips instead of the original topic. And he mentioned to us like, yeah, there's one song that like I keep hoping somebody will request. And we were like, oh, we'll request it. Just tell us what it is. And he was like, no, that would be cheating. But like, you know, you can guess like what it might be. And spoiler alert, somebody did eventually, not one of us, but somebody independently was like, hey, can you do this one? And it was the song. And it was Sephiroth's theme. But I remember before, so when we saw him perform at a Ren Fair, we like had a couple guesses and none of them were the one. And then later we were hanging out and we were playing Smash Bros. And he was like, oh man, I got to play Sephiroth. He's my boy. Get to play shirtless Sephiroth. And then like 2 days later, I was like, I think that was a clue. I think that might have been what the song was.
Wait a minute.
Because Sephiroth has a theme and it's like really iconic and you probably could whip along to it. And we're like, ah, shit, but like we're not going to the Ren Fair again, so it's too late to guess. And then it was like, it was! I knew it! My instincts were correct!
Yeah.
Well, go to Maryland next year.
Yeah, and now he's like, everyone keeps requesting One Winged Angel, and I texted him like, isn't that like your favorite? He's like, yeah, but now it's every single show. It's worse than Freebird.
He needs the Freebird counter when he flips it around. It's one wing.
That was the funniest joke from last year, was the little Freebird sign.
Yes, I love that one.
Yeah, he's gonna be at the Louisiana Ren Fair next couple weeks, and he's doing a show in LA in January. So
Ooh.
check out his Instagram. He's got his showtimes and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's so nice.
Yeah, just a very sweet guy. And extremely buff. Like, you know, when you see him perform, you're like, wow, this is a very buff guy. And then you hang out with him outside of that, and you're like, god damn, this man is buff.
Honestly, like, the costume, like, slims his shoulders in a little bit, even. Like, when he wears just, like, a regular shirt, the man's arms are massive.
I think they just had some news drop about the Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2. Netflix's Sony's Spider-Man something. I don't know. Matt Mercer's playing somebody else again, so I saw it come up.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
From last year when they announced the Final Fantasy VII, like, Sephiroth game, there's this tagline where, like, it's like the trailer is like he's on his phone and he's talking, and then it cuts to black and the screen says, "We still don't know Sephiroth." And then I was watching the Donkey video. He's like, "What do you mean? He's the main villain of the game." And then
No,
like,
he's like
later on,
complicated
like
and deep and stuff.
There's like the Metal Gear Solid 3-1, and then it shows like Metal Gear Solid. We still don't know who Solid Snake is. So
All we know is this
fucking
Iroquois
Nemesis,
Pliskin
I swear
guy.
to God. Yeah, there's always a bunch of new weird Final Fantasy bullshit. Mercer's playing Vincent Valentine.
Yeah, he's the vampire guy.
Oh my god. We still don't know who Mario is. Yes.
I've been replaying a bunch of Super Mario Galaxy because my boyfriend and I linked up Switch game accounts, and so now I have all of his stuff that he bought and all of mine, and shit still rocks. I don't think any Mario game has ever topped the high of Mario Galaxy for me.
We just got the Mario 3D All-Stars collection, so we will be able to play Galaxy soon.
Yes. It's just a solid game. Like, it's just like smooth to play.
And it's like, we're almost spoiled because it's like, oh, well, we can play the new Mario game that we just got, or we can play the new Mario game, or we can play last year's new Mario game, the Kingdom Battle with the Rabbids one that was also quite good, but we bought and then never actually opened because we had a bunch of other stuff we were doing. So we're spoiled for Mario games right now.
Ooh, there was a diamond in this one.
Nice.
You know, that does explain why his health bar was a little more impressive than the others.
You can re-pants.
I can pants again, thank goodness.
Oh, here's it.
Yay! Ooh, hefty boy.
She's come to stare at me. Skitch, 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 skitch. Come on up. Come me onto the microphone.
Oh, BlizzCon's this weekend.
Ooh.
There are no Blizzard games that I play. I used to play Overwatch, but not anymore.
As a
Imagine
resident,
having
not
it-
very
that-
much. Hmm?
Sorry, no, Red,
Did
go
you
ahead.
hear it?
Nope.
I'm
Ah,
not
fuck.
enough of a gamer aficionado. Blizzard did they do WoW? I
Yeah.
feel like they must. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, hi Ziggy.
Ow.
Thank you for not burning down my apartment today.
Did we hear about the Bungie Destiny 2 layoffs yesterday? No, there have been a lot of those in the games industry this year. Jeez, hold on, let me look. I mean, granted, they did, like, finish Destiny earlier this year. Like, wasn't this their last expansion? Jeez. It still sucks.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the game industry this year, I guess.
Alana Pierce has been covering a lot of this on her channel. She's, among many other things, a writer at Sony Santa Monica, but also does like games journalism-y type stuff, covering that on her channel, talking a lot about like the working conditions for people in the industry. It's very nice to see someone giving that the spotlight, because too often we're talking about like games insofar as they're games, but it's like, no, like people made these. People worked very hard to make these things.
People make games. Wow.
Which is also a channel.
Yeah. Ascent pillar.
Oh.
Oh god, but we're so close to the giant thingy. Maybe. Well, hold on. How close are we? No, just kidding. We've still got a ways to go. There's a light root and ascend pillar, and I do like both of those things.
Red choosing between the 2 cupcakes.
Yeah. The thing is, I also would like to get to the big statue at the end of this, the bargainer statue. Although I would be shocked if they didn't throw a Lionel at me or something first, because considering that they populated this with a stone talus of surpassing strength, yeah. Anyway. I think we'll keep going this way, but then we'll go down and hit the light root and the ascend pillar if we can. Still kind of a long way from anything, but
I have like 3 half conversation topics swirling in my head trying to formulate one combined sentence, and it's not turning into anything.
well, fire off one of them partial
Just
conversation
stream of
topics.
consciousness it. Yeah.
Yeah, now I need to detangle them now. Because it was like, video games, like workers' rights, like, like Bungie, I was gonna say, like, I played Overwatch for a while in college, and then for a long time it was like basically the only game I played for like a straight year.
Damn.
Because I played it with my roommate and we played it together, and that was the most fun thing. And then as soon as I was not like playing it with him, I'm like, oh, this game actually is not great, and they keep making it worse with time. Especially, I mean, I feel bad for anyone who was still playing into the Overwatch 2 time when it was like, we're gonna add a bunch of new stuff. Just kidding, we've only made the game worse by changing it from 6v6 to 5v5 and stuffing it with icky battle passes and junk. Sorry. But what I was going to say earlier was, like, it's a shame that, and again, a lot of people work really hard on Overwatch, not to get that wrong. It's definitely like a leadership kind of thing, because you can tell the process of why the game went in the direction it did was not for any fault of the people who were working very hard to
yeah, it was
put a
some
game
kind
out
of
it,
like
but,
esports thing, right? You explained this to me a
they
while
went
back.
really hard on the esports pivot as like, this is going to be the thing, like Overwatch is going to be the esport, and it wasn't, because they had like 30 teams, and that's fucking impossible to follow. The only reason the NFL can get away with people like conceivably following every single game is because there's only one game a week and there's 16 games in the season. So one person who cares can conceivably follow along with the state of the entire league as like a hobby and not like ruin themselves trying to do that.
Yeah.
Whereas like if you watch like hockey or baseball or basketball, like there's over 100 games, easy, almost 200 in baseball, and that's
But I feel
for
like
one
people
team.
also tend to, in those sports, follow. They're only following the one team. It's the team of their hometown or whatever the team they root for is, and I don't
Yeah.
know that esports has that clear delineation yet of like
Yeah,
root for the Philadelphia esports team. It's more just like experience these specific players or whatever.
yeah, and it's really weird because all of the players are living and playing in Los Angeles in like one arena. They play like all the night's games back to back to back in one event. So it's like, oh, tune into like today's Overwatch live stream, we'll see 6 teams play. Like, okay, but that's kind of stupid in a way, because there's no reason for anyone to root for one team except for the nominal, like, oh, this place is named after me. Do any of them actually live or play here? No. So what's the point?
Yeah.
Why have 30 of the teams when you can just have like 6, give them personalities, and then... So the Overwatch esports thing was very stupid, and even in the beginning I'm like, oh, this is a bad idea. And all the money in esports is basically crypto, so as soon as that dried up, there was kind of nothing to do with it.
Oh, tragic.
But Overwatch is the biggest tragedy in gaming for me because they had such an interesting lore that they were working with, that they were like cautious enough to slow burn on and be like crafty and trying to do it like delicately and like not, you know, not oversaturate anything, like just work on the characters. And they were doing that, and then they never did anything else. And it's like, guys, what are we doing here? Like, Overwatch was begging for one of those, like, Cyberpunk Edge Runners style Netflix adaptations.
Yeah.
Like, that would have been amazing. That would have fucking killed. And then it's just nothing. Like, guys, come on. I only feel this passionate because I was an Overwatch fan, and I was there like, oh, this is amazing. Look at Reinhardt doing character things. It's like, no, they just got rid of it all.
I do remember that when it first, like, when the trailers dropped, that was what everyone lost their mind over. The animatics with the character dynamics and stuff like that. The implications thereof of potential exploration. Yeah.
That was one of my, two of my half-formed thoughts.
Yay.
I managed to peel them apart.
Oh, boy. I think I do remember when I did get Overwatch at one point, but I didn't have whatever, like, always online $60 subscription thingy I needed to actually be able to play it with anybody. And I was just so baffled, child of Smash Bros that I am, to be like, what do you mean there's no, like, in-the-room multiplayer? There's no, like, single... Oh, God. That's so scary. Alright, where the hell am I going? Sorry, just a sec. Is that the... No.
Someone says, I mean, people still like Overwatch animations, just not the stuff by Blizzard.
Yeah.
I need to acknowledge that because that's hilarious, and we're not going to investigate that thread any further.
Yeah, we're good. But yeah, I remember just being so confused. I was like, what do you mean I can't, like, play this without also paying a yearly subscription fee to connect my console to the internet, which is already connected to the internet, but not in this specific way.
What were you playing on?
I think it was for PS4. It was just like I needed the online, like, connection to, because they...
Yeah, that's not an Overwatch thing. That's PlayStation specific for playing online games. That's like Xbox has it, Nintendo has it. To play online games, any online games, you need the subscription. It's not just Overwatch.
Yes, but I was still baffled that it was, you know, that it was only online.
Yeah, you'd think that there was something you could play, like, co-op or, like, split screen or something. And that would have been amazing. If Overwatch actually did that like, cooperative thing they said they were going to do with the PvP stuff. Or, sorry, the PvE, which was, like, the entire, like, stated point of Overwatch 2 was, like, we're going to make it, like, a team-based, like, cooperative game instead of just a multiplayer shooter. And people were like, oh yeah, that's awesome. Like, the ideas that have been put down in the little, like, team co-op, like, story maps that Overwatch had, like 4 of in the original game. Like, those were cool. Like, the London one, the Venice one. There was a Havana one, which was okay. But it was like, oh yeah, if they expand on this, like, that could be a really cool game. And as, like, a co-op thing, as a split screen, it's like, you got the next Halo experience right here. And then they were like, actually, that was hard, so we're not doing it. It's like, okay, fine, fuck me.
Yeah, I thought there was some kind of, like, scandal that broke about how it was clear that they had actually never really intended to deliver on that. Like,
that would be news to me.
Like,
I am not aware of that.
I think it was something like the timeline of when they were still saying, oh yeah, we're gonna do this, versus when their internal documents were saying, we are absolutely not doing this, like, didn't line up in a way that painted them in any sort of favorable light.
Yeah. Oh my god, someone commented, heck yeah, UNICEF, not Halloween without it. I completely forgot about Trick or Treat for UNICEF. This stream was
those
Trick
little,
or Treat
like,
for
cardboard
UNICEF.
boxes that,
oh my
they
god,
pass
how did
out
I
at, like,
forget
school.
that?
Huh, serendipitous.
I'm gonna change the name of the fundraiser because that's too adorable.
Let's do it.
Thank you. Wait, hold on. Which commenter was this? Enigma Song. Thank you.
Oh, that was a long and harrowing trek through the fucking mountains to
I
get to...
can't change the name. No, I can't change the name.
No.
Damn it.
Well, we know it's Trick or Treat for UNICEF in our hearts.
We know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Blue, who was your Overwatch main? I was Reinhardt and then Brigitte. I loved the Shield gang.
Unsurprisingly, Blue continues to be incredibly on brand.
Yeah, that
Oh, yeah.
tracks.
You're talking about.
I mean, I think like half the stated inspiration for my D&D character in our home game was Reinhardt.
Oh yeah, that doesn't
You mean
surprise
your
me.
shield guy named Alcibiades?
Yeah. What's your point?
Well, we're just talking about being on brand, you know?
Yeah. Man, Overwatch was so good. I don't
Well,
think
caveat that statement, my friend.
No, was. It was the experience that I had with it was really enjoyable.
Oh, I
But
see.
it was a very like a specific experience that I had of like playing that game with my roommate in college, and like that was fun. And then everything else they did with it was a nightmare.
No. Ah! Come on. Don't be a weenie. Let me up.
But also, ew Blizzard for horrible workplace practices. Hopefully their management improves under Microsoft. I do not pray for corporate mergers, but having Blizzard and Activision be run by anyone else seems like an improvement.
What's that character art?
Who did you main in TF2? Sniper Gang. With the caveat that I was actually good at it. Which was a rare treat for a lot of the snipers I played with. There we go, perfect. Okay. Yada yada yada. Ooh, we have the dark trousers now. Or we can get them. Perfect. Just checking. Is anyone still on the call with me?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, cool. Sorry, everyone got really quiet.
No, sorry, I was reading chat for a sec.
Comments.
I was like, is there some kind of technical failure? What's going on? Alright.
Someone asked how far I am in Tears of the Kingdom. I have beaten it.
Yeah.
Well, months ago.
I think we've all finished the main story of the game, at least.
Yeah. Thankfully, I did not get horrendously spoiled.
Yeah.
I got
it was
kind of spoiled.
It was
but
fucking
not
close a
horrendously
couple
so.
times.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah. I was so scared because I was so emotionally invested in the game that I was gonna get spoiled before I earned the ending myself, which is why I was like burning the candle at both ends for 2 straight weeks just to do it. And it worked great. No regrets. Highly recommend.
I was also hoping Tears of the Kingdom was going to have DLC, but granted, they threw so much stuff in this game, so I can't be that mad. But it's like, oh, come on, Nintendo, it's your like biggest selling game, basically ever in the first like month. I think the statistic was.
Maybe they'll
Like,
think of
holy
some
crap.
DLC later.
Yeah, maybe. Or just make more like little cutesy diorama Link's Awakening style remakes of the 2D games. Nintendo loves and hates money at the same time. It's very weird.
Alright, now where was that ascend pillar?
I do, like, on principle respect that Nintendo basically said everything that we have to put in this game is going in at launch. Like, I do respect that, but, like, surely you got, like, some other ideas kicking around, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Whoa! Sorry, floor was lava apparently. Alright. Where the hell? That ascend pillar cannot be that far away. Is it hiding from me?
Where are you hiding him?
Thank you,
Nice.
Anonymous donation for no pants.
Ah!
Ah.
There we go.
Someone says, what would we like to see? Hold on. Axemek, going beyond Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, what would you want to see in a Zelda setting going forward? Because Nintendo have said that basically we've done everything we want to with like this iteration, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. We've done everything we want to in this Hyrule. We're gonna continue with the open format that we've established. We're not going back to the strictly linear structure, but we're doing a new kind of game. So what would a new Zelda even look like at that point? Because you're completely reinventing the way that Zelda games work by having it in an open world, but then if you make another one, like how do you take this format in a way that's not just another different Hyrule? I genuinely don't know. It's a fascinating question.
Yeah.
Link in space.
I mean, I think a lot of what makes Zelda Zelda is the trappings of the fantasy genre that it wears, you know? It's not impossible. It's just you get too far out from that and things start getting confusing. I think the answer I have is that I don't know what I want the next Zelda to be, but I'm excited to find out. Like, I'm of the opinion that fans generally don't actually know what they would like. They know what they want, but not what they would like. And in this specific case, I want basically more of this.
We got a $300 donation, so I believe.
Shit.
No, paraglider. Red, you gotta climb back down.
It's all good. I got it as soon as I heard.
In a similar interview where they talked about no DLC, they were asked about like swapping the roles of Link and Zelda and having a playable Zelda, and I forget who it was that said it. It might have been Mr. Fujibayashi. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think it was Aonuma. But it was like, well, if we have the player play as Zelda, then what's Link going to do? So it's like, oh, okay. So it's like the gender binary is basically as hard-coded into the world of Hyrule as the Triforce. Great. So I don't think playable Zelda's on the horizon, given the way they have talked about it in interviews. Like, oh, well, playing as Zelda's ridiculous. That would just completely nerf Link. It's like, well, guys.
Yeah, it does kind of seem like I understand why they said that and where they're coming from, but at the same time, it's like perhaps we could play as not Link. But then at that point, it's like, how much is this still Legend of Zelda if we deviate from the formula that far? I'm not saying that they shouldn't deviate from the formula. I'm just saying I understand why they're thinking that.
Yeah.
What?
So it's tricky. What do you do when you want to stick to this kind of open structure of a game, but you're now basically starting with a new point in the timeline, a new world, presumably. I'd imagine it would be cool to try like an open structure Zelda in a 2D setting. I think that could be neat, but I don't even know what that would look like or if it would work. So who knows what they're doing over there at Nintendo now. Legend of Link, a Zelda to the past.
Oh, good. How about we just don't?
I'm of the minority opinion that I really liked Age of Calamity, the Hyrule Warriors game. It is obviously inferior to Breath of the Wild because it's just a different type of game. And even we've discussed, like on streams and stuff, that the storytelling is fundamentally unsubtle in a way that Breath of the Wild was always very clever in how it was subtle, and Age of Calamity is just fully not. All the characters, I think, Red, in your words, are full saturation, which can be a little bit jarring at times.
Yeah.
But I did like Age of Calamity as a window into somewhat of a prequel, somewhat of an alternate world where King Rome is slightly less of a dick and then everything works out fine. But yeah.
Yeah. The funny thing is, like, I was sour on Age of Calamity just on principle because it was like the prequel of the horrible tragedy. And there was like, I feel like I saw a bunch of stories like that year because we also got like, well, that's farther down than I realized. Like that's like when we got Dark Crystal Age of Resistance, which was of course like, if you've seen Dark Crystal
for the first time ever, like last weekend.
Oh, how was it? How did you think about
I thought
it?
it was fun.
Yeah.
I think it's neat. I think I got real like I was watching it with a friend. And I think we both got much more into it after the like 45-minute mark or so. Where we're like, oh no, now we're like jamming. All the puppets are doing stuff. I was a little bit lost in the weeds for a little bit in the beginning there. With like, who are these guys again?
Yeah, that's fair. I think part of it is that like there's a bit of an adjustment before you're like, oh, okay, yeah, my eyes are okay with everyone being a puppet now. Whoops. I wanted to throw that, not fucking decimate these guys. But a key premise of Dark Crystal is that there are only 2 Gelfling in the entire world. And then you start Age of Resistance, and it's like, boy, we got oodles of Gelfling, just Gelfling for days. They're in whole clans and stuff. They've got a thriving, rich culture. I sure hope nothing happens. So when they were like, we're doing Age of Calamity, I was like, ooh, exciting. We can see how everything goes to shit with the dramatic irony tragedy of knowing exactly how it's gonna go. And then it was like, no. None of that. But I have come around to liking at least the execution, specifically because I saw the scene where Sidon gets to save Mifa from, like...
Oh my god, yes.
Yeah, I mean, you sent me that, so...
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? I don't like what this represents, but I love that they let it happen, and also this voice actor kind of killing it, so...
Yeah, he nails that delivery. It's
Yeah.
like, no, I won't let you take her again. Get it, Sidon.
I'm okay with fan fiction that does that kind of thing. I, on principle, do not object to it. However, when they promise one thing and deliver another, I get mildly salty.
Mm. Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, there we go. And the ascend pillar is somewhere nearby. I can sense it. When do I get my paraglider back? Hello? When paraglider, please?
Oh, sorry. It just came back.
Oh, goody.
It was at the 21 mark, and that just is now. So you have that, and also your pants.
Gotcha.
I was so focused on Age of Calamity, sorry.
All good. I think it's this. I think this is the bitch.
The voice acting in Age of Calamity is really good, just all around. And the music is so good.
Yeah.
It's really, really good.
I'm always a sucker for triumphant orchestral versions of themes I've already heard, which is why the Colgera boss fight theme slaps so hard in this game.
Yeah. They had no right to make Rivali be that cool and have 2 awesome theme songs, but they did, and man, those are some of my favorite tracks in the whole game. I do love Master Koga in Age of Calamity. It's
He's
again
like young and
completely
hot,
undercut.
right?
No, that's Suga.
Oh, what?
They invented a character who's like, what if the Yiga clan was actually what it says on the tin, where they're like threatening and strong and dangerous?
Gotcha.
That's the guy named Suga who fights with 2 swords. Master Koga has not aged a day. He's just as much of his bumbling idiot self.
He's exactly the same?
Yeah.
Does Master
he is
Koga
exactly
only
the
become
same.
in charge because we kill Suga or something?
No, he's in charge. Suga's a second in command. It's like an Emperor Darth Vader kind of scenario, except if the Emperor was a bumbling idiot.
Gotcha.
But fully voice-acted Koga is such a gem. Oh my gosh, I didn't know how much I needed voice-acted Koga until we got it.
Doing the voice for Koga when I play is half of the fun, honestly. We should pick a fight with him just so I can do that. I just don't remember where he is right now. Actually, there's probably a quest log for that. Let's see. Is he a side adventure? Yes, he is. Ah, he would need to be in the Lineru. Oh, cool. Oh, we're kind of heading in that direction anyway. Great. But first things first. Sunlight. Just for a little while, and then we'll jump right back to hell, I promise.
And for Hades too, saw a couple comments about the Hades games.
Ooh, yeah, those are gonna be fun.
I didn't
So
beat the first
excited.
one.
It's fun.
What?
I got the like true ending and then kept going because the game just keeps going and it like really rewards you for continuing to do runs.
Oh.
Which I
Yeah.
think is which as must see every line of dialogue in a Fire Emblem game. George, this panders to me, and I like that.
Oh boy.
Right, you got the cold gear, or do you want to
Oh,
just jump back
I'll
down?
throw on the cold gear. We're just going to be a little bit far from everybody.
Because there is a cavern over
Wait a
there,
minute.
a chasm you can jump into.
I'm not freezing to death. How strange. Alright, where's the nearest, like, settlement where I can buy stuff? It's probably Rito Village. Alright,
Oh, yeah.
well, I said no warping and I meant it. Let's go, Rito Village!
Let's go to Ivo Tower, you say?
Why am I... Wait, am I holding a fire weapon?
Oh, yes, you are.
Yeah! I fused something fiery to the... Okay, cool. That explains everything.
My favorite thing about Age of Calamity was everyone losing their shit about adult Purah, then forgetting about her, then losing their shit again when she appeared in Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah!
Good.
It's like, Age of Calamity is like, oh no, she's hot. And Tears of the Kingdom is like, oh no, she's hotter.
It's just a perfect character design.
Yeah.
God, I forgot about that. That's so funny.
Because she doesn't quite look exactly the same, right? Like,
No, they're different designs. I mean, it's the same, like, it's clearly the same character, but, like, Purah's design has changed over the 20 years, however long it is.
yeah.
Leo, stop eating plastic. You're gonna throw up again.
Crimes.
She's pawing at a tied-off plastic trash bag
Ah, not as good.
with, like, medical materials inside of it.
Also bad.
Ziki is being remarkably well behaved right now. She's sitting on my lap and just like sleeping. Which
Oh,
means
I,
that you pooped somewhere in this apartment and I haven't found it yet.
Oh, God. Red, you can put pants back on. I
Yay.
didn't specify that enough earlier. When you got the paraglider back, you could have put pants on. I didn't.
Excellent.
I was not clear.
It's all good. Yeah, let's just put on, like, normal-ass clothes for a little while. Before we go back into goblin mode and, hold on. What's our good sled?
What if we made a little
thoughts
costume, huh? Put a
We
mask
will.
on. It's Halloween.
Thoughts on Malinoway being the new main character for Hades 2? I am pleased that between the two of us, Red and I, figured it out within the evening when they announced it. It was like, oh, this is like 100% Malinoway, and then 2 days later, it's like, you play as Malinoway, and we're like, fuck yeah.
Yeah, we had to do a little bit of Googling.
A little Googling. Yeah, we didn't know it off the dome.
This is one of the more amusing bits of, like, no canonicity in Greek mythology or any other mythology. Because
Yeah.
so consistently, it's like, there's sorry, not Zeus. Fucking Hades and Persephone don't really have kids. And then it's like, except for all the kids that they do have, actually. Alright. You know what, we could rebuild the bridge, but I don't have time for that right now. We're gonna do this.
Can't you dummies just fly? I know,
some of
they're
them
Highlands,
can.
not Rito.
Later, fuckos! Enjoy the trade embargo or whatever. Okay. Good. Maybe we can even do a little bit of overland travel to get closer to where the fuck we need to go to get all
Sure.
that shit that we need that's like all the way over here.
People in chat are like, oh, we're playing Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, we
What?
can finally see it. No, I'm joking. No. I'm just like, because we're finally overworld now.
Oh, gotcha, yeah. I thought we were in Hell Simulator 2K23. I wonder what the point of these islands is. It's a little bit weird that we just have, like, 4 islands we need to cross before we get to where any Rito actually live.
Well, you know, they could fly, so I guess for them it's not really like crossing islands.
Yeah, I guess. It's just, I don't know. Strange. A little bit.
Eh.
I forget. Do we have any Sporbs left? Hello, got a statue. What's up? Ah, we have absolutely nothing.
Good.
Cool. All right, bye. That's not what I wanted to do either. Okay. Oh, that's for sleeping.
I like the little Hylian crest on Link's pauldron with the champion's tunic. I didn't notice that until right now.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty nice.
You look crazy, Ziggy.
Hello. I would
Why
like
is your mouth
to.
open just a little bit? Why are you looking straight up with your mouth open just a little bit? You're so pointy.
I just need, yes, all the arrows, please. Thank you. Great. Fantastic. Where's a cooking pot? Yeah, okay, cool. Great. Fantastic. Alright, cooking pot. Where? Nah. Clothes on this stream? Outrageous. There we go. Okay, fantastic. Alright, while I do some emergency cooking so I don't starve and die in the depths, what's going on in chat?
Variously talking about the Hades game, Cleo, and Tulin.
Beautiful.
Hold on, Cleo's eating something.
Oh, crime!
Oh, you're not eating anything right now, are you, Ziggy? You know, you're being very well behaved for someone who tried to commit actual murder.
She can't conceive of actual murder. It was manslaughter at best.
It would have been so bad. It was so bad. I can't believe that happened the one day I wasn't there.
Yeah, jeez.
I let someone come stay at my house, and then my cat tries to murder them.
Alright, I'm just throwing stuff into the pot to see what happens at this point. Cool. Absolutely.
You were biting my butt a lot last night, too, to wake me up this morning. She slept under the covers last night because I think my apartment's been running a little cold, which I'm happy with because I have no way of controlling the heat when the radiator blasted out.
Sorry, I've never fucked up food that badly before. That was interesting.
You got dubious food?
Yeah. I used, like, I didn't even use monster parts. I just fucked up. I think I need milk to make the wheat into anything interesting.
Yeah.
It's fine.
You're just munching on some plastic. We're good.
Do we have any fun elixirs? Nah. Alright, how are we doing on the food department? Alright, that's not terrible. It's not great, but it's not awful. I did learn that you can't cook muddle buds, which is pretty fun. I didn't learn that this time. I learned that previously. Just to clarify.
It instantly makes dubious food, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had
Which
to
is
work
very
hard
funny.
for the dubious food I made this time around.
I don't think I fucked up soup that bad before. Sounds like me at 2 a.m. Visual lead.
Mood. I think I'm gonna jump off because I've done nothing, and also I have to go to the suburbs to give out candy for Halloween. But thank you to everyone who's been donating, trick or treat as it were, and please put Link in a silly little outfit for me. The
Have no
more
fear.
costumey, the better.
A silly little outfit will happen.
Excellent. Well, Godspeed.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Will do. Have fun with the trick-or-treating situation.
I will. See ya.
Alright, bye! Oh, good! A blood moon is happening.
Oh, perfect. Now all those people we killed in the depths are back and want our head.
Ugh. That's fine. Okay, just as far east as I can get. Let's see.
Tamakara says, I don't understand the hate for candy corn. It is important to note that I like fondant. You answered your own question, my guy.
Yeah.
It's just sugar.
go
If
down
you're
this-
into that, you're into that, but it's just sugar. It's really funny.
Yeah. I think also a lot of people find the texture of fondant kind of gross, so...
Yes.
Now I can take a sandwich break.
When the glow
Yeah, go
of the
ahead.
blood-stained moon
Well,
shines
Zelda's monologuing ominously about how cool the blood moon is.
in the
Witness the blood moon's rise.
which turn to flesh.
Oh, Link, holy shit, this is so metal.
Once again.
The world is threatened once again. Interesting use of passive voice. Alright.
Indigo leaves instant blood moon. How are we sure that she is in Ganondorf? We're
Ah.
not.
Have we ever seen Indigo and Ganondorf in the same room at the same time?
Nope.
Okay. Great. Whew. Sorry about that. Sandwich situation resolved.
No, it's okay. Ian says, so if you're baking a pineapple upside down cake, would you use olive oil or butter? Butter. You don't want the olive oil flavor in a pineapple upside down cake. That
Yeah.
doesn't fit. You're
I
not
think
gonna like that.
For most baked goods, I would probably default to butter.
Yeah, just in general. Mm-hmm. It's like Starbucks trying to do like, oh, this is a coffee drink with olive oil in it. And everyone collectively said, no.
Sounds disgusting, thank you.
And it's like, you can do it right, but it takes a lot of effort and specific prep that is not what you're going to get at a Starbucks. No shade to Starbucks. It's good at what it's good for. But olive oil and coffee? No, that's... You need a special setup for that.
I
You
figured
need
out
to really
a,
cater it to the person's tastes.
I figured out a copycat recipe for, well, and when I say figured out, I found a copycat recipe for those Starbucks, like, bottled mochas.
Oh, yeah.
Which, it's really good. I've been having a lot of fun with it, because basically what you do is you essentially make a coffee mocha syrup, and then you just add it to milk, which is a powerful tool, but there's so much goddamn sugar in it. It's like almost as much sugar as there is coffee, I want to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mom, when she was commuting to work and in the habit of grabbing those little Starbucks things, she would just, like, hammer those things.
Mm-hmm. They're really tasty, but I think they might
Yeah.
be really tasty because they're like 30% sugar.
Oh, yeah.
Diluting it with milk really helps.
Because, like, what it is you need to treat it like a concentrate. Where it's like, I have this one, like, Starbucks little, like, bottled Frappuccino, whatever the fuck, and, like, I'll put a fifth of this at a time into some warmed up milk. And you'll get an okay balance.
I mean, the thing is, like, it's a syrup. You dilute it in milk, but that basically gets it to the level of the bottled stuff, which isn't automatically bad. It's just, it really makes me aware of how much sugar there is in it.
No, I mean, like, take the bottled stuff and dilute that.
Well,
by,
but then
like,
it wouldn't taste as good as the problem.
Oh, well.
I might start, like, seeing how low I can get the sugar ratio, because whoop, okay. Yeah, sorry, hold on. Stamina problem.
Stamina
issue, yeah. I did notice that, when I started making cold brew, I was, like, surprised at how just it didn't taste automatically gross. Like, you need to dilute it to, like, 5 parts milk or water to 1 part cold brew, because, like, it is a concentrate. But its innate flavor is kind of, like, soft and, you know, not super bitter or harsh, which is what you get with hot brewed stuff. But I sort of got into the habit of, like, not sweetening it, and then eventually I was like, hey, I don't like the taste of unsweetened coffee. It's still pretty bitter. Hold on, let's eat some food real quick.
Yeah.
I want more arrows, and you, my friend, will give them to me. Perfect. Whoop! Wait, what the fuck just happened?
I don't know. You tell me.
Hold on, let's try that again. Excuse me, sir. Hey, that's cheating. Only I get to do that. No.
Okay, no, it's not homeopathic coffee. If I was diluting and recombining it like 6 times, it'd be homeopathy. But just taking a Starbucks thing and like pouring a little bit in, treating it as a concentrate because that's what it is, so that you don't have an insanely over-sugared drink. That's not homeopathy. Homeopathy is stupid. This is just the way to make those Starbucks things taste slightly less awfully oversweet. Like, oh my god, you're being dragged by a Lionel.
Well,
like, the winning strategy is just to not drink them, but the way if you have one and you had to have it, is you just, like, cut it with milk.
Yeah.
Cutting something with milk is not homeopathy.
One more time. This time we kill it. Perfect.
Remember when Red was bragging about being a golden god? No deaths, Red, on today's stream.
Shining golden god Red is back in the building, baby. Launch your bow, your arrows, and your motorcycle.
That's what a homeopath would say. Get off my ass.
Oh wait,
This is
hold
the
on.
most Doug chat moment I've ever had.
Thanks for taking the heat off of me calling myself a shining golden god.
If I was a homeopath, I'd be explaining why it's actually a good thing. No, homeopathy is stupid.
Whoops.
Rigged. Yeah, exactly.
Come on, give me the critical hit. There's your head. Found it. Alright. You know what? I should probably be using a one-handed weapon that will not set the ground on fire, which is how I died last time.
You $30 haircut homeopath? Look.
Woo!
Oh, I left when that happened. Did we discover who the $30 haircut was accused
Yes,
of?
yes. Android 13 was insulting Trunks.
Oh, that's so funny.
I think that's also when he has a bad haircut too, so he's basically only ever got 2 hairstyles, discounting being in Super Saiyan mode, and that's bowl cut and longer bowl cut post hyperbolic time chamber. And only one of those is a good look.
Jan says, this hint of onion will cure my sniffles. That's homeopathy.
Yeah, see, you get it. Eyedropper of onion in a swimming pool full of water.
Yeah, so like homeopathy is like, I take 1 gram of meth, and I take 30 pills of Adderall, and I like open up the pills and then mix that little gram of meth into all of the Adderall and repackage it. Then you're dealing with homeopathy.
I think the problem is you're cutting one amphetamine with a different amphetamine.
Oh, what? No, not absolutely not. That's not what's happening. What are you talking about? I'm not kidding.
Excuse me?
Only a homeopath would call the sea a soup.
I don't know, there's an awful lot of fish in there.
Yeah, the joke, the homeopathy joke is that I'm cutting one amphetamine with another. That is indeed the joke.
Oh, let me eat more food, actually, now that the timeline has reset and I didn't do that thing that happened.
Listen, chat, we need to stop being so homeophobic. God damn it.
I like that they won't even let you try to eat bomb flowers. Good job, game. Alright, we're good now.
Like, you take one bite, you just explode.
Okay, so the goal, I want to drop us down that one. pretty good. And then we'll just keep going this way, and then okay, yeah. This is a workable plan. This plan is good. It's great, even. I'm a shining golden god. No more Death's Red is back on the table.
After a brief interruption, No More Death's Red is in charge once again.
I think I would know if I was the kind of person who would die, you know? I think I
Oh.
would feel that.
Someone, hold on.
What?
Logan says, have you tried taking a bomb flower to a cooking pot? That I want to know.
I think it explodes. I think I've
Prove it.
seen this. No, we gotta stay on track. We're on the highway to hell. Remember, we gotta.
All right, fine.
We got a motor. What the hell is above us? This feels like it. There's like so much rubble. Huh? Nothing. Whack. Anyway.
Today on Will It Blend? This is a grenade. Yeah.
Science is amazing. All right.
The explosion was edited. It gives dubious food. Damn.
Boo. I don't know if I trust like that though. Oh no! When you put the bomb in the hot thing, we edited that it went boom. It's Photoshop. You can tell by the pixels.
David says, you can eat anything once.
Yeah, you get it. Oh man, it's so weird being in the overworld where there's like ambient music that isn't terrifying.
Yeah.
Sunlight, sky. Melancholic profundity. And pants sometimes.
Sometimes pants.
Sometimes pants. A rare treat. Let's see. How stocked are we
someone
for
says-
potentially a King Leok fight?
Hmm?
Not
Not stocked enough.
fantastically,
No, we need some thick weapons.
Yeah, we should probably fight more Lionels.
We got a question. Address Kill Photos Blue. What is your thoughts on the new Napoleon trailer? I've not seen the new Napoleon trailer. I'm going to see the movie, but I'm basically just going in blind.
Is it some kind of
'cause
like historical biopic or?
it's the same directors who did Gladiator, Ridley Scott, with Joaquin
Oh.
Phoenix as Napoleon, which is neat. A little interesting choice because he's basically they've speed run Napoleon looks like he did at the end of his exile, but the whole time. Not quite that bad, but like young Napoleon, it was important to his character that young Napoleon was hot.
I
and
remember the
this is-
young Napoleon hot conversation.
Yeah, honestly, it is very important to his character that young Napoleon was hot. You don't just become emperor for nothing. But I like okay, fine. I can get over that. Because like he was a youthful figure, and that was part of his appeal. But the movie is going to be like 2.5 hours long at least. And Ridley Scott said that there's a 4 hour, 15-minute cut of the movie that he's made just like personally that'll go on the like director's DVD or whatever.
Damn.
That has a lot more like background and other stuff going on. And in my head, I'm like, don't be a coward. Just put an intermission in and release the whole movie. If you clearly think that this is the better version of the movie, like, why just deprive us in the theaters of what you clearly think is the experience?
This is a bold take to have right after Indigo 2-hour movies only left.
No, here's the thing. We talked about this at VidCon and we mostly agreed.
Oh, fun.
It's just put an intermission. Well, actually, no. I'm probably putting words in her mouth. But I recall Indigo is pro intermissions. I mean, her opinion was like, clearly, if you cut the real movie in the edit and you are left with a 4-hour long movie, you've kind of like failed in the conception stage where you've made some mistakes that have led you to get to this point where you have such an overwrought 4-hour movie. But like, given the way that it is, that there exist two cuts, one that's 2 hours and a bit for theaters and one that's 4 hours for like streaming or DVD or whatever, like Ridley, come on, the people who are gonna go to watch this, like, After the 2-hour mark, like, what's the fucking difference? People are showing up for Killers of the Flower Moon, and that's 3.5. Just put an intermission in it. So that's my take on Napoleon.
Nice.
I want to see the 4-hour cut because I'm not a coward.
Well, I guess you'll have to get the DVD edition.
I will, yeah.
The all
No French accents in the first
Napoleon.
trailer, as I recall, which is unfortunate.
Honestly, translation convention, that doesn't bother me so much, because they wouldn't be speaking English with a French accent. They'd be speaking French.
Yeah, but like, it feels a little more like I'm in it when the accents match.
I guess. Okay, let's see. Alright. I like how
Oppenheimer is 3 hours of people talking. People will see a 4-hour film. Exactly.
I feel like the creation of the nuclear bomb is a little bit more layered than people talking.
The movie is mostly people talking.
Well, that's true.
Are we getting into Napoleon technically Italian? No, he was Corsican. He would never have called himself Italian. Absolutely not. No, he would never have called himself Italian.
Ah, there's discourse here. I can sense it.
Blue, the accents will never match. I don't want to watch a Mel Brooks movie about Napoleon. The Inquisition, what a show. The Inquisition, here we go. I bet you're wishing that we'd go away. But the Inquisition's here and it's here to stay. The Inquisition, oh boy. The Inquisition, what a joy. Come on, Red, tell me you know what I'm talking about.
I know Mel Brooks conceptually.
History of the World Part 1. It's the Inquisition musical number in the middle of the movie.
I assumed it was something like that.
Yeah, it's really funny. That's a great movie.
Alright, do I have anything I can... Yeah, you can drop this bad boy. Perfect. Let's see.
Question is, will theaters screen a 4-hour film? No, because they're cowards and they want to maximize show times, because once you sell a ticket, you've already sold the ticket, so your strategy is just to turn around theaters as fast as possible. So yeah, that's basically the bottleneck, but
I did see it pointed
I didn't
out...
want real answers. I wanted to go off.
Yeah, that's fair. I saw it pointed out that there is a legitimate, like, everyone knows that I like complaining about the deteriorating quality of certain movie franchises that just keep going and going and going. But I saw a few people pointing out that, like, it is actually, like, deleterious to cinema as a whole to have theaters showings packed full of movies that aren't good and are being mass produced on a production line, because there are a limited number of theaters in the world and a limited number of screens to show movies on. And the more, like, mass produced stuff is getting all the good showings, the less anything else gets to actually be seen in theaters. So I hadn't considered that, but it is a very good argument in favor of a lot of the complaining I was already doing.
Putin Raider says, theaters don't make money on tickets anyway, that's why the food was overpriced. That's actually a compelling argument for why they should do longer movies with an intermission, because you're more likely to get a snack when you've already been there for 2 hours.
That's true.
So again, if theaters knew what were good for them...
I have a
But-
feeling that theaters have not recovered from the whole COVID shutdown thing.
Yeah, a lot of industries have been like, if we just, like, jack up all our rental car prices by 2,000 times in the hopes of just recouping all that revenue in, like, 1 quarter, we'll be fine, right? And then every other industry was like, oh, we can do that too. So when you look at the chart of, like, inflation and then laid over top of, like, corporate profits, it's like,
Yeah, there was that
these
thing.
lines are parallel.
Yeah, that whole thing of like, sorry, we just have no choice but to raise these prices because we thought of a bigger number that we wanted to have, so...
Yeah.
I feel like there should be light routes around here somewhere, right? Oh, well, there's There's gotta be one down here. Ooh, and a Lionel. I'm quite sure of it. There's a Lionel under every stable. Admittedly, the last time we fought a Lionel, we did get pretty thoroughly stomped. The first time, but then we came back and it was fine, so whatever. It would be good to get some actually, like, non-trash tier weapons out of the bargain. And I see the light route I was looking for. Perfect. Good. Everything's coming up me!
Another entry in the stream series of Blue goes off on a topic for weirdly longer than he's used to doing.
That's the beauty of streams, you know, the stream of consciousness just really flows after a while.
The bad news is that due to the economy, we have to raise our prices while cutting employee pay. The good news is that profits are at record levels and I just bought a third yacht. Mm-hmm. Ain't that the way it is?
Yeah. It has been kind of satisfying watching the things that were attempting to become monopolies jack the prices way too fast and subsequently fall on their face and die. Because that's been what's been happening with like rideshare services, like Uber and Lyft. Because they were trying to outcompete all of the established things that were doing the job that they tried to take over. In the same way that, like, the way that Amazon got their vice grip on online shipping conglomerate stuff is by operating at a loss for, like, years and years and years, and just driving every potential competitor out of business. And then once they had a monopoly, just because everything else hadn't been able to survive, then they started, you know, raising prices, dropping quality, stuff like that. And that's the model. That's the way to do that in a way that works. Like, it's horrible and terrible for everybody in the long run, but if you are a soulless soulless conglomerate corporation, and that is what you want to do, that is how you have to do it. And there were a ton of things that were trying to do that. But not a single one of them managed to outcompete the, like, mainstays that they were trying to, like, basically become the middleman to handle the crowdsourcing of. So, like, Lyft, Uber, Airbnb, they all were like, hey, we're like the cheaper, more fun alternative, and it's more convenient. There's like an app for it. It's great. And then they were like, haha, just kidding. Now we're going to surge the prices and stop paying our workers. And then everyone was like, well, good thing cabs and hotels still exist and actually work better now.
I love that meme of, like, after like going to Airbnbs for years, I checked into like an Embassy Suites, and like, this is the pinnacle of human comfort.
Yeah. Yep. That do be how it is, though.
And the thing that's like the most shitty about Amazon in particular is that, like, they went through all this effort and destroyed a whole bunch of, like, you know, mom and pop shops and brick and mortar stores and stuff like that. Granted, a lot of their competition was taking it out of, like, big box stores and stuff like that, like your Targets, where it's like, okay, well, that's just one large company to another, you know, whatever. But they didn't even need to screw over the physical industries that much, because half of Amazon's profits are from Amazon Web Services, which is basically the internet infrastructure that a whole bunch of websites use for stuff and computing power and cloud stuff. So, like, Amazon could be arguably a much more, like, singularly profitable company if they just focused on the web service stuff and didn't go through all the effort of putting a whole bunch of other companies out of business. But hey, what you gonna do?
Sorry, when
oh my gosh, we got a $1,000 donation anonymously.
Oh, geez.
Holy crap.
Is that...
That is no paraglider.
Oh, good. Okay. All right. I guess we're going to get out of the on fire zone. Stop it. I know. I'm leaving.
Thank you so much, anonymous donation.
Thank you. Okay.
Look at us. We're at 4.9. We almost hit the goal.
Woo. All right. We're just going to go around this. Oh, we were going to pick a fight with that Lionel, weren't we? Yeah. That's
Holy humanitarian aid, Batman.
All right. where would that Lionel be? Ah, it's in the direction we're
Euros
going
too,
anyway.
yeah, so that's even more. That's like, what's the euro conversion? Or to USD. $1,060.
Wow.
It's the extra 60 that really goes the extra mile.
Mm-hmm. All right, you smug bastard. Where you at?
Oh, and $100 donation as well.
Oh boy,
no
that's
pants.
no pants, right?
Yep.
Great.
5,000. Look at us go.
My most armored body part. Okay.
All right. Amazing. Should we do anything for I'll let you figure this out.
I've been in better circumstances to fight Lionels before. I won't lie to you.
Should we find a Colgera? Oh, we can't warp. Damn it.
Yeah, it'd be kind of a pain in the ass. Not impossible, just kind of a pain in the ass.
We can make a one warp exception there and back to do a Colgera fight.
Nah, I'm gonna try and take down this Lionel.
I've not played Spider-Man 2 yet. I prefer
Oh,
Spider-Man 3. As stated on my detailed diatribe, I prefer Spider-Man 3.
Yes.
Oh, it's armored. Oh, balls.
Yep. Yep. Oh. Great. Did I make any gloom food? Did I? Yes! Ha!
Congratulations, Red.
Ha! We might not die. Yet. Alright, you bastard. Hey, none of that.
No, this would be second Lionel death, but Red's still in the fight, don't worry.
Hey, none of that. Bro, I wasn't even there. Ooh, arrows. Good.
I know you meant the game, I'm shitposting. But no, we're not talking about Spider-Man 2. I haven't played it yet.
Oh, no.
I'll come back when I have more to
no.
say. Go
Yeah, that
watch
was my own
Jack's do it for
fault.
streams. He's been streaming it.
Hey, Tulin, anytime you want to help. Cool, okay. Well, that was my own fault. But I like to think that I took some agency back by blowing myself up along with my opponent.
You'll never take me alive.
That's okay. We learned. We'll grow from this.
So this is second Lionel death.
We don't need to be keeping track of the Lionel deaths. I'm just saying, am I still in the no paraglider zone? I feel like I must be.
Yeah, you got a couple more minutes.
Am I still in the no pants zone?
Yeah, that one's, you got 1 minute longer.
Cool. Cool.
Even you, though. Blue, I believe in you. Red grumbles.
No. We can't afford to take the shot just yet.
Take the shot, Briggs. Oh, this was another thing that I was going to talk about. One of my half conversation topics is I ordered as kind of like an early Christmas gift to myself. I'm going to save it for Christmas. A PlayStation 3, because there are a lot of childhood games of mine that I played on PS3 that I cannot play anymore because I don't have a PS3 that works anymore. So I'm getting a PS3 so that I can play that, and I'm actually really excited. Gonna play Warhawk, which is such a goddamn good time. Gonna play, let's see, some Mirror's Edge. I'll play the original Assassin's Creed, Infamous, which was really good. There are a bunch of old games that I am excited to play, including some of the old Naruto Ultimate Ninja games, which are just so much fun.
Oh, love those.
Yeah, and then, of course, Splinter Cell Blacklist, which is the take the shot Briggs, which
Naturally.
is what I was reminded of just
Of
now.
course.
Because Splinter Cell Blacklist was really fun. I know it's not the best Splinter Cell game, but it's the only one I played, and I liked it, so, nah.
Oh, he's only a blue Lionel. Thank goodness.
I saw a dog wearing a hot dog costume today. It was pretty great.
That's incredible. Whew. Come on, buddy. Hey, hey, none of that. Nobody likes a sore loser, sir. Alright, we're good.
This is peak red. At least someone's having fun here. Blue, it's me. Yeah. There was a very special energy to those Shadow of the Colossus streams because we had the pleasure of being in the same room screaming about the Pelagia fight.
Oh my god, it was honestly one of my favorite experiences.
I didn't want to touch the floor for like a half hour after that.
I'm sorry. Oh no. Uh-oh. My greatest weapon about to betray me. That's okay. That's okay. What the? Stop him short. You're going after my little buddy? How dare you, sir? That is the tails to my Sonic.
Reminds me of the Starbomb song, Sonic's
yeah.
Best Telltales, which is, again, so goddamn funny.
Honestly? Haha, you fool. You failed to protect your ass. Alright, we're good. So cracks a noble heart. Alright, give me all your goodies, bro.
And now you can put on your pants
Thank
and
God.
glider again.
Alright.
Just ticked over.
Let's do... No, this programmer stat is stupid. We're not gonna do that. Instead, we'll drop this thing that's one hit away from dying anyway. Take you. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're good. Cool. You good, little buddy? Okay, so I can do paraglider.
Everything.
Everything. Good.
Yeah.
Pants time. Okay, back to our regularly scheduled trying to get from point A to point B.
So we're currently on the way to the
Twilight armor set if we
Twilight
can
Princess
get it.
stuff.
We
Yeah.
gotta do some shenaniganery to get there, but yes, that's
Yeah.
the goal.
Is that our end goal for the stream, or are we going to want to do more stuff after that?
You know, kind of depends on how soon we can get there. We do sort of
Yeah.
still need to traverse about a quarter of the map width.
Yeah. I think it's plausible that might be our end goal for today, but you're the one in the driver's seat, so I'll let you decide.
Yeah, no, I think that's a... So we can get the tunic and the leggings both from fairly innocuous parts of the map, I think. It's just the... Oh, we do need to be careful of the lava falls, though. We kind of just gotta steer clear of the entire Elden region. We don't have any armor about that.
Trying to get from point A to point B with special guests points C, D, and E.
Yeah, you get it.
Saga. Let me adjust our fundraiser goals. Go to like 750.
Good idea. Whoop.
Can't believe I can't change the title. I'm so sad. I trick or treat for UNICEF. God damn it. It's so stupid.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Damn, how close are we to the roof?
The pants.
No pants? Okay,
No
guys.
pants.
Nope. There we go. But yeah, if we need to beat the Depths King Gleeok to get the Twilight Helm, we might not be able to. At
We
this
can at least
level,
get the top and bottom.
yeah. At this level of like armor and hearts. Oh well, there's an ascend pillar. That's pretty useful. But yeah, at this level of armor and hearts.
Paraglider.
No! Oh god! No! That I didn't know the ground was that close. I was so worried. But
Man, anonymous donators really coming in clutch today.
Coming in
Thank
clutch
you
is one
for-
word for what's happening.
For raising money for children around the world.
Yes. You are doing good stuff, except to me. Is that a light root or a weird bit of lava? Ah, it's a light root at a funny angle. Anyway, yeah, I think at the current level of armor that we have, we don't really stand much of a chance of dealing with a King Gliok in any meaningful way. Which is unfortunate, because that would be nice.
No, Jake, we're probably not going to stream Spider-Man 2 on our first playthrough. In the new year, probably, but not in a blind playthrough, because I've learned that I like experiencing games for the first time by myself.
Yeah, that's
So,
also how I felt about
There are
2.
many other creators who are streaming the game that you can watch. We will surely talk about it later, but no.
We will probably stream it eventually.
Eventually, yeah. We might do for like our January streams when we try to take it easy. Spider-Man's a great choice. I'll have beaten it by then.
Floor is lava. Okay, we're good. But, yeah, I think, especially for a game like this where we're that invested in the story, it's
Yeah.
more fun to play through it blind once.
Yeah.
And nope, I didn't want that. I wanted one of these. Thank you. Okay, we're good.
That's something I've learned and really respected about like the art of people who are really good at streaming. Like it's not just like playing or entertaining, but like the people who truly can be engaging with the game and the chat and just their own like comedy at like the highest level is so engaging to watch. Like you see your Point Crows, your Doug Dugs, the people who just absolutely have full command of what's going on in a stream, just like supreme entertainment factor. That is something that I realize I cannot do. You know, we basically treat the streams as like, you know, game challenges plus live podcast kinds of things. At least that's how I don't want to put words in your mouth, Red.
Well, I think I enjoy streaming a lot more than you do, just overall.
You do,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. But like what I feel like I'm good at is like the live podcast kind of stream. Like I feel very like in my element. I'm enjoying this a lot right now. But there are creators who can just like fire up a game, go in blind, and just be absolutely 100% on the ball, and it's so impressive to see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still no Panzer Glider, but we're getting close.
Cool. Yeah, you see the precipice I'm currently looking down. Safety.
Had
inches
Adam
away.
played Stray Gods before you did the stream? No, we all went in blind on that one.
Yeah. Which went from being like, oh wow, this is so fun, to like, okay, we gotta not fuck this up, like 3 days in. Alright, thank you.
I am really excited to get Cyan to play Stray God. She's been interested in it, but we haven't had the time to sit down and do it quite yet. I've been playing a lot of Assassin's Creed Mirage, and we only have it on PS5. But yeah.
Swim. Give me more time to eat this sandwich. Phew. Okay. Well, this should make it a little bit easier to get from point A to point B. A little bit. Am I still in the no paraglider zone, though?
Yep. Got 1 more minute of no pants and 2 more minutes no paraglider.
2 more minutes!
I know! Audio balance okay, I shifted where I'm sitting.
Probably.
I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah.
Where are we trying to go? We're going northeast corner of the map to get some Twilight Princess gear.
We're navigating the depths, but I did give myself permission to use ascend pillars when I found them, so I could temporarily get out of the depths and do things like get food, or, in this case, travel overland a little bit.
All right, now you can have pants.
Okay, but still no paraglider.
No.
Well, at least nobody has to look at my knees while we're getting there.
Victorians all wake up from their faints.
But yeah, in this specific case, it's pretty convenient because in the depths in this area, there are a few places where the air will just set you on fire. So I've been having to kind of make a wide berth around them. But now we can just kind of beeline it because the Elden region is less on fire now than it was before. Oh, I forgot about the Zora's domain over there. I think I can see some of the sludge pillars.
Gross.
Yeah.
What's your favorite quest line of the 4 main dungeons? Or I guess we can say 5 and 6, open it up to the castle and the spirit temple. Which do you enjoy the most?
Huh. I mean, I don't want to keep saying Wind Temple, but I think it
Which
really
is fine.
Yeah, I think it's the Wind Temple. I think that Colgera is the most fun boss. I think that the Rising Island Chain and the Skywind Arc, Stormwind Arc, whatever, are one of the most interesting settings in the game to navigate. I think that, like, Zora's Domain is fun, and I really like adventuring around with Sidon. That's so fun. I think that the Fire Temple is aesthetically gorgeous, but it is so tempting to cheese it because...
Oh, yeah. I don't know anyone who's actually played the Fire Temple correctly.
Yeah, no. The minecart thing is just a huge pain in the ass, so none of that for me. Let's see, what am I...
Alright, now you can paraglide.
Yes, okay. We'll do that in a bit. What am I forgetting? Oh, the Gerudo one. I think the Gerudo one was really interesting. I really like how the preamble to each dungeon is so different in this game.
Yeah.
And the Gerudo one, I think, was the most ornate, like the most intricate thing, because, like, you have to defend Gerudo Town from an invasion of zombies, basically. And I fucked it up the first time.
Same.
I distributed our forces too heavily, and things kept getting through and getting to Riju, and that just freaked me out. So the second time through, I was like, okay, fine. They guard the east and west gates. I'll take the north myself. And then that is probably the way you're supposed to do it, because that went great. No complaints, 10 out of 10 experience. But, man, like, part of what threw me is that I hadn't quite figured out the timing on how to take down the like Gibdo mushroom tower things. I didn't realize that you had to strike when the like vacuoles were opened.
Oh yeah.
So I thought that they were just tanking so many hits that I was like, I don't know how I can possibly do these and defend Riju from like getting got. Let's just go maybe over and around.
Yeah, I really like how different all the quests are, and even though, like I said in the Zelda bonus podcast with Rasputin, excellent little bonus pod, you can check it out on our channel, that the dungeons themselves I found a little bit like, okay, it's like we're here, the puzzles just kind of like, just kind of wander around and open up the things. Yeah, okay, you don't really get the sense of navigating a space, like untying a knot from the inside, which is what the most exciting Zelda dungeons do when they're these moving mechanical systems with like spinning gears and mechanisms. Like even how the Divine Beasts had like these things that move around in the dungeon, shifts and turns under your feet. That's really cool. I felt like these ones were just like aesthetically much more interesting because the Divine Beasts look very boring from the inside. They're all the same. I loved the world building and the lore and the sense of place that each of these temples had. Like some are underground, some are in the sky, some are, in the desert, which is really cool. But I just felt like the actual process of playing the dungeon itself was like the least hard part of the whole thing, and the most gamey part of the whole thing, which was a little disappointing. Whereas all the, like, Red, to your point, the process of like leading up to the dungeons are so cool and so unique every time and distinct and specific to the world. I really liked them, but then once you're inside, it's like, and we're in a video game and we're doing video game things. We're clicking 4 buttons to open up the thing. Okay. And it's still fun, but the thing that makes it for me is like the lead up to the dungeon itself. So for me, I quite liked the Zora one, going around the ancient waterworks and untangling this like ancient riddle and figuring out, oh, like where's King Dorephan? And I really liked that a lot. And climbing up to the water temple was really, really cool because it just goes and goes and goes. So that one would probably be my favorite if I had to pick one. But I also really like the Lightning Temple because that also felt like kind of unraveling an ancient mystery, and things rising up from the sands is really cool.
Yeah.
And then the surprise of the Queen Gibdo boss fight right at the gate, I loved that.
Yeah,
that was really, really cool.
I was kind of hoping that she would be worn down to half when we fought her at the end, because Gibdos freak me out, man. I didn't like dealing with them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were the last ones that I started doing in the depths, when I was sort of going through trying to clear out all the big boss fight coliseums. I was just like, maybe I don't need to do the ones that have the Queen Gibdo in them. Maybe it's fine. Maybe okay, perfect. All right, Ganondorf. Now I need you to play nice with those nice bokoblins over there. Don't murder them while I'm away. All right? No laying waste. You understand? All right, I'm trusting you. Let's go. Tulin, no! All right, whatever. Back to the depths.
Oh well.
Yeah. I did like the Spirit Temple. I thought it was a fun little mystery.
Yeah.
Especially because I got there accidentally before I was supposed to.
Yes.
Yeah, which is always just a treat. But I kind of appreciated how they didn't make you take too long on any one part of it. Like, some of it was pretty unforgiving anyway, but I just liked that they were very clear about, like, oh, don't worry, it's not much further. In the same vein of in Breath of the Wild, when Sidon has you take the road up to Zora's domain, and it's just full of monsters, and he just keeps popping up being like, don't worry, you're about 40% through! The Spirit Temple kind of does the same thing, which I like.
Yeah. I did quite enjoy the trip up to the castle. I thought that
Oh.
was really clever and cool.
Sorry, I forgot one of them is here. We're in the right place for one of the Twilight things.
Oh nuts.
We just gotta
Cool.
fucking fight like 80 things. No Link. Not yet.
But I really liked the castle. The whole thing with like the Zelda undercurrent was really cool. It's the one that feels the most creepy. Because I mean, by that point, like you know what's happening. You know that something's distinctly wrong, and you have a good sense of what it is. But the whole thing with the music and going into the castle, and you're just chasing after Zelda, and she just disappears, and all these monsters show up. It's like, oh, this is obvious. But the sequence in the throne room is just so good from beginning to end. That's probably my
absolutely.
favorite boss sequence in all of the dungeons. I mean, barring the end one, of course.
I was kind of brute forcing my way through that fight. I think I was like 7 or 8 tries in after the Phantom Ganon fights. Sorry, real quick, in terms of unfortunate implications or like spooky implications, I like that this really looks like a bunch of soldiers and their commanding officer in a citadel that we know was decimated.
Yep.
Well, Schlorp.
God, that's awful.
There's a bunch of these all over the place in the Great Citadel. So the thing with the castle fight is, I agree. I had basically figured out what was going on at that point. I think that the preamble went on a little bit too long for my liking, but narratively, narratively I didn't mind it because it made sense. That it was like, we just gotta wear him down as much as possible. Because what I like about this Ganondorf is he's kind of a cheating bitch. Like,
yeah, oh yeah, I love that about him.
And the thing is, like, I had figured it out. I was like, that's not Zelda. That cannot be Zelda at this point. And, like, if it is Zelda, something's wrong and she's like under control, but it's not, it can't be Zelda. But I was still going through it because I was like, look, on the off chance that it is her, I can't just fucking leave. And that's the entire game. That's the whole thing. Which I just thought was really fun because it It's so annoying. But basically, after the third time, because I assumed they were going to rule of three me, and then they just kept, like, you know, jerking me around various parts of the castle, I was like, oh, hello, am I in the right place for my 6 p.m. ambush appointment? Thanks, ma'am. Okay, bye. Like, that's where I got to. Which I don't think was where I was supposed to be at that point. But it kind of worked, because that meant in the throne room reveal, I was just so tired. Like I and Link both were just like, great, of course it's not her. Why would anything go right for me today? But that meant I was in the perfect mindset for when the sages show up and rescue us. I was oh my god, guys, you're my friends. Like, I don't know. The amount to which I was emotionally invested in this game was pretty extreme.
Yeah. My experience with, like, the monologue was that whenever Ganondorf was getting a little too fussy, I'd be like, oh, can it, Matthew? Just, like, calling out Matthew Mercer by name.
Yeah. So that was all fun. And then, of course, afterwards, it's like, oh boy, that was real scary. Let's go regroup. And I was like, can I pass out a little bit first? I've been at this for a fucking while. So that was...
go hang out in Lurelin. It's full of pirates.
Yeah, no. Especially because I'd been like, I could tell that the game had more linearity before it would open up, so I was sort of like trying to speed through. So neither Link nor I had taken like a break since basically the game began, and that was kind of when it all sank in. So in terms of emotionally impactful moments, I think it was top tier. I really liked it.
Yeah.
All right, this is going to be a pain in the ass, but you know what will make it a little bit better? Our good friends Muddle Buds. All right, you boys have fun.
Play nice.
Perfect. All right. We're just going to hang out over here while you all sort out your differences. Oh! Right, thanks, gang. Whoops.
I love that the blue Lizalhorn is just a katana.
Yeah, I like it too. We're gonna be fusing a lot of weapons after this fight. It's not being the most cooperative. Woo! Oh, hello. Didn't even mean to do that one, but I'll take it. Alright, cool. Excuse me, folks. Pardon me. I just gotta... as I was saying about fusing weapons, Ooh, yeah, I'll take one of those. What do you mean I can't take that out now? Oh, don't you know who I am? There we go. Alright, as I was saying... No.
Me, who's never played this game, trying to figure out what the fuck y'all are talking about.
Oh.
It's funny.
Yeah. Stop injuring me. What? I didn't win yet, right? Oh, my goodness. Excuse me, as I was saying. Where are my muddle buds? There we go. Okay. That ought to take some of the heat off for a second.
Got the Colgera fight in my head right now, the theme song.
Oh man, it's so fun. Soften them up a little bit for the others. Alright, now where's the other guy? Whoops. Ah, just missed him.
It's a shame that, like, Tears of the Kingdom has a lot of good new music compared to the last game that wasn't in Breath of the Wild. But so much of it is just so contextual that it doesn't feel like there's new music. Even though there's a lot. There's new music for for the sky, there's new music for the depths, but it doesn't hit as strongly as a lot of the music in Breath of the Wild did, because when so much of the wild was just open and sparse, the little oases of music felt so much more strong. And since in this game the world is much more alive by design, there's not quite the same contrast. There's a little bit of like when you go down to the depths, the music is kind of not there. When you go up into the sky, the music is kind of not there. And then when you come to the mainland, just like, ah, yes, this is alive. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But like all the really spectacular new music is all like the boss music and the temple stuff, and it's very, very specific. In a way that doesn't really give us much more in the way of like melodies to work with. Because a lot of the Zora music, with like the new Zora's Domain music, the Mipha Court music, is all working on more or less the same motifs already established in Breath of the Wild, and it's remixed in new and interesting ways, but like, even the Colgera music is still just Dragon Roost Island, but just
Admittedly.
orchestrated differently.
Like, really well orchestrated, but...
Really well, yeah. But there's not, unfortunately, the kind of new material that would grab people in the same way as like, in Skyward Sword, the Ballad of the Goddess is like, that's the song from Skyward Sword. It's this huge motif that like runs through the entire spine of the game. Even the theme music for Tears of the Kingdom
with the
doesn't show
saxophone?
up all that much. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's contextual for the boss fight, and it's really good in how it's used in the ending of the game. But we don't hear it really all that often, which is unfortunate, because it's so good. I just wish we had more opportunities to hear it.
Yeah, I feel that. I think that this game is good in a slightly overwhelming way. So like you keep finding new things that are good, but you can sort of lose track of things that are good in the middle of like, man, I had so much fun with this. I do really like the horn blast that happens when you reach the depths.
And I think it happens at different intensities depending on how fast you come into the depths.
Really? Huh.
Because if you just glide down, you don't hear it. But if you skydive in, it's really loud.
I think you do hear it. It's just, I think it's timed such that if you're diving into the depths, it hits at exactly the right moment. I don't know what exactly is the context for it, but I've had moments where I'm like climbing around up near the top of the depths, and I almost start to hear like the sort of tinkly preamble to the hornbois play.
Huh.
Yeah. All right. Are there any other elevators around here, or do I have to climb the rest of the way?
Emily says, how long y'all planning to keep rolling? My plans for tonight include a potential first foray into Stray Gods. Do it.
Woo! Yeah,
We'll
do
play
it.
Stray Gods.
Do it. Do it.
I would do another detailed diatribe, but I won't.
Okay.
Because there's still so much more. Like, I knew exactly what I was doing with that video. I knew that I was like, okay, like, listen, this is where we recommend you leave if you don't want to get spoiled. And then even then, I didn't actually spoil the rest of the plot.
No, you didn't.
You don't know who did it. There's so much more in the characters and the mystery of the game that we just don't touch on in that, so that when you go play it, you still have a compelling, like, first experience, more or less blind. You understand the structure and you understand the world building, but it still preserves a lot of the joy of playing that game in the first place, and that was a calculated choice to exercise that kind of restraint, where I would have loved to talk about all the juicy character drama that goes on in the late game. I was like, no, I gotta hold off.
Your machinations lay undetected.
Yes.
Whew. All right, we're gonna climb up here. So we got the Trousers of Twilight. We're gonna go up and over, and I think this is actually the tunic, if I'm correct. I think we found a map to it. The Sky Islands.
Yeah, it's in the swirly runaround. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna need to do a little bit of hijinks to get in there, but I don't think it's anything too complicated. Not as big as that boss fight we just had. I mean, boss fight. Not as big as that big fight we just had to do. The hardest part is, as
What
always,
is
climbing
Stray
up.
Gods, says Dax? Ah, well. Stray Gods is a Greek mythology, urban
Role-playing.
fantasy, murder mystery, role-playing musical, where your choices change not only the story, but the music itself. It's amazing. We have a
Yeah.
detailed diatribe about it if you want to learn more. It is very good. It's very, very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know how much longer we're going to be going for. That's up to Red's
It
discretion.
kind of depends on how long it takes us to get to the little spirally bit. But we've been streaming for a good 4.5
4.5?
hours.
Yeah.
It's pretty good for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll reassess. The thing is, we can't kill a King Gleeok right now.
No, we just
like,
don't have the weapons.
We don't have the weapons. And it's a Depths King Gleeok, which means every hit does gloom damage, which...
Oh, God, that's so much worse.
Yeah. The thing is, in my 100% file, I do go around killing King Gleeoks for fun, but it's never easy. It's always, at last a worthy opponent, our battle will be legendary. And the big thing is they just eat so many arrows in the process, because you have to get a lot of, eyeball shots.
Yeah.
We do admittedly have a ton of, Aracuda eyeballs and stuff like that, which would help with, missing. But it's got 3 heads. You gotta hit all of the eyes. On the other hand, now that we have the lightning helm, we can
True.
have... it's a much easier time fighting Thunder Gleeoks now. Or just Gleeoks with a Thunder head, like all King Gleeoks have. So, when I did all the shrines, I got the thing you get for beating all the shrines, which is an armor set. And it's definitely the flex armor set. It is one of the most powerful in the game. Its effect isn't anything special, but its just raw protective ability is pretty much top-notch. And I think the final stage of the upgrade tree, I needed 9 Gleeok guts. Gleeok guts are a theoretical drop from regular Gleeoks.
Not always.
Not even ever for me. I don't think I've ever had a normal Gleeok drop Gleeok guts, except in the case of the one where there's a quest about getting Gleeok guts from it. So that was great. What does drop Gleeok guts every time are King Gleeoks. But there are only 4 of them in the game? I think that's correct. There's 3
One
King...
in the depths and 3 overworld.
I think that's correct. I think there's 1 in the depths and 3 in the overworld. Nope, I wanted... There we go. So I literally needed to wait for 2 blood moons to respawn them. So that was fun. I mean, it was fun, but, it was weird. It's a rare game that will actually make me willing to grind for something like that.
Yeah.
Mostly because I was curious if it looked different at different stages in the upgrade. It doesn't. I just wanted to find out, and the game was new enough that that information didn't exist online yet.
Lee, are you okay, little miss?
She good? She eating more plastic?
No, she was just giving herself a blem. I'll be right back.
Okay. Ooh. Hold on, if we're in a mine. Oh, I see. Okay, there might be an armor set in here. There might just be a crystal, but there is usually something. Oh, treasure chest nearby. Good. Link, come on. I don't know why they made these rock pillars so weird to climb. I don't know why they did that. The geometry on them is just all kinds of funky. Whoops. I don't know why they did that either. Oh, okay, cool. Well, that's all right. The armor set we'll get next.
We're good.
Oh, huzzah! All right, let's see. Yeah, we're getting where we need to go. Ah! Okay, cool. finding the entry to the spiral thing might be a slight pain in the ass.
You can just flip to the overworld map.
That's what I'm doing, yeah. I think... Yeah, basically we just need to keep curving more to the right rather than left, even though we are going to need to go left after a little while. Eh. I don't like how much floor is lava I have to do. Normally I just get through this with the thing you get in the Spirit Temple. Is this the right?
Your Gundam.
Yeah, my Gundam. That was one of my favorite, like, predictions that turned out to be completely true, because as soon as people were like, oh my gosh, we can just build stuff, how long before we see people doing mechas? And I was like, well, the game will give you one. The hell, am I in a corner? No? No, I don't seem to be. Hello? Hello? Alright. I think we're okay? Oh, I should probably start fusing more weapons, actually, now that I have, like, a minute.
Yeah, you got some materials and some pristine weapons to put together.
Well, that's always a good one. Not too bad. I don't know why I even have this one.
Aw.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Here we go. Japanese steel, folded 10,000 times. Alright, we're good.
God, discourse around katanas is something else.
They are very cool looking. Oh man, that reminds me.
Oh no.
So, no, it's, well, no, actually, maybe a little bit of reason to be, oh no. So there's a sci-fi channel on, on Pluto. Oh no, I remember this actually. There's so much fucking ooze. Alright, focus. There's a sci-fi channel on Pluto TV, and they sometimes show Twilight Zone episodes. And I caught a Twilight Zone episode that has George Takei in it, like 2 years before he was in Star Trek, so like very much pre-fame. And when I looked it up, it was like, this episode doesn't get much replay because it's sort of racially charged, but like very much intentionally so. So basically, it's a Twilight Zone episode. The premise is, would that be fucked up or what?
Yeah.
Basically, this World War II vet hires a handyman who is George Takei. The World War II vet is xenophobic and generally racist. He absorbed a lot of the anti-Japanese sentiments of World War II, which was kind of a thing, very major in the US. But he also picked up a katana from a soldier that he killed, and he has this katana. And the TLDR is this katana is very definitely cursed or haunted or something like that. And it basically drives these two people into conflict with each other. The conflict was kind of already happening because you've got this, nice young Japanese American man who's just kind of trying to do a job, and then you've got this deeply troubled but lonely but also deeply racist but also deeply troubled war vet who's like trying to, have a friend to talk to while also, being kind of horrible. And it kind of keeps going back and forth until eventually the situation escalates. The sword kind of locks them in the attic together, like the door doesn't open even though it doesn't have a lock on it, that kind of situation. And it just kind of goes downhill from there. And by the end of the episode, the vet has been stabbed and the young man has yeeted himself out the window shouting "Banzai!" So, stuff happened. It's a Twilight Zone episode. The premise is always, would that be fucked up or what?
Yeah.
It was a very...
Red, you can switch your map, leave it on the overworld, and it'll keep it in the bottom right.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm sort of just trying to puzzle it out. I think getting this light route will help. Anyway, it was a very interesting episode, but I can see why after it came out there was a long window where they just didn't, re-air it because they were like, ooh, I don't know, like we were saying something with this, but I don't know if it was cool to say.
Interesting.
But there was a certain amount of the like, oh, spooky, cursed Japanese sword haunted by a samurai, and it's like it was a World War II soldier, not a samurai. not how that works. I'm sorry. But George Takei fucking kills it in it, so like whatever.
I'm sure.
Yeah. He's also been one of the people advocating for like this episode. It existed for a reason. It was making a statement about the well, one of the things it explicitly makes a statement about is the shift from the anti-Japanese propaganda of wartime to the post-war, like, we like Japan, we like their technology and stuff like that. We're buds now. They're a very, advanced culture, yada, yada, yada. And this vet was just like, I believed what they told me the first time, and now they're telling me something else, and that I'm horrible for believing what they told me the first time. And it's like, ooh, yeah, that is a little bit fucked, isn't it? Anyway, very interesting episode. Oh, what the? Huh. Hold on.
What?
I think the map looks different. Oh, no. Okay, I see. We're near the Terrytown mine, which is its own thing. Which could be fun to check out.
Oh, we went south. Oh.
Well, I wanted to get this light route.
Oh, because the light route's going to be at the very end because there's a shrine.
Yeah, but it was helpful to just get
sure.
enough of a look. Anyway, yeah, Twilight Zone's been really interesting. That's definitely the most like nerd homework I've been doing recently. But like, it's fun because in most cases it really is that good. Like, I can see why it shaped so much television and why it's still so widely beloved despite being, at this point, very old. It is always kind of fun to play, like, spot the Star Trek actor before they were in Star Trek.
Yeah.
I think most people know that there's an episode with William Shatner in it. It's like a good episode, but it's a little bit harmed by the special effects.
That's the plain one, right?
It's the plain one, yeah. He's got like a window seat, and every time he looks out the window, he sees this gremlin on the wing. But the gremlin is just like a guy with some, kind of spooky face makeup, just wearing what appears to be like a Fozzie Bear shag carpet costume. Or it's like Ralph the dog, but with a gremlin face. And it's like ripping up the wing and stuff like that. But the actual, like, plot of the episode is pretty harrowing. Because this guy had a nervous breakdown about flying before. He's, like, on his way back from receiving treatment in, like, a mental institution for, the level of breakdown that he had. And basically the universe is gaslighting him about this gremlin on the wing that keeps ducking out of sight whenever anybody else comes to check. But it starts, like, tearing at the fuselage on the wing. So he's like, well, fuck. But instead of being like, you have to believe me, he's like, okay, nobody's gonna believe me, so I have to be smart about this. And he's like, okay, I'll pretend to take the sedative they give me. And then when they're not looking, I will steal this cop's gun and open the emergency window and shoot the thing on the wing. And at the end, he's like strapped to a gurney and they're taking him away. But for the first time all episode, he seems completely calm because he's like, I know what really happened. And, I fixed it. And it's a rare Twilight Zone episode that kind of ends on a positive note, because as it pans away from him, it shows that, like, the wing is visibly damaged. Like, any investigation will be like, oh yeah, something was fucking, like, clawing open the wing. Huh, okay. So,
yeah.
Shatner's acting isn't doing it himself too many favors, but, like, it's not so bad that you're like, I can't get invested in this, I think, having now seen a bunch of original Trek and a bunch of the Twilight Zone that he's in, I feel like Shatner's main thing is that, like, his vocal delivery's not great. His face acting is pretty good. So when he's playing this, like, stressed out, speaking of stressed out, this extremely, like, neurotic man who's, like, trying to be chill and normal and have gotten over his trauma but hasn't really, he does a good job visually portraying that. Yeah. And I think that's pretty good. Anyway. And then you just get the episodes that are pure "Would that be fucked up or what?" which is always fun.
Yep.
There's one where this like shopkeep and his wife acquire a genie in a bottle, and the genie's like, "I'll grant you any 4 wishes," but you know, stuff like standard. These rules aren't allowed, but he's kind of an asshole genie, you know. He definitely like. There's no real winning in that case, but it's not really clear how much of an asshole he is until the very last second to last wish, because the first wish is just a test. They're like, can you like clear away this can you like fix this break in the glass of our display case? And he's like, sure. And they're like, wow, okay, next I want $1 million. And he's like, okay, here's $1 million. And then like they're like handing out the money to everybody around them. They're like, yeah, have some money. And then a tax guy comes in and he's like, yes, well, after taxes, you're left with about $50,000. And they're like, what? And I was like, what the fuck kind of tax bracket shit is that? Was it the 60s when they actually taxed millionaires? Then so they're like, oh, we should have wished for $1 million after taxes. I see what the game is. But then like, no, let's not wish for more money. And then the guy is like, you know what? Okay, how about this? I wish to be like the ruler of a country. But and he's like, oh, but hold on, you're gonna be clever about this. I want to be the ruler of a country where I can't be voted out of office. And the guy's like, sure, no problem, can do. And it's like, oh, and within the last century, you know, I want it to be like chill and high tech. And the genie's like, oh, easy. And the punchline is he gets turned into Hitler right at the end of World War II in the bunker.
No.
And he uses the last wish to be like, how about just undo all that shit, okay? Just fuck it, okay? How about we're fine and I'm fine with this. And
oh my god.
Yeah, but it's like that genie was just being a dick. He could have given him something chill.
He could have given him something.
Also, that second to last wish didn't have anything for his wife, and she was totally chill about it. So I don't know what was up with that. Anyway, Twilight Zone episodes are frequently just "Would that be fucked up or what?" Which is always funny. I think the thing that throws me about anytime they try and do like a modern reimagining of the Twilight Zone or like a modern successor series is that they always try and give it a moral beyond "Would that be fucked up or what?" It always has to mean something.
Which, like, on paper isn't a bad idea, but are you saying it, like, muddies the execution?
Well, I think the thing that made Twilight Zone work so well is that it didn't have any of that. It really, truly was just like, oh boy, that would be pretty fucked if that happened. And sometimes there is a moral on, like, the nature of human kindness or something like that, or humanity, or hope, you know, in a dark world and stuff like that. But usually the actual event is just like something inexplicable starts happening and everyone in that situation reacts like a real human being faced with something inexplicable and just kind of has to deal with it. Whereas when it turns into like, you know, Black Mirror style, ooh, spooky technology makes us bad people, you sort of run into the problem of like, for the purpose of the allegory, almost everybody in the episode kind of stops acting like a real person, almost.
Yeah.
In the same way that, like, some idiot plots only work if everyone in the world starts acting stupid.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, so, you know, you get some situations. There's a Twilight Zone episode that I have a lot of fondness for because I think it's very stupid but very sincere. It's called Eye of the Beholder. It is the Hot People Ghetto episode.
Oh, the Hot People Ghetto.
Hot People Ghetto. Yeah, I've explained this one. For those not in the know, the premise of the episode is that a woman is in a hospital bed. She's undergone some sort of surgery to fix some sort of horrible fucked upness with her face. You might not notice on the first watch through that you never see the faces of her doctors or nurses. They're always conspicuous, like they're in shadow or silhouetted. And of course, her face is bandaged, so we don't see that either. And at about like the halfway point of the episode, they slowly take off the bandages and reveal that she's beautiful. But oh no, all the doctors and nurses are freaking out, and they're like, no, we failed again, because they're all fucked up like pig-looking people. They're all like fucked up and weird. But from their perspective, you see, it's all in the eye of the beholder, and she's the fucked up and weird one, and she believes them too. She's like fully on camp. This is fucked up and weird, and I feel so bad that I'm so fucked up and weird compared to everybody else. But there's like undercurrents beyond like, what if hot people were thought of as ugly and vice versa? Would that be fucked up or what? Because in the background, there's like been this discussion she keeps being like, hey, look, please, I wouldn't bother anybody. I just don't want to be sent to like the hot people ghetto. You know, I don't want to be sent. And they're like, no, you'd be happier there, you know, among your own kind. And she's like, but I don't want to be. Why must we be separated out? Why is ugliness treated like a crime, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And there's talk of like, oh, the leader will be speaking on TV. And it's like, oh, cool. I love the supreme dictator of our country. This is great. And when we see him, he's like, first of all, a fucked up and gross looking pig guy, but also he's talking about like, yes, any deviation from the norm must be punished. We all must be exactly the same, like that kind of thing. So there is a lesson there about essentially like, how to even describe, like, it's bad to have kind of a fucked up, like, ugly people ethno-state, but also just in general, like, 1984 style leaders are bad.
I mean, that's basically saying, like, any kind of ethno-state is just as fucked up as, like, a hot people go to the jail zone ethno-state.
Yeah, and I think a lot of what makes it work is that, the thing that makes the story work is that we look at that and we're like, well, that's ridiculous. Who would possibly think of this woman as ugly? And it's like, it's ridiculous either way. Like, this helps you see the ridiculousness of the underlying principle of some people who are just people should be separated out from everybody else. And you remember, this was like hot on the heels of all the stuff the US was doing in World War II.
Yeah.
So, like, we need to separate out people because they're not like us. It was a hot topic of the day. And the fact that it involves me saying the phrase hot people ghetto a lot is secondary.
Yeah.
Like, it's...
I guess then what I'm getting is it's not that, like, when something like Black Mirror tries to have a moral that makes it worse, because we're getting into, like, Ubisoft, we don't make political games. Like, okay, honey. But that sometimes the strength of a story is in its open-endedness and in not needing to force a specific conclusion into every story. Let some of them almost take that kind of Lovecrafty, like, ain't that weird and confusing? Try to sleep on that one, fucko.
Yeah, I'll never get closure, and I have to be okay with that.
Yeah, it's the lack of closure as opposed to, like, having a moral makes it worse. I think it's easier for us to take pot shots because some of the like Black Mirror like morals are pretty stupid in some cases. That college humor skit of like, oh, the technology.
The technology.
Yeah, and it's kind of like it's like, okay, yeah, like technology is dumb. Like, great, is that all we're gonna get? Okay, cool, great. Where I think I haven't watched Twilight Zone, so I can't comment from that perspective. But just like from literature in general, it's not like, oh, Twilight Zone would be worse if it had, like, moralistic messages. Like, clearly a lot of them do, but the strength of something like Twilight Zone is in being willing to have a story be ambiguous or open-ended and not tie things up cleanly, because it leaves more stuff for the audience to ruminate it on and think, oh man, wouldn't that be fucked up or what? So the times when there is a specific moral hits harder because of the contrast. Whereas, like, if every single episode of Black Mirror has a specific, and I'm not picking on Black Mirror specifically, but, like, if every episode of a Twilight Zone-like successor has a specific message, you go into every episode looking for the specific message. And then you get, like you said, characters that don't actually act like characters.
I think also, sometimes for the purposes of the allegory, they sort of need to make it so that, you know, the protagonist is, like, a real person. They're the only sane person in a world gone mad. And the thing is, that is not unknown for Twilight Zone episodes, but they kind of work for that. Everyone starts the episode off working like a real person, you know? They don't tend to... Stop it. God, there's just so many guys around here. Sorry. So there's an episode called The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street, which is all about, like, paranoia and neighbor turning on neighbor and probably fucking, like, Cold War era, you know,
communism,
anxieties. Yeah, exactly. Basically because the power goes out all across the neighborhood, and everyone's like, oh, that's a little bit weird. And then, like, a kid with a comic book is like, oh my gosh, I just read a book about this. When this happened in the story, it was because there were aliens that looked just like people. And initially everyone's like, haha, that's, yeah, great. You've been reading too many comic books. But then the power starts coming back on, not at random. It's like, oh, the power's back on in this one house. Or like, oh, this one person's car turned on when none of our other devices worked at all. And then the neighbors start being like, I always thought there was something weird about that guy, or like, you know, sometimes I see you out at night just looking up at the sky, and the guy's like, I have insomnia. Why the fuck are you looking out your window at late at night? Like that kind of thing. And the whole thing is this back and forth about like paranoia and terror, and basically the culmination of it all in the episode is that one of the more unpleasant and loudly accusatory guys shoots somebody coming down the street, and the guy turns out to just be a neighbor of theirs who like went out to try and see if the other blocks had power, and that makes everyone completely turn on each other because suddenly like, oh, you know, we were all just accusing each other, but now somebody's actually fucking dead. And then at the end it turns out like, yeah, there are aliens observing the situation, and the aliens are just like, yeah, these dumbasses will turn on each other after like the slightest provocation. We just need to make them paranoid about each other and not know who to trust. And then the episode ends. And it's like, this episode would have worked just as well if there were no aliens.
There were no aliens.
Possibly
yeah.
better. But that's the thing. Twilight Zone will always take that little, like, would that be fucked up or what? Because at the end, it's, the aliens aren't trying to, like, observe their behavior to be like, you see how curious they are. They're trying to observe their behavior to be like, yeah, if we want to invade this place, we can cut them off at the knees super easily just by doing the slightest provocation to make them turn against each other. Which is kind of like, again, there's a moral in there, a very simple one, where it's like, hey, the human tendency to be willing to, like, turn against the people they trust at the slightest provocation is what weakens our communities. And it's like, yeah, sure, that makes sense. But it works because it's kind of like this thing that was happening when YA dystopia was really booming, where you would get, like, this competition for how contrived a dystopia you could come up with
yeah.
to, like, match... Oh my god, stop it. To match the level of, like, Battle Royale, and, of course, correspondingly the... God damn it. You know what? This is stupid. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Get out of here.
Your dazzle fruits.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I was gonna just take them down when there were only, like, 2 of them, but then it started getting confusing, and I couldn't find where the skulls were going. Anyway.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, get out of here. God damn. Are we nearly there yet? I think we're nearly there. But there's just a lot of Twilight Zone stories, and I think this is a case where, similar to the conversation we were having about Astro Boy, like, people are fascinated by this because they want to make sense of it, to, like, figure out what magic made it work. And in a lot of cases, they're like, it's the social commentary. It's the, you know, the fantastical elements layered over our familiar world. And it's like, yeah, you can tell a story like that, but it never feels like the Twilight Zone, because there's always some, like, you know, some message somewhere. And the Twilight Zone has a message, but I don't even know exactly what it is. I think the vibe I got from Black Mirror so often was just like, oh, the world that you've created here as a whole doesn't make sense. Even in the cases like Eye of the Beholder, where the world as a whole has kind of gone mad, there is an implied way for this to have happened, where it's like, okay, there was some kind of dictatorial ethno-state thing that has successfully brainwashed its people into accepting this absolutely ridiculous dichotomy that we from the outside can see as ridiculous, but the people in it can't. And, you know, we look at that and we're like, yeah, that's horrific. But I see how we got that way. And then it's like, what if everyone could rate everybody on Yelp all the time, and then that was how you got jobs? And it's like, I don't really get how we got there. And pointing at that and being like, that would be pretty fucked up is like, it would be, but why are we talking about this?
If anything, the Community episode with Meow Meow Beans, where they're deliberately parodying that exact thing,
Yep.
almost makes more sense as like a social network of, like, you know, community college students just being, like, petty.
Yeah, that feels a little bit more like, I believe that these idiots would get caught up in that, not the entire planet.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to. I don't feel so confident in the assessment of, like, oh, you know, Black Mirror bad because whatever, Twilight Zone good because whatever, because I haven't seen enough of either to really form that opinion. I'm always wary of like, it's like they're shoving a message down our throats. Like that's why it's
Yeah.
bad. Like, oh, okay, tell me about how everything's woke and mermaids are white. But sorry.
No, no, I mean, damn.
Um, but I can understand there's somewhat of like the purity of the terror in something like Twilight Zone, where they are willing to commit to leaving you just completely uneasy at the end of something. Where it's even if it's not a is that fucked up or what, and if there is a specific point, like the hot people ghetto, like they're committed to leaving you on this feeling of unease that other media hasn't felt as confident to do. Where usually if you are stuck in trying to like tie something in a thematic bow, and you're doing it clumsily, odds are you're going to just end up thinking like, oh, this is great, and I have this allegory, and I'm so smart, and then like forget how to write it in a way that actually makes it affecting as a story on its own merits, and then you get, it's not that it's bad because there's this moral in it, it's like, oh, this feels like incomplete and less than the feeling I had when watching a comparable Twilight Zone episode because they compromised the quality of the storytelling and didn't actually focus on providing a meaningful resolution to the story in a way that leaves you with that feeling of that delicious unease that you get from a good Twilight Zone episode. I don't know if I'm going around in circles.
No, I think
but
that
I want to
you're-
make it clear that it's not like new stuff bad, but like what is it that makes some episodes of something like Black Mirror good and some episodes bad, where it's some are like, oh, this is an interesting concept, and it's explored in a way that I feel like, okay, yeah, I like the way they handled this, versus like, it's Yelp for people, like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I think
Again, like
you're
even
onto
that is like, that's kind of a would that be fucked up or what, but it doesn't have the same end result. It's just like, well, that was stupid, and there's a difference between would that be fucked up or what and well, that was stupid, because the strength of the would that be fucked up or what is when it sticks with you and you still think about it as like, man, that would be fucked up, whereas you watch something like the Yelp and it's like, okay, well, that's stupid.
I do think that a big factor that makes Twilight Zone work is that it is character drama, which ties into the thing I was saying about how like the characters act like people, not like, you know, automatons designed to make the plot happen in a certain way. So like in the Hot People Ghetto episode, a lot of focus is put on the doctor who's treating his patient, because he's having, you know, medical drama stress about like, this is the last chance, I don't know what I'll do if I can't save her, you know, that kind of thing. And then you get the reveal and it's like, oh, like this is a tragedy, but the fact that you bought into this is because you've been, you know, you've been reshaped by this society that's taught you that this would be the ultimate failure, you know, a cursed existence, and you're beating yourself up over not being able to save her from it, when from our perspective, you've done absolutely nothing wrong. There was an episode, the name I can't remember, where this woman, this aging movie starlet, was having aging movie starlet problems of like, oh, I'm not being cast in roles I want anymore, and I'm feeling very lonely and isolated because a lot of the people I used to co-star with are no longer working, or, you know, they've gotten older, they've died or something like that, and she's trying to relive her glory days, and the would that be fucked up or what element is basically the only supernatural element is that she sort of manages to, through sheer force of will, like project herself back into just the universe of her own movies. So like she disappears and she's only on the screen in her like personal projecting room, and this freaks the fuck out of like her servant and her friend who's been trying to like get her to interact with the real world more, because she was basically like, no, what if I interacted with the world even less, and like supernaturally just got to live in pictures forever. And that's would that be fucked up or what, but it's also just a character tragedy of like, it's sad that, you know, the world failed this woman, and that she was so afraid of aging and the passage of time that she like sequestered herself in fiction, and that is, you know, that's a would that be fucked up or what, but a large part of what makes it work is that it's like, That's tragic. It's sad that that happened, and the only supernatural element in this is that she got a marginal happy ending, kind of. She got what she wished for, and she seems happy, but, you know, everyone else is like, damn, man, that's fucking sad. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and I guess that's any media, is if you focus too hard on like putting a moral or a theme in there and forget that it's actually supposed to be about characters, you end up with a weak story. But I am not quite convinced of the points that even I myself am making. I'm not sure that not to say that your argument is weak, but I feel like I am still missing some element of what separates something like Twilight Zone from later attempts at a similar formula, and I'm not quite sure I probably need to just watch a whole bunch of both of them.
Maybe,
But
yeah.
I mean, we were talking about adaptations earlier, and like, you know, do you actually have an idea that you're trying to touch on, or are you just making more for the sake of more? And I guess with like Black Mirror, it's like, Twilight Zone, but all about technology. And yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I think you're right. that
I
there's-
need to
there's
think
still-
about this more, because I am not. Wouldn't that be fucked up or what? I don't have an answer for this. I'm left incomplete in my logic.
I agree. I think that there is more to unpack here. Why is it auto-saving? What's going on? Oh, that's why. Well, hold on. Let's just prep a little bit. Let's just ready ourselves. Steal your. Okay.
And then did we get the Twilight tunic?
Yeah, we got the Twilight tunic. In fact,
Great.
let's put them on.
I think I might be about hitting the end of my
Yeah, I think I'm gonna
energy for today.
kill this Frox, and then I'm gonna warp back to Lookout Landing, and we're gonna call it a day. Sound good to
Great.
everybody?
Yep, we can put on one of the hats.
Ooh. Well,
One
we
of the
should
other
probably
caps.
keep the glowy hat.
Because we got two different caps. I think one is the winds and one is time.
Got Cap of the Wild and Cap of
Oh,
Time.
wild. Okay.
I think we look better without it, to be completely honest. 6 fucking 6 armor is enough for anybody. What?
God, it's so spooky seeing Link just run around in complete dark.
I know. Can you guys see at all? I can see okay on the screen, but
Maybe throw the mask back on.
okay. Just, you know, just a little. All right. Well, we're gonna just get a little verticality, and then we're gonna kick this guy's ass a little bit.
There we go. That's something we can at least see ourselves.
Cool. But yeah, I think that there is more to be unpacked here, which is part of why I've been finding the process of watching it so interesting. Because, you know, it's nerd homework. It's a cultural staple that influenced a ton of people, but I haven't really seen it equaled exactly. I've seen people who are clearly inspired by it, but they haven't quite, it seems, managed to capture that certain something that made it work, which makes me more curious about what that certain something is.
I think I'm dancing around a possible connection with the Lovecraft angle of just the willingness of OG Twilight Zone to leave some things unsaid, even if it is being very political, and leaving some things open as opposed to trying to tie off every last little loop. Maybe there's something to that.
Yeah,
Because
I do
it, like
think, yeah.
we've talked about Lovecraft stuff, it's like, oh, you know, like original Lovecraft, it really doesn't hold up if you read it nowadays
a little hit or
without
miss.
suspending a lot of disbelief. But
Yeah.
other people who are taking on the Lovecraft mythos are crafting incredible stories in that world with those techniques, but without the associated baggage that bogs down original Lovecraft writing. That's like a case of almost the exact opposite, where people have figured out, oh, I know what makes this work so well, and I know what makes the originals kind of unbearable to read. So if I can write, you know, a Lovecraft story, The Terror of the Unknown, and just make it something that's just not racism, because that is, one, bad, but also, two, boring. Like, let it be said that in addition to racism being bad, which is more important, it also just makes the stories more boring.
Yeah, they
'Cause,
aren't
like,
as impactful.
okay, sure,
Whoa!
whatever you say, keyword or whatever the fuck your name is. It's an opposite case of Howard. Opposite case of the adaptation problem where the successors got it. But that same je ne sais quoi may be what makes the original Twilight Zone so compelling. I don't know.
Yeah. I think that a lot of what makes the experience of reading Lovecraft now is a little bit, it's like scene to scene mental whiplash, you know, where like he will describe something that is absolutely profoundly horrifying, and then he'll tack on something where it's like, oh, I don't trust you to accurately narrate what is horrifying anymore. If that freaked you out, okay, cool. Or it'll be like, I'll be trying to get immersed, and then I'll get a jarring reminder of the author being kind of awful.
Yeah.
I've gotten flack for like pointing that out, and it's like, I'm pointing it out because it bothered me. I'm not trying to be like, haha, let's all point and laugh at the guy who's from another time. And it's like, no, let's talk about how this actively makes his writing worse.
Yeah, and like the thing is, I'll understand various people have been like, hey, like Lovecraft realized at the end of his life that he had done a lot of like fucked up things and realized his biases were horrible and like attempted to atone for it. It's like, okay, cool. All of that is still fundamentally baked into his writing, and you cannot separate it at all.
I think
like it still absolutely poisons the reading experience.
Yeah, I think the fact that he figured it out and tried to become a better person is great and deeply admirable. And if I were talking to him to his face, I would probably account for that a lot more than his past fucked upness. But when we're analyzing his books, where he put a lot of his personal biases into them and they actively impede my ability to enjoy them, I can't just be like, this isn't a problem to the writing because years later he realized it would have been better if he hadn't done that. It's like, I know, I've been saying that the whole time. He's agreeing with me. All right, none of that shit. Oh. Oh boy, oh boy.
Jump.
This time I got the tree between us. I just need to get high enough that I can shoot him in the fucking eyeball before he spots me. It shouldn't be that complicated. Something shining.
Imagining like one of those memes where it's just you saying, I just need to get high, and then it hard cuts to the like yeah, exactly.
No. There we go. I gotcha, you cheeky. Okay, come on, let me up. Or spin it to win it, baby.
Yeah, especially hard to ignore now that other writers since then have done the Lovecraft mythos in modern times without all the racism. It's like, yeah, it's like we can, yeah.
It can be
We
done.
are better than that now.
Ah, shit. Ha! Whew! Close one. But yeah, anyway, I think, you know, as a fan of media criticism, while also being a fan of like appreciating what's good about things that aren't necessarily great, or like giving people second chances when they mess up, I think that there are two schools of criticism that can look similar from the outside if the parties aren't careful, which is like, hey, let's figure out what went wrong here and how it could be better, versus, haha, let's point and laugh at the stupid thing. And like, those are two different things. And you know, I try to be in Camp A more than I'm in Camp B, although it can be fun in a rather destructive way to flirt with Camp B, you know. Sometimes it's fun to just watch somebody sit down for 2 hours and be like, here's why this thing is stupid. And I'm like, yes, point out all the things that are wrong with it, and also just let me experience the catharsis of somebody else saying what I'd been feeling but couldn't articulate. Yeah. Also, let's warp back to look at landing. Why are we still here?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But it's like, okay, sure, like, you know, Lovecraft apologized and was like, I messed up. Like, okay, cool, great. But like, his work still has caused a lot of pain to a lot of people, and it's not like we get to give him a pass for that. Like,
yeah, there's a difference between forgiving a person and ignoring parts of a thing that they created. Like, this is the nature of art. You create something and it outlives you, and you as a person can change a lot, but the art that you created at a certain time in your life persists. And that's a thing that artists just have to be okay with, because trying to ignore that and like go back and constantly rework things, that way madness lies. Like, we don't do that in this house. But what this means is that you get artists who went through stages or changed a lot, or in this case of Lovecraft, seems to have become a much better person near the end of his life. So I have heard. Perfectly great. And if I were dealing with the person, it would be like, okay, great. It's good that you have, sorted some shit out.
Let's issue some redactions.
Or, yeah. I think that there's, especially now, especially with the way that, like, the internet kind of works, there's this habit of looking at a thing that you saw somebody say and seeing that in sort of a timeless space of, like, oh, well, you said this once, so you must be in a perpetual state of believing it. Because I just saw it, and thus it feels like you said it to me. And it's like, people have now been online for like over a decade in a lot of cases. It is unthinkable that people haven't changed in that time. And I think it's just so much easier to be like, oh, okay, you did something fucked up, and that means I now have a license forever to just verbally and emotionally beat the shit out of you because you're bad, and that means I'm allowed to do this and nobody can get mad at me. Rather than, hey, that was a pretty fucked up thing you did. Maybe don't do it again and try to reduce any harm that you did in the process. But it's so satisfying and so easy to just be like, no, this person sucks forever, and that means I'm allowed to just be terrible to them forever.
It's the internet dogpile of like, yes, finally I have the license to be the bully I've always wanted to be.
That's really it, yeah. Especially, and it sucks, but like people who've been on the receiving end of that, people who've like been bullied often kind of absorb a dichotomy, a view of the world where like there are only two roles, and that is person who can harm others with impunity and person who is harmed with impunity. And if you absorb that worldview, you spend your life on the hunt for like people you are allowed to harm with impunity after being harmed with impunity. And that ain't good. That's so bad, like for everybody involved. But it's so easy. It's so
Your
easy.
veteran inform you Milkshake Duck is racist.
Exactly, yeah. But if Milkshake Duck had issued a retraction, like, we could have all learned to be okay with Milkshake Duck. I don't know. I just think that, like, it's a very easy worldview to hold and absorb, to be like, to split the world into a binary of, like, this person is all the way good, this person is all the way bad, and if you're all the way bad, that means I can do whatever I want to hurt this person because it's justice. Which is about 4 different kinds of backwards, but it's a very easy worldview to internalize. We feel that something that is emotionally satisfying must therefore be good. I don't know. This is like a whole screed in here, but like...
No, it's okay. This is paradoxically a lot of the same logic that you'll find in the original Lovecraft writings.
Yeah.
But I do want to throw it around and say, for stuff that's like kind of in the Lovecraft vein, but is modern and is not like horrible to entire demographics of people, Magnus Archives.
Yeah.
I get the sense is kind of like that, where it's like, oh, this is existentially horrifying on several levels, but it's also just like good storytelling that you can enjoy. That's my parting recommendation, just purely based off of what Red has told me about Magnus Archives.
Yeah, no, I had a lot of fun with it, and I definitely recommend that horror aficionados, I'd say listen through it with as few spoilers as possible if you can manage it.
Certainly.
Because I love it dearly. I haven't been able to like get through it on a second listen because all the things that like I catch on a second listen where I'm like, oh, that's a reference to this, or like, oh, that they're talking about this guy. For me, it makes the world almost feel like smaller. Which is a strange complaint to have, but the more references I pick up on and the more I notice, like, oh, this is all interconnected, the more I'm like, are there like 30 people in the world, basically? Like, I don't know. Because
I'm back to you.
Whoa, hello. Whoop. I got distracted and fell.
I know.
We're talking about Magnus Archives right before I probably sign off because it's been basically 5.5 hours.
Classic Red Zelda stream.
Yeah.
Mentioned, I just wanted to pop in and say hello again.
Hello. But yeah. Magnus Archives, good. Do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's about me sorted. So
Yeah.
here
This
we
was
are
great,
in our
Red.
full.
Thank you for leading us through the depths and back out again. A very spooky event for us today on Halloween.
Thanks. If I'd really committed to the bit, I would have kept playing until I found another ascend pillar. But
Yeah.
we got what I wanted.
And we raised $5,500 for UNICEF. We trick or treated for UNICEF. Look at us go.
Yeah, good job, team.
Thanks
Okay,
everybody who donated.
Thanks everybody for listening. We're gonna keep the fundraiser attached to this video, so if you're watching it as a VOD and you want to sling some dollars towards UNICEF, feel free. They are attempting to do a lot of very good work right now. It's very necessary in parts of the world that really need it. So, that's about all I got in me. I think I need to make some strong tea and then chug it.
Good plan.
Yeah.
If you donate, Red will pretend that Link is not wearing pants in your honor.
Yeah. I'll visualize it.
And then, real quick before we sign off, stick around tomorrow. We've got a bonus podcast with me and Joxy Whipper
Right.
talking about history coming up tomorrow morning. And then, Red, what do we have to look forward to on the channel on Friday? If you want to give us a little teaser.
Oh, it's a weird one. I hope people like it.
I'm
It is
excited
very
for it.
much not a standard video. And not one I'll get another opportunity to make for like 5-6 months, something like that. But anyway, stay tuned. I hope you guys like it. I had a good time with it. Happy Halloween, everybody.
Happy Halloween.
All right. Bye.
Bye.